Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NLC.
There we go. There he is.
We're back sorted now. We finally got our TriCast as a TriCast here. But hello, my name is OBK. Welcome to the NLC for our first game of Swiss stage qualification, which is going to happen soon between Verdant and Bulldog. My name's OBK. This is my first time on the broadcast, but in case you're familiar with the Irish collegiate scene, you might catch me there. Joining me today is Trajan and Gizmo. Gizmo also making your debut. Gizmo, how are you feeling now joining the stream?
Yeah, I'm excited. Bit of a big step up from the UKL, but I'm excited to see these teams. Obviously, some of them I might be familiar with in different forms, but this time we're going a bit different, and it's exciting to see probably two of the teams that I'm expecting to be top two in the league. I'll get to watch both of them today, which is exciting.
And this is going to be a best of three format with the winner of this getting a break after. They'll be 3-0 and through to playoff stage. Trajan, how are you feeling going into this so far? Any kind of thoughts going into this?
I'm feeling good, honestly. I think some of the, as is always the way, some stay the same. I think the regional reps are having a pretty decent run so far. We don't currently have any on the cusp of qualification yet today, but there are a couple in the 1-on-1 band that are playing against each other that will have a chance to qualify next time. We can see the Swiss bracket up in front of us here. So, it's all, as Robert called them in the pre-show originally, incumbents, right? Verdant and Bulldog, Ruddy and Deer, and these are some of the most exciting teams we saw from this from the winter split and the spring split. But there's a lot of threat going on down in those other Swiss stages as well. Teams like Broad almost took down Bulldog, Epic Avalanche have looked really good, Sorby have had some really good games, and then Arctic Pandas and DMG always kind of dark horses as well. So there's a lot still to do on this Swiss. There's a lot to resolve, but we will be qualifying some teams today.
And following that, then, we have the second series of the day, which is going to be Ruddy versus Deer. Have you any kind of thoughts going into that as well? Obviously, before we get into this first series of the day.
I mean, I think the main thought in my head of that one, Ashin, is Ruddy look really good. They look really scary. And I think to compare it to this first series, Bulldog have really been approaching 2026 in the vibe of we are the challengers. This is our time to rise up and take the championship from Verdant. However, it does kind of feel like Ruddy are the real true challengers right now, and Bulldog still have to prove a little bit more to us. But Gizmo, I don't know if you feel, I guess, about the kind of power differential here between Ruddy and Bulldog. Both of them are clearly trying to take the championship.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ruddy just looks crazy at the moment. I mean, that team has been together for a while, come into this league sort of off the races straight away, and they've already played a Verdant in a very similar sort of mindset and beaten them. So sort of expecting to see them sort of take this and sort of try and go for that number one spot. And I do think they could particularly challenge for that, but we've not seen Verdant yet. We've not seen them play on stream yet. So this is an exciting series for us to start off.
Do you think there could be a case of Caster Curse coming in here with Verdant for first time on the stream? They haven't lost yet so far going into this. Do you think maybe a little bit of jitters now that they know they're going to be live?
I think honestly Verdant they look very at home at the top of the league. I think they are a very sort of professional, cool-headed org. They're not super brash and outspoken like the Ruddies, like the Bulldogs, even like Arctic Pandas is a bit more kind of in your face. Verdant are much more sort of reserved in their presentation. They're very much just they're locking in to do a professional job, and they are now kind of very unassailable looking title holders when they're in that position. They've got a lot of aura, I will say. As champions, they have this very sort of cool visage among them, and we'll see if that actually pans out today, right? They are 4-0, they haven't lost the game yet, but we'll see against this challenger and Bulldog, which is a bit more of a scrappy team, if they can crack the veneer of calm over Verdant, I suppose.
That's a really good way of putting it. And Gizmo, just on the sake of these teams going forward, we have Verdant against Bulldog. Is there any kind of standout lane going into this that we think could really be a bit explosive kind of going into this series?
I'd like to look at top lane. I think Nuki has looked kind of crazy. Nook has looked insane, especially on that his Aurelia games and stuff. I think that really snowballed so heavily and that looked crazy. I do expect to see just a lot of fighting though.
If you're saying crazy, this guy's playing everything, every possible type of top laner you can even do, and some not top laners, right? Just dropped a lock in there. Why not?
But yeah, I mean, look, it's one of the only people I think who've lost on Lock though. So it is a crazy champion, but he has lost on that champ. So, but I think he's played massive champion pool, answers into pretty much everything. I think that's going to be a really nice sort of pivotal point for Bulldog. But I think at the moment you have to sort of take into consideration the meta, which is we now have an unlock support who's just going to play around that mid side consistently, and I think that's the place we want to watch. But I'd like to see top lane for Bulldogs.
I think that's interesting you bring up the support roaming and different laners, because the meta bot lane has been kind of crazy throughout the whole start of the split, with the Shen popping up here and there, Camille's popping up. Any kind of bad opinions on what we think Mage's bot? Because I know some of the AD carries have been picking APC's bot, but we have seen from some of the teams, I think Bulldog themselves picked Kalista game 2 in their first series, so there are ADCs still cropping up. But where do you think APC's kind of rank now? Or do you think it's worth going for comfort, or do you think it's worth trying what's kind of working in the meta and just sticking to the APCs?
I mean, APCs is S tier, right? Like you just farm and like just
they're so easy.
You need to just back away the waves, right? That's all you're there to do, is just blow up the wave as fast as possible and just let them move. And like so much of them have like different styles that you can play. Like you can play poke and like really control the lane states. And like I think some of them have got really excellent pairings. Like you think about Ziggs, Camille, like that has been a pairing that we've seen time and time again. And that's like, I think that's why Camille has risen so much in support, is like Camille has so many good pairings with mages and mages. Like you can just throw them with anyone, whereas every counter to them needs like a little bit of planning there to like actually work it out, where you can just throw Camille into any draft and just go, we'll find an APC to go with that, or an ADC.
I think you see them when people are trying to pick the Shen as like a counter. You can't just pick Shen with anything and have a good 2v2. It's like such a more specific pick, and we have seen people struggle trying to make that the answer. I've checked in on the bot lane meta a little bit for this kind of idea, because it is so prevalent now. So far, in terms of actual picks, it's about 32% mages in bot lane. So there is still a sizable majority of actual marksman down there, right? But it does tell you something, that the most picked marksman is Ezreal, and it's tied with Ziggs, and it's very much still a caster. It's very much a safe champion with a roaming support, and it's still very much that way. There are a couple of purists, right? People like a freebie as well are still picking things like Kallistas and Zeri's, and he's also picking a lot, because why not? So I think there are a lot of bot laners that are trying to push back against this meta, but at some point you just have to accept that, like, you need to get wins on the board, you need to beat Swiss, you need to get to playoffs, and APCs are really the best way to do it right now.
And I think, like, looking into that stat, like, when you look at game 1, I'm pretty sure that percentage rises to like about 90% or something crazy. It's like game 1, we'll just get out like the two like big picks like Ziggs, Hui, you know, that sort of stuff in the bot side. We'll just take those early, and all of a sudden it's just not there for the rest of the series. So like you're fine. And then you go, right, we'll go back to standard now for the rest of it. Just game 1 we'll play a little bit different.
I think it's a good way of putting it. And speaking of champions, what do you think? Locke's been picked in a few roles throughout the NLC, and do you have any kind of opinions as to whether or not you think Locke could work in any of these drafts? You think maybe you can throw out Locke support? I've seen Locke top lane's been picked. There's a few options here.
They've tamped him down just a tad. We're on 26-15. Very kind of minor, not really impactful nerfs to him. A little bit of damage, a little bit of HP. He's still going to do the same thing. I don't know if we're going to see Locke top again in this split, I will say. I think they overcooked just a tad with that one, and I think that top laners, I think, are probably, partly through their champions and also just through the way they play, they're used to dealing with things like Gwens and Akali's and these kind of assassin top laners that try and pick them apart. I don't think Locke has a way to sort of, it's purely a stat check up there. Like, there's not really a lot of trickery I think that Locke can do. So I think we're not going to see it top lane. I think we are still going to see it be a pretty much just like a slam it mid B1 if they let you have it kind of thing, and they'll just build around it. We've seen a lot of teams doing it that way.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those picks that's like you want to try and ban pretty early on. And there's not really much point playing into it. I really dislike that champion, but I think putting it topside, I don't see it happening, because at the moment, obviously, we got the two, like, especially game 1, we have two, like, you have the double AP mid and bot lane, which tends to be the thing, and you have strong AD jungle or support and then top. So, like, it sort of dilutes that pool, so you go over on the AP, so I can't really expect it to go up there early, but yeah, these teams, they're in the situation where they need to sort of get a win. Bulldog here coming in complete underdogs. Maybe they're just going to play something completely random. Throw it in the jungle. Why not? And I'll see.
There's definitely some good avenues here, as I think we're just going to get into drafts shortly before our game. But just slightly before we get into this game here, what's the consensus? What's the score do we think we're going to end up in this first series? Are we expecting Verdant versus Bulldog? Trajan, I'll throw it to you first. What do you think the score is going to be?
I think it's a 2-0 for Verdant. I do think that 2-1, I was considering going for a 2-1 here, but I think even though we haven't seen Verdant just yet, I have a lot of faith that Sane as the change in mid lane is like a very comfortable replacement. I don't think he's quite the player that Fury was, but still very much a strong mid laner. But Mafra back in the jungle is a big one. Verdant were so set on this guy. They were so positive on this guy in the winter split, when the fact that he had to be out with injury kind of was one of the main reasons that they had given us the reason they thought their EMEA run didn't go as well as it could have done. No Name did a very serviceable job in the jungler. I think he's a very great name from the UK and Ireland, and is a known quantity, did a good job for them. But I think they were very happy to get Mafra back, and I think that jungle matchup in particular is going to be very important to them.
And do you have any opinion, Gizmo, before we get into draft, or do you want to go straight in?
I think it's a 2-0 Verdun. I think Bulldogs, I think I've sort of dropped off how much I think they're going to impact based on the Broad series. I think Broad really took to them in the early stages. I think Skirmish Heavy really highlighted Bulldogs' struggle. I think their late game decision making really came in clutch for them to actually draw that decision back. I think when you go against Verdun, who's a stronger team, knows how to play their late game very well, you won't have that strength. And if you're letting your early game go behind, I just don't think you can recover in the same way. So I'm a bit worried about them unless they can snowball early.
And we're just going to leave it to you lads as we're about to get into draft for this first game.
Okay, so we're seeing a pretty solid focus here from Bulldog. I mean, obviously, Syndra is now a bot lane ban as well as a mid lane ban, and the Camille has to come wait. The lock is open, so we'll see if Verdun want to just slam that one, Gizmo. But I think Verdun, they've gone for a bit more of a scatter shot. The Aerial, the classic safe answer to all the mages. The Poppy and the Zyra out of jungle and flex rolls, but it's a Nocturne first.
Nocturne, I guess you can pair that with the Galio. I think that's been quite good. Great for side lane pressure, so it sort of says that hey, we want to draw them across the side of the map. We want to be able to pull the trigger when we want to, action it, go full in. But it also means that they're able to play that 1-3-1 if they want to later on. So Bulldog really need to answer here, try and get stuff like it doesn't need to interact with the side lanes as much and can try and force this fight or disengage and re-engage. Ziggs is great here because you can just sort of one-shot waves. You can also just throw your ulti to get rid of side lanes, so you don't have to sort of be on that sort of solo bit where you can sort of do it and then Pantheon to respond to be able to join those fights. Sometimes a bit harder to sort of judge where your Pantheon odds in, but it's good.
Okay, we're doing a lot of globals in this game. We have Ziggs, Pantheon, Nocturne, Shen. Nocturne is the most banned champion against Verdant so far in the summer, so they were clearly waiting for a chance to pull this one out, even without the Orianna, so we'll see what Mafra can do, and this is a very aggressive jungler, so I think we're going to see a lot of that from the Nocturne. Now, it's an early Shen. We don't even have the Camille, so it's not a Camille answer here, it's just a Shen pick, and I think as well we're probably just seeing Babista just take a classic bit of weak siding, and they could still flex it into Gugu's hands, I guess, if they see an angle.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the Shen combo, right? You go Nocturne, sometimes they pair this with the Galio as well, and you just sort of ult the Nocturne as he goes in, which then means you land the taunt afterwards, which means you get the fear, so you get that CC and instant burst. I'm surprised that you see the Rel come out. I think that you might want something with a little bit of disengage. Rel can play, obviously, it's more engage, so sort of saying like they're going to go forward and try and match it, so both teams are going to dive forward and just sort of go, hey, my backline will sort itself out. So a bit interesting here. What I'd like to see is sort of some stuff that can either ban out stuff that can go forwards as Bulldog to stop Verdant going in as much. Maybe even you sort of want to stop some peel, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the Victor does have a potential risk, I think, of getting left behind a little bit if everyone's diving forward, so we'll see if probably Mishi, if I'm honest, maybe Sane, whoever gets their hands on it can actually stay linked up with the team. As we get through these second round of bans, Locke does go, Cassio's gone, Akali is gone by Verdant as well, so that is a Nook and a Ronaldo ban. And Gizmo, I'm wondering what we need to see from Nook here, because this is the guy who's played 5 champs, all of completely different styles, has been very central to Bulldog's gameplay for better or worse. So given what they've put so far, given the heavy sort of global engage style with a Victor that Verdant has, what are we thinking for the Bulldog top lane?
So he's obviously going to be left with the camp pick here, so try and take a stylistic pick into that, but that can also help the comp. I'm thinking maybe something with a little bit of high AD based on the pick so far. We need a high AD threat. Maybe we're looking for something that can buy a bit of space in those fights. You could go for just a standard Renekton, but I feel like it's more going to be something that can sort of win in lane. Maybe you go Gnar and you just sort of go, hey, we can just sort of get lane pressure and then sort of like snowball from there. And then they have the rest of the team fight, because look at the side of their comp. They need something with disengage and engage. I think Gnar's sort of like a good all-rounder.
Yeah, I don't think so. If we see the Gangplank again, this will be the third Babista Gangplank game we've seen so far, and it is. He's now played more Gangplank. More than half of his games have been on this champ so far in NLC Summer, so he loves this one. And we have a couple of Gangplank players. Carlos has also been pulling it out. And Gizmo, I don't know if this is just an answer to how strange the meta has gone generally, or if there's been some change to Gangplank that makes this like a great idea. And it looks like we're doing Silas top, Ziggs top into Gangplank. Zeri top. Okay, we're doing Zeri top, obviously. Okay, so Gizmo, what is your reaction to this? You're the king of the kooky pick. What are we thinking here with the Gizmo?
I guess you can Q burst the barrels down, so it's good.
Sure.
You have a cut ability.
Yeah.
I worry about when you're sort of ulting onto the Zeri, it sort of slows them down, able to chase down slowly, but also you have that cover. It does sort of give you a little bit of peel because you can use the Echo to sort of get back a tower quite easily, especially if Nocturne's consistently ganking. But I think for them, I'm unsure about it. I've not really seen it. I can't say it's one of those picks that I've gone, you know, I've seen this consistently. You know, it's one of those ones of like it's a Nook counter. The guy has a big champion pool. Out of that champion pool, if this is his pick, I'll trust it. I was more maybe you could have gone for the Jace, but I guess this is more of a interesting pick. It helps balance out the draw, maybe.
Yeah, it does give them AD carry. They would have been AD carryless without it, right? And even though with Mage's bot lane, I think teams do like to have something like this. Verdant don't have a classical one, but they have a Gangplank, so they've got a crit scaler if they want to go that build, depending on what the actual prevalent Gangplank build is. If it's lethality, if it's sort of bruisery, if it's crit. We've seen all of these iterations of top Gangplank over the years, and I don't know what the best one is right now, I'll be honest.
You just throw items at him and go, you'll be fine, and he'll work it out along the way. It's fine. I've seen some AP Gangplank. You know, I don't think that's going to be the one today, but at least we'll say AD.
One. Yeah, they'll save that for a Elite Classic, I think. So for Verdant, they have at least gotten another global with it as well. We've got the Cannon Barrage to go with the Nocturne Shen. We've got a Rise ult now as well for Sane. Obviously a very standard mid laner, and I think quite a standard mid lane matchup, Rise and Silas, that we've seen even before the big change in the bot lane meta. So they do have a way to make consistent, cohesive plays together, and we're expecting them to see that. I'm expecting Mafro and Gugu to be leading the charge here with the Nocturne and the Shen as you teed up Gizmo. The jungle support, synergy, and action together is really central right now. And then for Bulldog, we've got a bunch of crazy meta stuff. We've got Zeri top lane. We do have some chainable CC. We've got a comfort pick for Ronaldo in mid lane. It doesn't make as much sense on the surface to me because there's a Zeri top, and I think that's kind of naturally how I'm going to feel. But how do you feel about the Bulldog comp cohesively and into this really like global heavy, full divey competition for Verdant?
I think, look, you've got Verdant who can basically always have an extra member there. They'll always be fighting with that extra member in hand. And you got the Bulldog one, which is like, look, we're going to quite quickly get out and sort of like take those short trades and just try and get advantage to that one. They have the ability to like shield bash and all the other stuff they have on that side. I feel like it's going to be, if they can chip down, get some early drakes and sort of play that way, because if Verdant hit like 35 minutes, 30 minutes, I feel like they have so much global pressure, and yet they have so many go buttons at their disposal. It's going to be very hard for Bulldog just to stay in and just consistently find those angles, because at the moment it looks very skill checky from the side of Bulldogs, which, based on how some of their previous games went, I'm a little bit worried about.
Yeah, that's the thing about Bulldog, right? They're quite a weird team. Last split, they had this issue where they were really heavily, they were picking for lane and for mid game and trying to snowball and bulldoze over their opponents, and consistently failing to win doing that. They would win the early and mid game, and they'd lose the late game. We saw that in the start of the series versus Broad, how they started out this Swiss stage, and they came within a whisker of losing that series 2-0 to a regional rep, trying to play that same way, and in game 3, they went, okay, let's get some late game. Fine, let's play some front-to-back team fighting, let's get some late game, and it went way better for them. It looked much better than those first two games, and we've seen them, I think, move away from this really heavy mechanical mid-game stuff and give themselves a late game to play for. They have a Ziggs, they have a Zeri, they have a Silas, so I like that they're still giving themselves these tools, because if they get into a late game fight, they've shown that they do have the ability to scrap their way out of it, as long as their champions still do anything. You know, they cannot be useless after 30 minutes, otherwise the games get too messy, and I think they just lose to more sort of cohesive teams.
Yeah, I worry about the squishiness of their side as well coming into this. Like they don't really have like a true style tank on their sides, and you look at the other side, you've got a hell of a lot of damage on that side that can, you know, again, we're talking about 25 minutes. Rise is going to just walk through, you know, you've got GP barrels, you've got so many different threats.
Yeah.
Yes, you've got tools to deal with those threats initially, but if one of those lands, all of a sudden that could be a dead Ziggs, that could be a dead Zeri, all of a sudden you're playing in the fight with less members. It's going to be very much pivotal to get those key engages, especially on the Rel. You know, the Rel Ziggs combo, quite pivotal to try and get a pick before the fight starts, but bear in mind, you've got Nocturne, you've got Shen, GPR, Riser. Like, you've got so many globals. If you're pulling that trigger, all of a sudden, you can't pull it too far away from your backline because your backline's going to get fully engaged on. And if your Rel's gone forward, great, you've got a Victor. Your backline's gone.
Yeah, they do need to try and stick together a little bit, or they are going to get pulled apart. Paranoia, of course, is just the great confuser, and trying to work out who's getting engaged on by whom, when Verdant have the ability to kind of do it to two people at once as well if they're locked in enough. So this is going to be tricky for Bulldog to navigate. If they can draw Verdant into messy 5v5s outside Baron, outside Soul, and Verdant aren't doing their homework well enough and they're not coming in with a good enough plan of how to win the fight, Bulldog can, I think, just fist fight their way out of it, though I think they're always going to have to be on the back foot. I'm expecting Verdant to have a much more cohesive plan. They are experienced with Mafro because they had it from the Winter Split. The bot and top side are the same. They know how they want to play it through, and Sane seems to be slotting in very comfortably. They've got the time and the built-up synergy. Bulldog are the ones who rebuilt most of the roster again, and visibly showed and said on their first winners interview after that Broad series that they didn't have a lot of practice time. They had a couple of days of scrims, and you could really feel that. Have they been able to make cohesive or meaningful progress, I should say, through the Swiss? That was kind of the name of the game in spring. It was a 2-week split, and it's still the name of the game here. They have more time to get there, but we're still early on.
Yeah, and they had more time, but the whole meta shifted quite drastically in that time.
Yeah, then
as
it
well.
went,
and
they blew the meta up, top and bot are crazy, yeah, all your words.
And then it's like now it's so focused around team play, it's so focused around communication, so throwing together a roster that doesn't know each other very well is under even more scrutiny, it's under more stress, because it's now, if your support's at the wrong timer, all of a sudden every fight in mid, you're outnumbered, every time, like, you're just gonna come out worse, like. And you're against a team now who's just built 4 globals and is just going to go, if you guys aren't communicating crystal clear, you guys are in trouble.
Absolutely. As we head on to the Rift, everybody, for Game 1 of our first Swiss stage qualification match between Verdant and Bulldog Esports. Verdant, 2-time defending champions. No one has unseated them yet in 2026. And Bulldog with another challenger roster constructed. Let's see if they can make this one work and actually mount a real challenge to our champions. Now, we have a 5v4 in this top rush with Joki not present and a triple stun off the Shen to start it up. Nook's trying to flash away, but in come Verdant. They smell blood in the water. And it's a first blood to Mishi. That is a nightmare start for the dogs.
Well, whoever was the level 1 analyst has got that right. I'll tell you, on both sides, they both read it.
Verdant coaching staff crushing it. Well done, everybody.
Yeah, and I mean, instantly, as the team that has the scaling ability, now with the lead, obviously TP's back to lanes and everything else, just to claim back what they've got. But now, all of a sudden, Victor's got Dark Seal, happy to stay here. Andrew getting his pressure in. Obviously, supports now, current meta, just roam around level 1. You don't want to be seen bot lane till 8 minutes, so hopefully we'll start to see them actually draw up the rally. Here we go. So, but you know, no Drake, like no camps have been started either for a minute and a half.
Yeah, they tried a couple times, but now we're doing a counter invade from Joki as he managed to push Gugu and Mafro off his own Raptor camp. But now Kasing is in the area. Ronaldo had threatened before, but is back to farming mid lane. Sane's going to come around the corner. And we're going to have another potential 3v2. The top laners aren't moving. Joki's trying to flash away, but the last auto from Sane completes the job. The top laners are still scrapping it out. Nuke's trying to push Babista back. But Verdant pick up a second kill off this crazy level 1. Yeah,
just a little bit of over-aggression there from Bulldog, just going, you know, we have the ability to CC early, extra dueling, but you know, as soon as the Shen stays there and it pushes him off, delaying that camp, you're not going to go to Wolves, clear it, and be level 2 beforehand, as we see.
Oh, double flash stun on the turret! That's beautiful from Verdant. Gugu completely reading the Kasing dive, a flash Shen taunt, and the turret just monsters them at these early levels.
I mean, Verdant early game masterpiece so far.
Yeah, it's a clinic.
One of the things that people always forget about those taunts is it does instantly make you take Tarago, because you are Rotosec insert, instantly able to play that little bit more aggressive and punish them instantly. If it's just a CC ability, you're like, well, I can just walk out afterwards. No, you've instantly taken Tarago, instant punish. I'm a big hater of Shen support, but it's looking good this game.
Yeah, it's looking... This is the best Shen support game I've certainly ever seen. So far, my experience of it has been somewhat failing to stop Camille support from taking over, but Gugu is everywhere. The king of the roamings. He's not been bot lane yet. He has been top lane or jungle the whole time. He is still level 2 and he's still watching top, but Sane now under threat, has to flash away. Joki around the corner. Here's that 3-man mid lane play that you were talking about, Gizmo, and Sane's able to escape it.
They're able to get the flash, but, Shen's still topside. Shen's still looking for stuff. They're able to crash this. That's going to be a massive punishment. So they're going to have to bring up all the members of Bulldog to try and stop this from being pushed in, but it's not looking good. And, with Pantheon not coming up now, you are going to be in a 2v2. Shen has the extra level,
Sing's level 1. Oh my word, this guy hasn't got any buttons to press. He's getting chunked out by a Shen support right now. He's just got 2. There's a crash down, I assume, now available, but Babista is so comfortable here, and Nook really needs time, I think, to get some levels, to get some items before this area is really going to start having an impact.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Mephisto has just split the map in bot side, so all of a sudden, your Victor is even more defended. You might be able to punish the Ziggs in a little bit, especially when you start hitting those higher levels on the support, you might be able to go back down there. Does open up Mephisto to a little bit of punishment, but if Shen's sitting up there in this state, it's a lot harder to punish.
He's chilling top lane. He has no interest in going anywhere else, because Sing has backed off and is now coming back up to this top side. And I don't know how this is interacting with role quests, because, theoretically you're supposed to stay in your lane for a time to get your champion and your role to function, as now Gugu's been ignited by Babista and is not going to get Shen, or he is going to get Shen taunted. Gugu's right and ready there. Babista picking up the kill. Kasing with the crash down. Can't find the stun. Gets it on a Q, but Babista will just remove that scurvy and walk back to turret, and Joki's not here in time.
Yeah, and again, just the Shen sitting top. Also, great use of using the XP range. So trying to stay out of that XP range to be able to let Babista get those extra levels as well to punish. But yeah, instant timing. If they see Nuke stand up that little bit far, instant punish. And I mean, this is the counter. This is what was picked as the 5th pick, and it's just getting completely battered by the Shen staying up topside.
Ronaldo trying to get some trades down onto Sane. The mid lane has been remarkably chill. We haven't even looked bot lane once, I'll remind everybody, because there's been no point. There's been absolutely no reason, right? It's just Victor versus Ziggs clearing waves, and it is all about this Shen, who has 4 assists on all 4 of the Verdant kills on this top side. Nook wearing 3 of the deaths so far, and has a CS lead, but is not having much success right now. Has to go for a cull as well, and the scaling is underway, but will be a long time till completion, with Verdant now riding high off a 1.5k gold lead after these first 5 minutes.
I mean, they're going to try and look for something here, but again, I just think it's not going to amount to anything. They don't have the members, that they're too close to the towers, and the thing's getting really damaged here.
Sane is just happily going to push them away, because Sing's probably going to back again. Still level 2. Gugu at least has got to level 3, but he's jungle guarding right now as Mafro continues to just happily clear away the camps. He's level 5 right now, the Nocturne, about to get that global ultimate. A taunt onto the Kasing Rel, but a stolen Shen ultimate for Ronaldo comes in clutch, and Mafro needs to get to melee range. Gugu finally punished, but here's the trade on the supports as Babista makes it down first. Nook's following down the river, but the damage from Verdant's already there. It's a killing spree for Babista. Ronaldo holds the flash, loses his life. Joki will make it back to turret.
Yeah, Bulldog going in for these scrappy fights time and time again, and just getting punished for it. Gugu on the Shen, finding the taunts consistently on the right members, able to lock them up and then play it with the members' advantage. Just been critical for this early stage.
Mafro's now got level 6 off of those shenanigans, so that Paranoia is on lock. Nuke's already looking low. I'll be honest, if I'm Mafro, I'm looking pretty hungrily at that top side. Nuke's trying to channel the recall, I think, smells the danger, and we'll see a replay of this fight. And at least I did not expect the Ronaldo Shen ultimate, I'll be honest.
No, I didn't either, but they were able to call over the extra members and just instantly punish it. Channeling it onto Kasing, knowing that that's the only real CC left. And then as soon as you're able to bring over Bombista, it should just be an easy finish, because Nook has been pushed into his tower this whole time because of this advantage they've gathered in the early stages. This consistent punishment has just opened up this top side to be able to be that roaming champ.
And Verdant seem happily to go toe-to-toe with Bulldog in this scrappy game fighting sense, right? They're not necessarily, I talked about them as a kind of a cool veneer of calm over this team. That's outside the game. Inside the game, very much not so. Mafro has been leading the charge here. Gugu has been exactly where he needs to be, forcing the issues, getting scrappy with Bulldog, and it's led them to this sizable early lead with these scaling champions, with a GP, with a Rise, with a Victor. You've got a great amount of DPS sources right there, and plenty of engaged global tools to get fights started. So Bulldog need to get their feet under them, need to find a way to defeat the Verdant preparation, which has had their number for the entire game.
Yeah, and I worry about this top player here because they did spot Kasing come over that ward. So if Kasing does try to make anything happen, there is obviously the Nocturne in the area that can just instantly R back in and get that fight underway. So it's really hard for them to try and punish because the vision setup is great for Verdant to be able to punish this, but also they have this global comp where they can just instantly react to pretty much anything. So it's very hard for Bulldog to find those angles, especially when you've drafted such a scrap-heavy comp. If you're not winning the early game, it's feeling like a bit doomed from the onset.
Yeah, we need to find some sort of play here, something to destabilize Verdant, as Gugu was saying. Taking a look at this river movement right now, Mishi and Nikias are going help 11 on the bot side, but Nook's going to arrive here first. It's the top laner of all people who rocks up for the shutdown. Definitely needed a shot in the arm for this Zeri, and Bulldog will find it.
Yeah, good punishment overstep from Victor. There was members nearby, but none of them able to react to go down there in time, so really good opting into that trade from Ziggs, keeping him going, like selling him a little bit on it, just getting him closer, and yeah, just rotating down for Nook. But that does open up GP to get multiple Platons in the top side. I'm going to assume equal to probably the kills worth. So happy they're able to pick up the Drake. But if you're Verdant, you've got the scaling comp. You actually want the Drakes to stall out a little bit. Oh, hi.
Play on the mid lane. Decent engagement by Kasing. They have the damage on Gugu. Nook's there with the DPS check, and there it is. But here's the response from Mafro. This is a 2v4, mind you. A little over aggressive, perhaps, as Mafro takes a kill, flashes away. Saint's got some credit, has some health to play with, and will push back the rest of Bulldog. And Verdant did that without either of their side laners in the vicinity. That was essentially a 3v4 extended.
Yeah, obviously the GP ult doing a lot of work in that play.
True.
But GP very happy just to keep farming these waves on topside, getting this. Yeah, you punished, but you've used. Oh no, you've used multiple global ults to get there from Bulldogs, and yeah, all of a sudden Verdant react with the same ones, go one for one, but also come out with the side lane advantage as well.
Mafro doesn't go for the full red steal. It is going to be pushed away by Kasing and Nook, so not going to get the full humiliation ritual for Joki right there. And with these supports, Gugu and Kasing are both level 4. They have not spent a second in bot lane so far. In terms of their role quests, does this actually matter at all? Are they losing out anything really by ditching this?
Your role quest doesn't have anything to do with bot lane. It's sharing a minion. You can do it at any lane. So, you know, and also you get it for hitting champions and everything else. So, like, if you're trading more aggressively, you can still finish your role quest. You can see that both of them do have access to wards already. So, and they've not been bot once. So, yeah, it does slow it down. You can't consistently trade on the waves, but you know, if you're consistently fighting and you've got an extra member next to you,
perma, then you're still kind of getting the run. Yeah.
As long as you hit 3 abilities on someone, you know, you've gone through all of your stacks. I mean, ideally, you never want it to hit 3 stacks. You know, that's the whole thing with support. You never want it to be 3 stacks like in the chamber. Well, that's a support role, but
you always want
new meta. Would you rather your support get an extra 20 gold or, you know, get a kill? I'd rather get a kill on someone else.
Or kill Zeri 3 times in the first 5 minutes. Yeah, I guess when you put it like that, Gizmo, I'm feeling pretty good about that. We have got this is a bit of jungle lag from Afro right now, so we're just going to get that resolved. We'll get back into game as soon as we can. So this has been maybe it's almost been like a caricature of current meta this game. It's the supports have literally never gone bot lane. They're constantly fighting. There's a Zeri top lane. We can see a replay of this mid-fight as well. It feels tough for BDG to not get a little more here, given how much they committed, and I thought Mafro had really oversold himself at this point.
Honestly, I agree, but I think honestly, if the GP ult was just a little bit more right, I think he might have been able to take multiple members there. Like, look at how low the HP bars are. Like, I think they were just a little bit off. So this punishment as well. Like, that's never nice to see as a jungler, just trying to get your chickens after a busy day and just instantly getting punished is never nice.
Yeah, you walk away from that mid lane fight, you think, okay, let me catch my breath right here, then Nox and Rise come around the corner. Not what you want to see. So, I guess it's an aspect, I think, of Verdant's play, particularly of Mafra's play as well, where you can see junglers that know when, even though, you know, it's not their turn or they've had this play happen, you can tell by the players who will instant pop recall after kind of anything happens, and the ones that go, okay, this is now a window for me to push for something else, for me to go for the next thing, to destabilize them, to trip them on their next movement. And Mafra has always been great at that. He's such a sort of cerebral jungler, and I think that we're seeing that here today, so we can see why Verdant really wanted to get this guy back under the banner. But for Bulldog, we've gotten some kills onto Nook. They did manage to even up most of the gold deficit that was before the plate farming spree. So they got a shutdown on the Zeri. They've got a little bit of gold there. They're trying to make plays on mid lane. These going sort of even in them. We're seeing some life, but I think when we start getting into Dragon plays and potentially even early Baron fights, they're probably going to be coming in pretty behind, and that's going to be a tough fight for them.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to be ones that want to walk into empty vision. I feel like they're going to get heavily punished by the side of Verdun if they do that. So I think they've really got to be that get a pick into Drake sort of style. And at the moment, the only person that can really see them trying to get that on is the Victor. The rest of them have, if you try and make a play around mid, all of a sudden there's going to be 3 people turn up because you guarantee to be in range of like Nocturne ulti, Shen, like you're going to be in that range. Whereas if you're playing down to the bot side, whoever's there, you can sort of punish a bit more without the Nocturne being there. So it's really on jungle tracking and trying to punish that. If you see Mofo on the other side, you've really got to try and punish on the other side, because that's where they have that reaction tools. Because you've seen the dude will go into 5 members and just be like, I'll send it. I believe in my team's damage behind me. And like, even in that trade, his team is still making more gold, even if he just dies. Even if he just dies, the team is getting so much placings on the other side. It's just worth to do.
Yeah, they are making good calculations right now, Vernon. They are looking very polished here, in the sense that it seems like they've done their homework. They know how they wanted to start this game to approach the early game. We've said it already, but like that early game preparation was so strong. And like, as much as as I have at least been questioning the Shen supports coming in their mission to counter Camille support, level 1 power. Love that, bro. A taunt at level 1 through everybody in that rush, like absolutely yes, sign me up.
I'm not going to say that that's the only champ that can do that, because there is multiple champs.
I know you're a Galio player. I know you're a Galio fan, alright? That wants to shill a bit of Galio coin on my level 1 taunting abilities.
But it was a very nice play. It's a very good read. Obviously, I think the Bulldogs overstepped trying to take that ward at level 1, but they are 4 man. Who's sending 4 people into top lane at that point? Apparently, both of these teams, and Verdun happened to take an extra person. The taunt was great, but it's the early game read. They've gone, look, we know where the pressure points are. We know what the bad matchup is. And they're like, Azeri can counter GP with just destroying his barrels. Let's just destroy his early game. And then GP doesn't matter if he destroys the barrels. We'll just keep just throwing stuff in the top side. Now he's got pushed consistently. And Azeri has to leave to get advantages. They've really flipped that matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, we are just that they're running all over the place trying to find kills, get gold into where they need to have it, and Nook did manage to get a little bit of it, so we'll see if he can could step up and be that carry. We were talking a little bit in the pre-show that it feels to me for Bulldog so much of their power comes out of Nook and Ronaldo. These solo lanes really do feel like the centerpiece, and even though it's largely just because Nikias is just kind of on Zig's duty a lot of the time and the support's roaming away from him, so he's not going to be played through in the same way. But Nook and Ronaldo, with the way that they pick, the champions they're taking, the Silases, the Aurelias, the Locks, the Akalis, that these are the guys that if you walk into the 5v5 trying to scrap your way to a win against the champions, these are the guys that have to do it. So you've got to get some gold onto Nook. He's picked Zeri, for goodness sake. Like, we cannot let this guy fall behind. He's so central to the comp in your team.
Yeah, I mean, one overstep from Mofo could end up with him getting that shutdown, could end up with him snowball, and Zeri does come online with a couple of items, and in this fight, there might not be enough CC to actually get down on him. But you have so many other pivotal points. You got the Zigzag come down, all that support damage that is gonna be there behind. It's just trying to get to that point where you're able to actually go, you know what, we're at a point, we're at item break points, we can take a fight here. And I'm worried about Bulldog as to when that's going to happen, because if you keep leaking gold like this, you're going to just keep falling behind, and those fights are going to become harder and harder to overcome. And you've drafted very skill-heavy champions, and you need to outplay consistently to be able to get those leads and face the item disadvantage. It's an uphill struggle.
Yeah, I think if we're looking at so for Bulldog, for the way for them to actually get themselves out of this situation, like I say, the scaling does not necessarily favor them. We're, I think, only 1 Dragon deep, if I recall. I think we've only had 1 done. So we've got 3 more Drake fights potentially to push for souls. We've got Herald still to go for as well. Are we expecting, do we want to see Bulldog really trying to get stuck in and contesting these next few objectives? Or is it more, okay, these fights aren't going so well for us, let's just pump the brakes and wait?
I can see them taking the Herald instead of taking the Drake, just to be able to get that snowball effect. To get that extra goal, get something in your pockets, try and snowball, maybe Nook in the top side, put it all on the Zeri, just get that instant cash injection. I think that could be quite valid. Also, they've already got 1 Drake, but I think when you're looking at 3rd Drake, I think in current state is going to be uncontestable. So if you're able to sneak 2nd Drake, maybe that's good. But on the side of Verdun, you're happy the later the game goes. You don't want Sol to be on the mind for Bulldogs. You should be able to contest it later on, and at the moment I don't think Bulldogs can take Drake fights, so stacking them up early might not be that good. I think just trying to get that instant cash injection and then trying to play for something after might be the option. Obviously, if Verdant have the opportunity to play on side lanes, so with a 1-3-1, I think as Bulldog, you sort of have to punish that. You have to try and get them to draw to that point and not be the ones getting engaged upon. You use a death ball maybe on like a side lane, just like maybe cheese, stuff like that, just to try and get stuff up. Because yeah, Nocturne can react. Yes, Shen can react, or Ryze can be there. If one of them's already there, there's only 2 other people that can join. Then you've got 5 there. You're able to make that play quick, simple. You can punish very easily. I just think it's very pivotal just to track this Nocturne and try and punish side lanes.
Okay, we have Gugu back to all reliable, hiding in that top tri brush, as Kasing was also ready and waiting. So they're still clearly trying to focus on this top lane matchup if they can, and Mishi seems to be comfortably in control of that bot side against Nikias. So Mishi, I think, has been, we haven't really seen much of these bot laners so far. The Ziggs ultimates will start to become a factor, and of course if we get into these scrappy team fights, the Arcane Storm for the victor can become a massive threat to deal with. As soon as that first kill goes off and it starts to grow in size, you really have to keep an eye on your zoning. As Sane, a little bit of threat in mid lane, but 2 minutes till the next Drake, so we'll see who wants to contest this, if Bulldog will give it up as we suspect. And in fact, we're going to flash in for a play in mid lane, but Gugu and Mafro are here as a TP as well. The Cannon Barrage has come down, and Sane with the killing spree. Verdant, again, they just have that extra member always, and now Nook's going 1v1 down to Babista. It's going from bad to worse for the dogs.
Yeah, and the fight is continuing like that. They keep going for these check plays, and it's just, I mean, good use of the Shen ulti at least.
Yeah.
He's been on point with the Shen ulti so far, in fairness to Ronaldo, but yeah, really, they're trying to amp up this tempo, trying to look for these trades, but you can't match them in a numbers advantage. Like, they have more members there. You can't match them even if you're even on numbers, because you know they'll collapse. You have to punish the ones that are so light on members, as we see. I don't know, maybe he'll find a flank here, but he is alone, and they've TP in.
Kasing and Pantheon come around the corner here. TP from Babista. Gugu is low. Surely they'll find the kill on the Shen. Joki's gonna grab it. Bot lane, there's a rotation down there from Sane, and they've caught out Nikias, so even this play ends up as a 1-for-1 cross map.
Good for Bulldog to at least get a punish though on the board, but yeah, you've given up bot side for that, so now all of a sudden the victor's going to get snowballed, and Ronaldo might have overstayed here.
I think definitely is just monstering this guy. This GP is 1v1ing all of the strong side laners of Bulldog. Both the Zeri and the Sylas have now been chalked up here.
Yeah, this is the top lane that solo queue players believe that they should always be, right? This is,
yeah. Mafro doesn't want to let this this grub go or this scuttle go for free. He actually stole it as well. Another rotation again. Gugu and Sane. Suddenly it's a 3v1. Joki just wanted a simple top scuttle, guys, and we can't even give him that.
Yeah, and Gugu has gone Zeke's as well, just to really emphasize, I'm playing for ulti this game. I'm playing for the combo. My ulti will be the same time as Nocturne ult. I do think it's a bit early to rush it early. I think you can normally go like Knight's Vow and stuff like that, but either way, it says that you're going aggressive. You're going to consistently get that ulti off and slow people on the other side, allowing him to get that chase and get that fear. So yeah, they're really opting in for this combo and really opting in for just trading aggressively and just finding these skirmishes.
Yeah, just absolutely willing to fight over every single scrap and crumb on the map as Bulldog. They tried to start up this second Drake. Now, this is the one we wondered if they can test. They're trying to find a window here to pick it up. There's no paranoia. There's no stand united. There is a first turret being taken by Babista, and Sane and Gugu look like they want to contest. Ults or no, Ronaldo trying to look for a way in to threaten them. The Super Mega Inferno Bomb will only clip them. Dragon secured that by Bulldog. Ronaldo found his way in. Has to flash away. They're Kasing on the crash down, but the team is disjointed. The rest of Bulldog are already fleeing the scene. And Sane will pick up the credit of the kill on Rel. As now, they're looking for a little bit more. Sane and Mafro, but a flash back up for Joki, trying to punish an over-aggressive Ryze. Flashes over into the Wolf Pit. Gugu pretty low, seeing if he's needed. The paranoia used to give them some cover to defense. Oh no, it's a stolen Sylas version. My mistake. Goes in, gets fear, taken down by Mafro, and everyone's arriving. Now Mafro's paranoia gives him the leapfrog through nuke to the kill. Oh my good gracious, Gizmo. This team fight is wild as Mafro now speeding to safety up the river. The Q speed up should get him out of there. Babista was still working on turrets. And Verdant, you just cannot flap these guys. They're always ready with an answer.
Yeah, Verdant just deciding not to bring this GP down, instead going for those tower platings really opens up the opportunity for them to take this with a more aggressive state. And yeah, they've just overstepped a little bit in this jungle, and as soon as you see members under like 400 HP, as Ronaldo, you're going, yes, this is a massive shutdown. Even if I die, this is worth the shutdown. The instantly, like, the perfect double Q to get that proc off as well. I'll see Mephisto, really nice vision there to be able to get that outwards route. But yeah, as Bulldog, that's a lot of money on Ronaldo. Let's see what he can do with it. I think that was 1.5k, so he should be able to get something quite nice for himself.
Yeah, absolutely right. Accelerates back into that game. Still about half an item behind Sane on the rise, who has hit that 2-item spike. We're just waiting on the usual actualizer to come soon after that will really start to get this rise rolling. And there's big shutdowns still to pick up on Babista and Mafro. It was the day they almost caught Mafro in that fight, but not to be, as Babista once again under threat. 3 Bulldog members arriving, but none were able to get the hands on him.
And that gives up bot tower. You know, they have grubs as well, so this tower should go pretty fast. And I mean, there's no one here to contest, so they might be able to look for an extra push. Obviously, if Babista can continue this, and look at the damage.
Okay, we've got Gugu coming in. Is it enough to keep him alive? The shields are big, stuns are there, a bit of blocked auto attacks, they'll trade. Nook will get that shutdown there, and Gugu gets a trade back kill onto Joki as well. 2 for 1 right now as Ronaldo coming around the corner. Stun for Kasig. The abscond abduct does not quite connect, and Gugu should be safe and sound to run out of there. But they did get that shutdown off Babista as well. Gizmo, it's more gold for Nook, and here's the answer for Verdant in mid lane.
Yeah, the Herald play is gonna push. That should just instantly one-shot that tower, maybe even open up a little bit of the inhib tower. And Ryze is pushing on bot side, so Verdant really good with these cross-map plays. They are just consistently going, you know what? We'll match on both sides as we see. Yeah,
aggressive raw paranoia into mid lane. They're going to flash away from Nikias, but Mafro will hold on to a shutdown of his own. He's going to get away alive. We saw the Heralds crashing into bot side as well. So, yeah, you're absolutely right, Giz, but these cross maps from Verdant are the best I have seen in a long, long time. They've always got at least 1, sometimes 2 cross maps on the go, while Bulldog are really trying to put the screws to Babista. They've only gotten their first kill on him now, and they lost a turret and a half for it.
Yeah, but they did give over a big shutdown to Nook, right? And we've said time and time again, Nook and Ronaldo, these are the strong members. They've both picked up big shutdowns. Yes, they're still a little bit behind, but they're a lot closer to be able to get these skill checks and be able to make these team fights. So when it does get to that point where they are able to force even members, they will have a better chance now. They will have that opportunity. Does the rest of their map look the same? No, but, you know, you've got that gold, at least.
Absolutely, right? It's certainly a step forward. That's how you start. You got to start with the first level. As Nook's going to step away from Gugu and Mafro, getting aggressive on this bot side, putting some vision down for their ever-beleaguered top side, but Babista, 2 items deep himself, looks like it is going to be a maximum crit build. We have an Essence Reaver, we have the Shield Bow, and we're going towards what looks like likely an Infinity Edge third with these items, so I think we are going to have maximum damage Gangplank, and when you are AD carryless, seems like a good choice.
Yeah, you get really worried about the GP barrels in these fights. Just one of those can really just one-shot a Zeri, one-shot a Zig, so you've really got to have that vision set up. Just don't be G2. Just don't do it.
Yeah, a bit of bin cosplay coming in from Babista. Perhaps we'll have to watch out for those dragon brushes, and he's able to get away safely. A lot of members of Bulldog coalescing around this bot river right now. There's a dragon in 20. I
am interested to see the fact that Verdant haven't opted in to just having that vision set up, having that area control for Drake, but
isolated Ziggs, they're going to find this kill. Babista's there with the ultimate as Gugu finds a stun or a taunt to keep this going. Joki tries to flash away, but Mafro's chasing. As Nook, can he get the DPS down? Kasing with the last-ditch crash down. Ronaldo and Nook. Who else could be left alive for Bulldog? But this task seems a little Herculean, and there's no way they could get it done. An ace for Verdant, an ace for 1 in the end. Dragon can be theirs and more as well.
Yeah, it's okay holding the space for the Drake, but midwave, you can't have your ADC walking up to that without any supervision against this comp. So much ability to press that go button, instantly punishing the out position Ziggs and then forcing the fight with the less members and the bigger wallet. Yes, Ronaldo's able to pick up a couple, but completely and utter control from Verdant. You know, they've just gone, we'll fight you now. We decided actually this Drake is ours. We've waited 15 seconds before Drake and we've just gone, no, we can just walk in here. That's fine. That's ours.
Yeah. Sane is going to be assaulted by Joki right here. Flashes over the wall, doesn't have a Realm Warp to get out of there. Has to sidestep this Comet Spear, isn't going to do it. Joki's going to nail it with that one, so a nice pickup by the Bulldog jungler to get some gold back and keep some of this pressure. Maybe get his own camps for once would be nice. And we do have Verdant picking up that Mountain Drake in the interim. There is a Baron still live and ready to go. We're 21 minutes in. Verdant with a massive gold lead to play with. We've seen how willing they are to pull the trigger. If any of the Bulldog members step out of line again, we know what's going to happen to them.
And look at Bobista here. He's just able to chase him down, and this is going to be crazy amount of damage just coming out from the GP.
Oh, he really wins this. Oh my word. To use the flash is traded. Mafro actually has another play to be found. Another cross map for Verdant, but it's their play on both sides. And Nikias isolated again, taken down by Nocturne.
So I might be seeing why the Nocturne's been banned every time against this team.
Yeah.
They are playing this aggression just so excellently. Cross maps, instant punish on vision. They've now got deep vision for Drake, for Baron, able to go for it. And you know, some people are saying that Baron is the new Atakan. You know, massive throws there, but now it just looks free for them.
Sane in a 1v2 right now. Kasing crashing in with a Magnet Storm, but Nook almost going down, and it's just a straight. Well, let's call it a 1.5 v2 as the Shen ultimate certainly did a bit of work right there. Gugu finishes off his opposite number in Kasing. And the Baron, this is probably not throwable. I think even if this was Atakan, I think Verdant would probably be able to get this without losing it.
I mean, there is a Zigzar in the game, but Ziggs is going bot, so yeah, you can never say never with a Zigzar. You know, that thing does like 2.5k, but I think this game, I think they're probably safe. But yeah, Sane in that fight doesn't even have to like put his E or anything onto Nook. Just the ricochets alone, he just completely just focus the roll on the ricochets, just one shot in Nook. Just shows the amount of gold they've got. You know, 3 Iron Rise, just able to consistently take these fights.
You see Mishi TPing into the mid lane right now. I swear I've not seen Mishi once. You know, I think there was some 1v1ing in the bot side that led to not much, and it's just been all about Mafro, Babista, and Sane and Gugu. And Mishi is just happily moisturized in his lane, farming up, mage meta, Medjai stacking up for some reason, who cares? He is doing so comfortably right now, but Mafro has been so massive this game. 7-1 and 9, you're absolutely right, Gizmo. This is why the Nocturne is permed against Verdant, and I dare say it will go back to being permed after this series.
Yeah, and Mafro, like his early game presence to be able to take those invades on bot side, really set up for the Victor Mishi just to have complete and utter free lane. You know, it just became tank top side. Like, let's just chill and just sort of push waves back and forth and not fight, because there was no chance of Joki being bot side because there's no camps for him there. So just complete and utter knowledge of, you know, I don't need to be top because my Shen's top. I can just perma invade, give my APC a full roam of lane to consistently push, unpunished, and then beat them in mid-game and go, you can go get a Medjai's now, and that you can interact with people.
Yeah, now you're allowed to play the game. You can have some fun for here now that we've sorted the game out for you. Baron and Powered Wave rolling in topside, escorted by Sane and Mafro. Gugu and Mishi strolling over through what was allegedly Bulldog's side of the map, but really the entire thing feels like Verdant's playground right now. Mid lane under threat, top lane under threat, Babista uncontestable in whatever lane he chooses to sit in. The Barons are 50% Ziggs already. This one is looking like a tough ask for Bulldog to scrap their way out of this situation.
Yeah, and who'd you press the go button on? Because the team of Verdant can just instantly collapse. Yes, Nuku's getting some gold in the side lane, but you're gonna be hitting in like Nexus towers by the time you're back. Are they gonna reset?
Even Gugu seems like he could probably turn around and sock you one pretty hard if you try and make the play onto him. The Shen support 2, 4, and 19 in this one. Off that first, was not first pick Shen, but second pick, I think. First rotation Shen pick blind. We're seeing why that's been done, the theory behind it. 30 seconds on the next Mountain Drake. Obviously only one in the pocket of Verdant. Not really a priority for them. They still have a little bit of Baron buff to use out. But they've got 2 inhibs down. They really can do whatever they like here. And Bulldog trying to get some purchase on mid lane, but they're going for Nikias again. Nook's trying to get out of dodge with the ultimate running. And Verdant, they found a taunt onto the front line. Joki's the first to go down. Mishi is leading the charge into backline. Flash over the wall from Babista. Takes down Nuke and a barrel to take the legs off of Nikias. It is just a massacre in mid lane. Verdant completely running rampant over Bulldog to put a stamp and a bow and a cherry on top on this first win.
You just can't walk up to wave like that against this comp. We've talked about it, that they instantly can pull the trigger and punish you if you're there alone. 3 members is not enough to deter this Nocturne going in. He's like, you know what? I can send it here. I can go in. I've got GPR after this as well. And just instantly one-shot them and continue that fight. Just a matter of time in this game, but they really did punish and pull the triggers at the correct points.
I love that, Babista flexing the FPX Gangplank, the Gimgoon signature, and that the gaming from Gangplank right there in the recoil animation, accurately describing that situation. Verdant, we talked about Champions Aura from them in the pre-show. That game was oozing Champions Aura. They had a full understanding of how to use this wacky-ass meta to its absolute fullest, and they knew how to play with their comp. Their synergy was massive. They looked great playing together. Oh, it's just a no-notes game, bro. It's a no-notes game from Verdant.
Honestly, yeah. And I think as Bulldog, you have to bounce back from this. You have to just write it off and just go, you know what?
Forget that one.
How about we just blame it on the level 1? You know, let's not critique the rest of it. Just say, level 1. Level 1 cheese. We just move on. Just put it in the pocket and just go, well, it happens. We'll ignore the rest of what happened, you know. But yeah, Shen pick, absolutely monstrous. Completely in the right place at the right times. But yeah, Bulldog, you have to have a response to this.
Yeah, let's see if they have one. We'll go to a quick break for now. We'll be back afterwards with Ashin to talk about game number 2, see if Verdant can lock down Qualies in a quick 2-0, or if Bulldog can fight back.
Hello, everyone. We are back after a pretty explosive game one from both sides there. And I mean, what more can I say? Verdant just came in and just started swinging from level 1. Trajan, Gizmo, can you give a little input on that now? Because I think that level 1, was that pre-planned beforehand? Do you think that was just...
Yeah, it has to be, right? Like, because as Gizmo had flagged it up, like, they had such a great answer, and Pantheon was checking the other jungle entrants, like, let's see what the level 1's gonna be, we'll see if someone's being lazy in that top brush, and Verdant are there, like, all 5, fists out, like, no, we are going to kill you, and flashing after them as well, so I respect the prep, we have to big up the Verdant coaching staff again. They absolutely crushed it for game 1, they knew exactly what was gonna happen.
Yeah, and it's interesting, because, like, you wouldn't expect... Like, Verdant, we've not really seen on stream before. So for Bulldog to try and make that play and Verdant already have that prepped, like, was Bulldog is that something that Bulldog had done previously? I've not really seen that, so it must be something from scrims. I know that they had some scrims today, and I saw some shenanigans going on in that. I can't remember that being a set play, so obviously someone's been on them, checking their scrims, and seems to have turned up massively for Verdant.
Mm-hmm. I think that's definitely worth taking forward. And one of the things I think that Bulldog did try, which was interesting, was with Nook as well. They did throw him on the Zeri top lane, which I think was pretty interesting from them, but not sure how it worked out over the end there. If you want to talk about that there, Trajan, it was a bit of an interesting play.
Oh, it went so bad, bro. Oh, it went tragically bad, I'll be honest. Like, this was a little bit more like the Lock top game than the Akali top game or the other ones for him. I think they're clearly trying to make the best use of these solo lanes, right? We have set up Ronaldo and Nook as the centerpieces for this Bulldog comp, and I still think that's true, but I think they got a little bit too clever, and the preparation for Verdant really paid off, and it just left Nook without any real agency to play. So far behind in this game, doesn't have any engage potential really, can't side lane into Babista because he's too behind. Like, it just took all of the sting out of this player, who can be game warping if he's ahead. But if you bet on a strategy like this and it goes wrong, you get punished so hard for it.
I think that's a good way of putting it. And Gizmo, do you think anything to do with, could Bulldog take any change going forward for the second game into this? Do you think there's anything to relook at, maybe draft, or maybe is there anything that needs to go forward for this game if they want to try and take it to a game 3?
I mean, on the bright side, normally mages drop off quite heavily here. So we might not see as many mages in the bot side. Obviously, Hui is still up, which I can sort of see getting picked up quite early. I will say I'd like to see them try and punish on that bot side. If you are leaving the mages alone, maybe try and draw something back in there, because after that early game, you've sort of... I mean, the first dive goes wrong, you've sort of already lost a little bit in top, and then you keep investing resources into that, and you keep dueling around that lane, and it's just going worse and worse. And they didn't really ever change strategies or adapt. I feel like you need to have that adaptation on the fly in those situations. Try and have a little bit of second game plans, not just focus and turbo, like fixate on one way of playing.
I think that's a really good way of putting it, but I think as well, coming forward into this, I think Gugu, speaking of bot lane, you just mentioned it, he played really well early game on that Shen, and I think a lot of his movements around early game really kind of, he was everywhere at once really at some point in early game. Level 1 to 6, definitely I could see he was kind of making a lot of plays. That level 3 play topside when Kassin kind of went for the dive was really well done as well. I think, do you think kind of bot lane maybe could change a little up into the second game as well, Trajan, or do you think it could be any kind of...
Well, that's the good thing about Gugu, is he's always been a guy who's willing to drop a Pyke game if there's a window for it, and he started as this kind of slightly off-the-wall kind of influence, and I think was quite underrated by most people, including myself, back at the start of the year, but especially through spring when I joined the broadcast, and then he was pulling some just really high quality enchanter play, some wonderful Seraphine games, still dropping Pyke masterclasses when the time was right for it, and now he's coming to here and had this such a clear understanding of what his role is in this game and how to make the best use of his champ and the meta. This Gugu guy is, I swear, like the biggest exciting piece of Verdant for me right now. I knew Babista was good. I knew Mishu was good. I knew Mafro was good. I didn't necessarily know Sane was good, and we can talk about that afterwards potentially as well. He had a great game 1 too. But Gugu has been, through this year, there's just nobody that can underrate this guy at this point. We have to be talking about this guy as one of, if not the best supports in the league. He really can do it all. He slots into this Verdant comp so well.
Yeah,
it's playing really well so far, right? But sorry, go on.
It's a support meta, right? Like this is the meta to go. Look, supports can have massive champ pools or can have very small champ pools, and this is the one where like you get to show off as much diversity as possible. You have many different styles, you have many different counters into so many interesting picks, and this is the chance to show it off. And good, it seems like he was like right on the meta, going, you know what? I don't care that Shen's the answer to Camille. I know it's good here. I'm just going to play it anyway because we'll pick it with the rest of our comp. And that sort of instant decision making is brilliant.
And you mentioned Sane earlier on, I was just about to bring up as well. I think that was a really good performance on the Rise game. I think he played really well through and through. And any kind of thoughts on that going forward?
This guy's very legit. I can no longer, I didn't necessarily, maybe I still think Fury's the guy I would pick. I've only seen one game of Sane in front of me, right? But that was a damn good game. It was a really good Rise game. He absolutely knew his role. He was rotating to get stuck into the silliness when his team needed to do it. He was handling Ronaldo with no issue. Like, this is what this comp needs. When you have so much driving from Mafro and from Gugu, and you have these draft elements you can use now from bot lane meta and from Babista going for these gangplank angles, having just a really rock-solid, reliable mid laner who does what you need to do, who can do a job in every game, that's really what this Verdant comp needs, I think, and that's what Sane is giving them. That was absolutely, again, I kind of said at the end of the last game, no-notes game from Verdant, and definitely a no-notes game from Sane. He did everything he needed to do.
It's a good way to put that. I think we're going to get certainly into the draft for this next game, but going into it, I think Bulldog maybe need to look back and maybe change one or two things, but going into it, Verdant just looks so strong going forward, and I think it's going to be really tough for Bulldog going into this.
Yeah, I mean, I think you might need to change your banning strategy. Obviously, Camille is still up. It's not going to be taken away from Fearless or anything, so maybe you're going to try and leave that up. Obviously, you're on blue side. I think Bulldog are on blue side this time, so maybe there's a chance where they can maybe get that high progressive pick. You sort of need to look at what you can do well and what you can't. They were heavy skirmishing in the early game. Maybe you have to completely adapt into that and just go, you know what? Let's send it on full skirmish.
Yes, we have Lock as a potential B1 angle for Bulldog as well if they want to try and give that to somebody. I don't know if we've actually seen Ronaldo take it so far. I think we've only actually seen Nook take it in that first prod game, which obviously didn't go super well, but the champion's obviously still very playable, even nerfed as it is. So, some similar bans coming through. The Poppy and Zyra bans actually split between the two teams, interestingly, not both coming from one side. We have Orianna that has retained it. We're looking for things like Lock, like Camille, to see if those power picks are going to come through. Gizmo and the Camille, at least, has been stripped away.
Yeah, just absolute monster in support. I don't think there's really many answers into it, so just getting that out of the way, especially when you're B1, for Bulldogs, you would just take that instantly and then sort of build the comp around it. Obviously, you've lost some of the pairings with it, but as Bulldog here, you might want to just pick an early aggressive jungle. You sort of didn't do it in the last series. I feel like you probably have the opportunity to do it now. You've got your Xin Zhao's, your Wukongs, you have that opportunity.
Yes, I'm expecting to see focus on Zin's, Jarvan's potentially for Mafro. I think his Jarvan is absolutely legendary right now, especially as we no longer have the Nocturne, as good as it was. A Cassio first pick, so it was banned I think in second rotation last time, not one we've seen as much prio on, but obviously still, that's actually still a very solid top flex as well, as much as Lock is kind of a big meme. Cassio has been a top flex for longer than this meta has been around, plus obviously still being mid and bot.
I was going to say, someone like, the bot lane meta has just skewed it to well, we can look at the top. No, just bring it back to bot lane.
Let's put it in the bag.
Three-way flex, but Cassiopeia has been S tier for a while, really good into dive as well, so really good answer, and obviously instant flexibility. Obviously, Lock is still open, so you're able to then pick up a Lock in a later rotation, but I sort of expect Verdant to maybe try and take that away, and sort of just put that maybe in the mid side. I've seen it in ADC as well a couple of times, but instead, just going for the trade.
We are going to drop the Anivia. Obviously, the Anivia wall into a dashless champion like Cassio is pretty comfortable if you're trying to keep them locked down out of a play. An early Nautilus for Gugu as well. I'm wondering if that opens up a Kai'Sa angle for Mishi. That is freshly buffed on this patch, and Kai'Sa was already starting to come into rotation as an answer to things like Ezreal, to kind of full engage on these immobile mages like Ziggs, like Syndra, like Hui, to just full send on them. We'll see if that's the way they want to go. Kasing takes the Leona in answer and support.
Yeah, pretty standard supports this time around. I still expect to see some shenanigans, the roaming and everything else, but I am sort of worried about Ronaldo here because, we did see him sort of struggle last time playing into the Anivia against Akranos on Broad, and I'm worried that if he's the one taking the Cassiopeia this time as the handshake trade, I'm sort of worried because they really like to skirmish on that mid side, and Anivia can have massive impact in those little skirmishes, especially when you land the correct Q and Ws. Like if you get the walls in the right place or stuns, you can really impact those fights. So they have to be very particular on the trades that they're going to take here.
Yeah, absolutely. Joki going back to the Vi, we've seen this from him before, still a very standard pick. Obviously, their pick potential is developing quite nicely with the Leona and Vi combination. However, Mafro with the Neferi, the ultimate get-out-jail-free champion. I'm not quite sure what the Verdant comp is yet at this point. We've got some disparate elements. We've got an Assassin jungler, we've got a Control Mage mid, we've got an Engager bot lane, so these last two picks are going to have to put some definition on it for me. And then for Bulldog, we need to see where the damage is coming from besides this Cassio, where the DPS lines are going to form as we get into the second round of bans. So Vayne taken away from Nook, I presume, as well, once again, and we'll see if the lock gets banned away or if there is an angle for it to come through second time round.
Yeah, and obviously Bulldog do maintain this flex as well, so they could try and pick like an AD pick in the mid side as well, pair it with that. They could actually pick up a Talia here, like looking at the initial picks, that could be quite a nice like slot into the mid side. Just sort of give yourself a bit of protection from the engage. Is alright into Anivia as well. So that is on the table, but yeah, I would like to see, like, have to pick up a heavy AD pick if they're going to do that on Bulldogs, because otherwise your pool is dilated to a very heavy. So
yes,
a lot of words.
Yeah. A lot of top lane focus coming through here, because Varus again now is just primarily a top laner. That we have seen a little bit of bot lane Varus, who seems to have entirely disappeared from mid for the time being, but we'll see. Taking away the bans, the Renekton, something that you'd flagged about a potential pick for Nook if they want to give him a standard bruiser, and we have seen a lot more Renekton as of late. That's been taken away with the Vayne as well, so potentially covering Babista for a bit more of a standard top side and protecting against some sort of dive threat with a Vi Renekton combo.
I was going to say Hawaii, yeah, because when you have an assassin jungler, you can sort of add in that little bit of AP in the bot side. Also, we do have some other picks that they could do, and I guess if they pick top side here, you do have that counter ability just because you want to sort of protect the Cassiopeia. But this Cassiopeia could still go top into that matchup, so that could be quite scary if they do that. But also, it will shift the pattern draft.
Yeah,
guys, so you mentioned it.
Yeah, I'm assuming that it's a R5 bot lane, but we could just put the Anivia there as well. That seems perfectly serviceable. So I was wondering about the Kai'Sa before. It seems like Nikias is thinking about one of them, is going to take the Kai'Sa, denies that from the Nautilus pairing. And I think Nikias did actually look pretty darn good on the AD carries when he gets the chance to play them. He has been relegated to Ziggs jail for a lot of the time, and we saw him get caught out a little bit. I think could have done with a bit more agency in that game. So the Kai'Sa at least gives him some of that.
Yeah, it also goes really well with the dive, right? You've got Leona, you've got Vi that are diving, you have that ability to reposition and join that fight, get a little bit deeper. It does open up that's in the really instant lock, so it does open up a sort of go forward comp, which then sort of means that you can just play for flanks, different angles, which does favour Bulldog's sort of skirmish style, but they have to set up for this early game. They have to protect the lanes that allow them to get into that stage. Yes,
we saw what happened last time. We need to get Nook off the ground rolling, as a Swain comes through for presumably Babista here. Now we have started to... actually no, sorry, for Sane here? I guess we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what it is.
Completely up to them. I guess this is sort of the switch of let's see who it's sort of like chicken, right? I don't think Kai'Sa's going mid, but there is that little bit of chicken of going, well, they could swap last minute, and I think we've seen that in like some regions like LPL and stuff like that, where people are trying to predict the switch and get caught out switching the incorrect. Because now with the Royal Quest, it becomes a lot harder to match afterwards. So it does look like the Swain's going to just go in.
Right. So, now this is actually, again, one of the more, in the same way that we've seen things like Cassio top before this meta, we had seen sort of lingerings of Swain bot lane a couple of times before. You'd pair it with Senna or sort of these kind of things, and we have now seen it paired with Nautilus. Now, that's a pretty nice sort of engage burst combination. They've got very easy like target combos to just throw out a Swain root or a Nautilus hook and get a really easy chunky trade on whoever they catch, so I like that as a combination. And then Swain getting into the later stage of this game, Cassio seems kind of tough for it. Kai'Sa probably has to be standing in ult range to hit him, so I like that. And Aurelia's diving into you, so sure, but I don't know, Cassio and Leona, maybe. Seems like there might be some difficult things for him to navigate later.
The only positive is that Swain does not normally opt into that Zhonya's bit, so it does sort of mean that they're not going to be that go forwards button. Like I can imagine both Anivia and Swain sort of going that Zhonya's third. So you do sort of have that protection there, but you've got to get to that stage again. Obviously, but have been hyper aggressive, have been snowballing quite aggressively in previous series. So I can sort of just see them try and get that early goal and then invest into it a little bit earlier. But it does give them a little bit of tankiness in this fight. It's like if you look at some of their members, the least tanky member is that Neferi. Like, and even then, Neferi just goes, hey, don't target me.
Yeah.
So it has that like invisible HP bar. So they are an extremely tanky team. Yes, Bulldog does have some tools to deal with that, but if it's pick based, I think Verdant can just instantly one shot a member and then continue the fight.
Okay, so for Bulldog, we've bigged up Ronaldo and Nook. This is the first time Nook's played the same champion twice now. We have the Aurelia second game in, and the Aurelia was one of the better games for him. I think there was some struggles early on in lane due to jungle pressure, but ultimately did start to really get rolling. He and Ronaldo were tearing through team fights later on. So, for me, as we get onto the Rift here for game number 2, Verdant leading 1-0. Bulldog, they need to keep Nook safe. They need to get this guy rolling and see if we can get a little bit more action out of this top side. And let's see how the preparation to level 1 goes. Level 1 was a bit of a nightmare for Bulldog. This time, they are copying the homework, Gizmo. They're going all 5 up.
This time they're bringing all 5 members, and they're not going to find anyone. So, I mean, Verdant have put that in the first game. Second game, they're just invading bot side, getting that vision down. So it's a win-win for them.
That's a bit of an aura loss from Bulldog, I'll be honest. They've tried to copy the same strategy, found nothing off it. Got on a top ward that doesn't really give them much to now, and they have to give up some bot side vision for it. So Verdant, again, understanding the adaptation here, but at the very least Bulldog, nobody's died, nobody's lost a summoner, certainly an improvement.
It is, and both junglers have started their camp for a minute, which is massive, because I think it took 2 minutes in the last game, so really good start for them here compared to previous. I am happy with the ward actually in top side, because it does give Nook a bit of bush control here. It does allow him to sort of play around that. When he wants to be trading more aggressively, that's great. We've not really seen any jungle tracking come out, except from Verdant being able to spot Vi now on these chickens. So they will be able to punish it, and I want to see what Mofo does here, because he was the one that just pushed the trigger and just went, you know what, I'll split map, I'll play aggressive, I'll pull the trigger whenever I want. Where is he going to go after this? Is he going to go to the top side, try and split the map so that Vista can get a really aggressive top side again? Or is he going to just peel down to bot side? Because it's looking like he's setting up for a top gank.
Yeah, potentially looking to punish Nook, who does tend to go very aggressive in the lane, playing things like Akali's and Aurelia's, and has been punished on over-aggression multiple times so far on this split. Whereas Babista is a bit more of your classic weak side top laner, happy to absorb pressure, and, you know, probably has never had anyone in his lane as much as last game when Gugu was hanging out there for the entire time, at least on a stage game. So it seems like we have had Mafro return back to that top side. No over push from Nook with the exhaust for the Aurelia as well. So really trying to empower that 1v1 and give him some extra team fight strength.
But he did pick up a longsword on the Neferi, which does suggest that he wants to fight this early crab, get that aggression down, try and stop the snowball. Actually, a trick which a lot of people do on like Lee Sin and stuff like that, picking that early reset, getting that early aggressive tool just to outstats people in the early stage. So a really nice call on that. Obviously, knowing his bot lane has pushed there, so was able to sort of secure his bot side. Now they're able to push in. He might be able to look for a play on the bot side if they're careful.
Gugu was thinking about it. He was thinking, I go on this. Nope, the wave's too big.
If that was UKL, that hook is getting thrown every time.
Oh,
I'm not even worried.
He's already thrown it. He doesn't wait for the Swainy. He's already thrown it, bro. There's no hesitation in the UKL. Absolutely. Yeah, he doesn't have it because he's already thrown it and missed. That's what the formation setup would be. We do see this wave come through. Nook's managed to find a way. Passive stacked up onto Babista. Lands the stun as well. And going to start to shred through Ambessa just a little bit. As we see jungler on top side. Control for Joki there. Mafro looking for an angle onto Ronaldo. Though the Cassio has already backed away nice and comfortably. So both solo lanes with junglers in the vicinity, but they've both got the information, and they're not going to get caught out, I think.
Yeah, and they're going to have to call Gugu up to top side just because of this lane state. Look, he's unable to touch this wave. He's going to have to lose
yeah, that's a nightmare.
So much XP.
Ooh, no stun.
They're able to time it.
Joki has had his recall cancelled. Would you let him go, right?
I would let him go and look like, you know, you see.
Oh! I'm saying.
I mean,
maybe a passive, coming in clutch.
Yeah, egg for no mana on Ronaldo though, so that could look for a play on that. Won't be able to get push on it, but Robista able to get this wave crash, so able to bail him out. Now the supports are doing their support thing in the current meta, and Ronaldo is overstepping here.
Ooh, good flash from Ronaldo, could see it coming. Doesn't have a ghost, but will slip around the Anivia wall right there. Uses all the mana to do so. And Gugu will not find the angle, and we'll head back down to that bot. So you can see a lot of verdant vision on that bot jungle as well, giving Mishi a bit of safety to go aggressive versus Nikias. So the ghost has been popped, and Mishi does not win a 1v1 against the Kai'Sa. A flash is traded to get to Gugu, a flash in and a hook, but can Mishi get away with this? He is 1 or 2 autos away from death as a Kai'Sa passive steps back into range, and Nikias picks up the first blood. Joki was coming to clear it up as well. Bit of a misstep from Verdant's bot side.
Yeah, great punishing into the melees, but Bista, you step up here against Nook?
He's been exhausted and has a way of crashing in, but Mafra's coming around the corner. Babista can keep Nook on the hook right now. There's no mana really to speak of for Aurelia. A flash in. He knows he has to try and force it, gets the Q, but Babista slips away on a sliver as Mafra was ready to counter.
That was 1 HP and those minions were so close to getting him, but that's the difference with this D-Helm start now. Just able to give you that extra bit of tankiness in those trades, and fair play to Nook, he has to go forward there. If he waits any longer, he's just giving himself over for nothing. Is she?
Ooh, hook onto this flashless Nikias, a route from the Nautilus auto as well, but bit of interference run by Kasing. Will he have to give his life for the sins of the AD carry, though? Has a flash to use if needed. Stun onto Gugu. Where's the E cooldown for Mishi? There it is. And it will burst another summoner. So Bulldog have to be careful. Saying no passive. Instant flash away from the petrifying gaze. And these mid laners really do have eyes in the back of their heads right now. As soon as they see an engage coming, they are instantly getting away. But he stepped back up to try and go for a 1v2 play. As Ronaldo is low but not down. And Sane will step away. Actually baited the Joki Vi flash in that engage as well.
Yeah, very good to know that they can still step up there. Now, Gugu coming over, able to maybe push them off, give Sane a freeze if he wants it, or just able to crash it so he can get that reset. But yeah, I mean, both teams are applying the pressure massively here. I mean, Bulldogs were worried in the first game that things weren't going their way when they were consistently looking for these trades. This game, they drafted a bit more resource to be able to make those plays happen. And I think, part of it, Nikias stepping forward time and time again into this matchup, knowing that Swain doesn't have a lot of DPS in this early stage. As soon as he misses that E, he is vulnerable. Go forward, kill him, and it's working for them.
It absolutely is. It's certainly less bloody than last game, but it seems like there's a lot of plays being attempted, but they're not getting the kills over the line. They're not just fighting to the death the same way they did in game 1, as Babista again under threat, but a lovely Hex Flash hook from Gugu. Pulls Kasing in. There's no tower being tanked right now, and the health still favors Bulldog.
Nothing says the current meta than both top laners hex flashing into the top lane. I feel like that's just what we have to deal with now. But Kasing is staying up there now, trying to look for something. This was a great strat that worked for Gugu in the last game. So Nook now being the aggressor does have the option, but is Obessa just playing with him, knowing he's a
ult committed? No flash. Obessa uses the ultimate, doesn't actually connect it, so doesn't get any delay. And Gugu's just come around the corner. Not quite on pace right here, and the minions are threatening down. They've got the hook, they have the tower.
Outplay.
1 kill traded back at least, but the double for Aurelia's got to feel good for Bulldog.
Yeah, and I can't help but think that if Gugu healed, he might have been able to actually get a double to kill there. I know, granted, it doesn't really matter giving that goal over to the support, but at the same time, really good punish there from Bulldogs, knowing that he's gone around and taken the long route round. Really opened them up to be able to push forward and get that dive, because that little ward was able to spot him slowly going around. They knew they had time to play with, knew they had time to punish, and there's a massive gold league now open up in this top side. This is why they applied so much pressure in the first game against Nook, because he can run away with the game.
Now, eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed that Joki died at some point elsewhere. I'm trying to work out where. We do have a kill for Sane, and I'm wondering if there might have been an ill-timed dive in the mid lane. So maybe we'll get a shot of that at some stage, but it seems like the first ultimate for Joki did not go quite as planned, and now is working on these top grubs as consolation. Gugu's keeping an eye on it. Mafro nowhere near, so this should be all 3 picked up for Bulldog without issue.
Yeah, good bounce back here. Bulldog's able to get these. They have the ability to play side lane in this game compared to the last game, so they will be able to just split the map a bit more. Get those platings. I want to see them actively use these void grabs, consistently trading for tower platings like we saw in the last game. I think might be stepping a little bit far here. They are 4 members.
Got the man advantage though. No global comp for Verdant this time, and they have to get out of dodge. But Babista still happily holding a freeze in topside. Try to get what CS he can. He's 30 CS down to Nook right now, plus the extra kill in Aurelia's pocket. That is going to become a big risk, and they're going to need to get Mishi and Sane up to par, I think, so they can contest and threaten this Aurelia on the dive.
Yeah, it's going to be consistent. You don't want to chuck all your top lanes up there. Nice interrupt there.
Lovely interrupt with the hook on Gugu, and here's the answer. Triple Petrifying Gaze cannot save this Leona. Gugu is going down though, flashing for Ronaldo. Will that be traded? Dodges out 1Q, the Anivia wall comes down, a stun lands, and a final E for Mishi secures it, and he's still got the ult tracking. Nikias flashes in, or flashes back in I should say, does pick up one back as Mafro has managed to resolve the situation top line. There's always more than one fight going on, Gizmo.
When will you learn? Verdant play on multiple lanes. They will trade consistently. And I mean, that fight back and forth, they're able to punish the overstep from Ronaldo trying to get Gugu. But yeah, 2 for 2 in the end. Not bad for Nikias, but you need to know where you're going from this now. What are you going to do with this advantage on the ADCs? Because the later this goes, the tankier the members of Verdant get, the more they can prolong these fights. And Nikias was getting quite low in those trades.
Yeah, they were pretty dicey, but again, you know, used both his summoners, used the ultimate, used those tools that he has, but on an AD carry, he does look so much more comfortable, and he's willing to take those aggressive plays, to go in 1v2. He knows he can get the kill and get out. And maybe Bulldog just needs to stop giving this guy zigs, you know what I mean? Just give this guy AD carries. Looks way more comfortable on them. Seems to be having a bit more success as well, as we see some contesting over bot side jungle vision right now. Sane and Gugu tossing out skill shots to get a little bit of a trade as Mafro's hopped over the Dragon Wall pit to look for either for bot lane or to try and collapse onto Bulldog. Gugu's trying to bait them in, has gotten the fight started. 2-man depth charge, double stun from Anivia. And as Mafro comes round the corner, it's a kill for Sane. Kasing trying to flash away. Do we have a hook from Gugu? A flash auto instead. The dagger's coming out from the dog Mafro. And an ultimate committed on the dive. Hook onto Ronaldo. Reposition from Mafro. And it's just beautiful from Verdant. They pick up 3 kills in the exchange.
Completely out to punish from Verdant again. They know that they can play around this Anivia ulti and just consistently see people in place and punish them. And then Bulldog, instead of just letting one member die, they commit 3 to the cause and keep trying to prolong the fight, trying to get something out of it, but just giving over kills in the end. And it's sort of like you got to pick a time where you have to just give over the kills here. You see,
does he have enough juice in the tank? He does to get that first kill. And now Joki, have you got enough to get this over the line? The heals are going to come through. Every skill that Swain lands heals him, and it's a double for Mishi in the 1v2, and now Sane. It's Bulldog with the counterplay to leverage, but Anivia passive is ready. Mafro's arrived around the corner. Do they have enough time to get Sane out of the resurrection? Just about comes alive for a stun, but it's still a shutdown for Ronaldo. Flashing from Mafro. Lovely CC chain from Kasing. Sets up another shutdown for Cassiopeia. Gugu not there in time, and Bulldog striking back in mid.
A really amazing timing then from Kasing to land that ulti as he comes out of the untargetable. Really great job there. And they really stepped up and punished Sin. I was worried that actually, with the timer of the Anivia, they might not have been able to get it, but full commit. You got to say, Bulldogs, when they're going for a play, they fully commit. They go, you know what? Full chips in, we'll see how it goes. And so far, you know, this one wins for them. The other one's not so much, but with this dedication, you know, you have to be like worried behind how many members are behind every single play, because they're throwing a lot of members everywhere.
They really are. It's kept them within 300 gold of Verdant right now. A very different story to game number 1. And Bulldog, it does feel like they're still slightly on the back foot. They're a dragon down. They have the grubs, it must be said. They're building up these threats. Nikias, Ronaldo, and Nook all have massive team fight potential. And Verdant are in control somewhat. They're going to likely pick up this second dragon as well, but they have, again, the comp without an AD carry, without that maximum late game scaling. Things like Swain don't necessarily go into the hyper late game as massively as some other options, I feel, and they're going to have to try and wrench control back out of Bulldog's hands. Otherwise, if we go into that super late scrappy phase, that's where Bulldog have proven they can actually step toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I am worried though about this Drake stacking from Verdant, because it does give them the opportunity. Like, I wouldn't want Bulldog to face check into this team. I wouldn't want them to go into this team when they don't have control, but
they want it.
Trying to get punished.
It's by Nook. Depth charge is there. Exhaust goes down onto Mabista using the reposition. Has used the ultimate already as well. It's getting a little dicey. Doesn't quite get stunned. Another route from Gugu. Nook is really making this hard. And dashes in to kill Mabista. Now Gugu left holding the anchor in his hand. Nothing left to offer. Another hook, another E, but it's just slow, and the inevitable double for Nook. The 2v1 outplay. And the Aurelia is absolutely rolling here.
Yeah, with that ulti on Ambassador is just not enough CC to be able to stop him being able to run around. When Aurelia starts dashing, you start worrying. See, maybe potential dive here.
Gonna want to commit the house on a dive in a Nefiri, who hasn't used W yet. Good call by them, and they will get decent damage down for Ronaldo. These Twin Fangs are really starting to sting on the squishy Mafro. Mishi trading in mid lane still, but knows he can't necessarily send it into the Kai'Sa like he could before. And this game is getting very close. Sane avoids the stun, still getting chipped away by Cassiopeia. Joki looking for an angle. There's a flash, that's an ultimate. Nuke, in fact, has TP'd in, and there's the double petrifying gaze. Lovely setup from Bulldog, double secured for Aurelia again, and the momentum is just rolling and rolling for them right now.
Yeah, Nook really upping the tempo and really showing to find some cracks in Verdant, able to consistently challenge them at different points. You know, we said they're throwing multiple members at stuff consistently, and it's bug has been reported, but they're throwing more consistent members at challenges to overcome the issues they had previously. And this time, there's not a Shen ulti, there's not an Octane ulti to return. They don't have the members in the area, so a lot snappier. This is a complete. I mean, it's the same pattern from last game, just against an easier draft.
Yeah, exactly. Verdant always had the answer and then some in game one. This time, not so. They are still able to find plays of their own. They're still able to do a bit of outplaying. We did see the Mishi Swain 1v2 outplay in bot lane earlier as well. But now, Bulldog have their own threats. They've got Ronaldo and Nook. They have Nikia scaling up too. They're able to find these picks and have the outnumbered in their favor. And they clearly have the mechanics and the wherewithal to make these plays work. That dive with the double Petrifying Gaze, setting up Nook to slide in there with the Aurelia. Very, very clean stuff. And this is making me feel like I should have gone for the 2-1 right now. I'll be honest, Gizmo. I'm feeling like this is getting more and more Bulldog favored the more this game goes on.
Yeah, I'm really worried about not coming into this later stage. You know, I feel like he's got that early stage in his hands. He's been snowballing consistently, picking up multiple kills now, able to TP across the side of the map. I am just worried about what happens when they go for those trades. That they keep going, throw multiple members, and it doesn't go their way, because there is a chance that a Nivea Q can just completely stop them in their tracks. Yeah. And there's not going to be full up to, you know, maybe the array goes a little bit too deep, maybe the Vi goes a little bit deep, and you can't get the Kai'Sa ultis in. We have seen people able to slow down their tempo in previous series, so if Bulldogs can keep it up, amazing. I think they can walk away with this, but it's just Verdant trying to reel it back, and Verdant on the side with consistent experience. They've been in these situations before. They are multi like NLC winners. Like, I feel like if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's them, and like, I trust them as it goes later.
Yeah, in a situation like this, it's about understanding what the point of your comp is, what your win condition is, and really hone in on that. Don't get sloppy, don't get overexcited, don't start taking fights you don't have to. Pick the plays you know you can win, and make sure you play to your composition strengths. Verdant have shown that they are very, as you say, very experienced. They have a lot of veterancy on this roster. They do have 2 championships under their belt with largely the same players. So we know that if push comes to shove, if the window is left open, they will be able to force their way through it, and that is really what separates the good teams from the great right now in 2026. It feels like there's so much comeback potential, and there's so many games, and we saw this at MSI, we saw this at Internationals, where it just feels like if you're not able to contest your opponent past a certain point in the game, if you're not able to team fight them at the soul, even if you're 5 to 10k ahead, you will just lose the game. I don't care how fed you are, I don't care how good your early game was, if you take the wrong fight at 30 minutes, you're gonna lose anyway.
Yeah, and you know, in this game, Verdant are the ones who have that double Drake stacked already, you know, and we are getting ready for the next Drake. I think it's probably about a minute away. So they have the potential to come back out and get that vision line set up, and Verdant are the team where they have that consistent CC that it's a lot harder to face check into. And last game, they showed when it comes down to those snappy decisions, they're the ones willing to press the go button when they see the opportunities. So can Bulldog open up an opportunity that they can collapse upon? Is there something that they can punish? Because at the moment they need Nook to be there, they need him to be the one to find the angle. It's a lot easier to track an Aurelia in these fights if it's a Drake, for instance, where he doesn't have the ability to dash around minions, the ability to lifesteal in and out. It's a lot harder for them to find those angles at those fights. They need to get a pick beforehand, and I think Verdant, they have the side of experience, they have the side of CC, wave control, tankiness as well as the game goes on. To be able to prolong those fights, I can see them coming back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. There is certainly a way through, and for Bulldog, they can keep their heads. They definitely have a clear route to a game 3 to try and unseat the champions in Verdant to make it to qualifications as the first team to do so. Now, while we are waiting for this pause to resolve, we do have a bug being investigated from that previous play. So I thought what we could maybe do is check in on some of the other games that are going on today. We have B2U versus Volda Esport going on in the 1-1 section of the Swiss at the same time. We are currently 1-0 to B2U. Now, both of these teams are in... Oh, this is Ruddy versus Dio. We've actually got the next series that we're just going to, it seems, right now. We'll see what's going on if that's where we want to go to. Production, take the wheel, you know? Just show me a video game and we'll cast over it.
Hands off, Wold.
Okay, this is B2U and Volda. Okay, so this is actually the other series going on right now. Okay. So, this is currently 1-0 to B2U. Both of these teams are some of the strongest looking National League representatives that we've seen. Volda from Norway, B2U from Switzerland. And as far as we could tell, Gizmo, as far as we've heard from production, Game 1 was a bit of a clanger. 44-minute back and forth, B2U taking the game win while being down a Dragon Soul. So this looks like a pretty close matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, you can already tell by the drafts that they've gone, you know what, if we're going late, we'll go late as well. You know, I've not seen Senator Tom Kench in a while, but, you know, you've got the option here to go deep, you know, and, you know, if the first game was that length, like any fight is the one that decides the game, and yeah, once you've gone past Soul, you've started getting to those elder points. You are, you know, 5-6 items. You're at that point where anything can decide the game, and in those ones, it's just a matter of inches.
Absolutely. Okay. To check in on how this game is going, it seems like Volda are currently in control of the lead. So they're down 0-1 right now. They need to try and fight back to push it to Game 3 as well. The winner of this series will go into a qualification match. So regardless in the next match, everybody, there will be a National League representative, one of our regional reps promoted up to the NLC for this split, in a playoffs qualifying match next round regardless. So that is going to be very exciting for us to check in on in the next round based on the result of this series. But for now, it seems like Volda, with their Senator bot lane, with their Mordekaiser jungle and their Varus top, are 2k ahead. They're a Dragon up, they're up Grubs as well. They seem like they are fully in control of this one.
Yeah, and I mean if the Tower Kenji gets the kill here now, just shows that they've obviously been practicing this quite a lot, because that takes a lot of restraint to know when you can punish it on TK into melee, into ranged melee.
Okay, I thought he was going to get away with that one. Imagine. Okay. Yes, yeah, a bit of a cheap shot there by Pantheon. Tom Kench not quite getting away alive, but did manage to solo kill Mikkel with a couple of Giants belts. So that's just kind of Tom Kench bot lane for you in a nutshell. There's no dude rotating up to try and relieve the pressure on Guves right now, but they have a pretty normal sort of a bot lane duo right now with the Varus and Sen, a whole lot of range to contend with, a lot of CC between the two as well. We see the Senna roots come out, and the pressure onto B2U's top side has got to be high right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see, like, you know, we've talked about the roaming supports, and you've picked Senna and you've just gone top. You sort of expect, you know, in the current meta, there's a lot of roaming going on. All of a sudden, you've actually just done a lane swap into the top side with support. So it's quite funny that lane swaps have somehow managed to get back into the league somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I choose to believe this is your doing, Gizmo. You've been bring back lane swap signs to NLC events and Four Nations events all of last year. I believe you probably manifested this back into existence, so, you know, we all have you to thank. And
what better than day one of my casting in NLC for a lane swap to appear? You know,
to actually bring back lane swaps. Yeah.
To clarify, I'm not saying that we have to have lane swaps. I'm saying I don't like being told what I can and can't do. Okay,
that's true. Famous Teemo support player Gizmo does not like being told what he can and can't do.
I think off meta is the way to go. I feel like putting me in a box is not the way I want to play the game. And, you know, granted, I might not be the highest of elo, but that's the way that I see it. And, you know, that's the bit that I enjoy about the game, is the fact that you can play multiple variants. And in support role, it's the most variants role. You know, we're seeing it currently with the amount of top laners in it. Funny enough, because of my randomness of off-meta picks, I was ready for this meta about 3 splits ago. So, you know,
yeah, you've been training for this day your whole life. This is your time.
Yeah, I don't think the Teemo's coming in yet, but, you know, when ADCs come back to bot lane and the roaming supports come in, you know, the Teemo blind does go massive. So we'll see how that goes. But yes, enough about my solo queue. Let's focus on the game.
Let's get, so to check in for Volda here, we are going to get back into Bulldog and Verdant imminently. We have had the pause resolved, so we'll get back into that in a moment. It seems like Volda are in a great position to try and take that game, but this is the investigation. It is a Cassio ultimate. that the contesting is to whether it should have stunned Neferi, I believe, while not looking at it. And I think the ruling is that it has not been deemed a clear bug. There will be no chrono break. So we are going straight back into that game as is.
Yep, I think that's fair enough. I mean, it's a very weird ulti. You know, it's one of those ones. And also, like, if you think about it from your perspective, if you have what's it called, the lag tool that you can have on in the settings, you can reposition faster than it can on the servers. So your perspective is different to what the perspective is in game. So it's one of those things. You know, it's sad when it happens, but obviously you're having that advantage of being able to see your character move faster on your screen than on live servers. So, but either way, massive swing for Bulldogs off of that. Whether or not you want to admit it or not, that's gone in their favor.
Yes, it absolutely has. Now, we've come back to live right here, and we did see the tail end of, looks like Nook getting 2v1'd in the bot side, and a kill going over to Mishi. So that is an encouraging sign for Verdant. They are still able to deal with Nook to some degree if they play it out well, right? Nook is absolutely still a massive threat, but Verdant have the tools to push her around if needed. They are still behind, a little under 2,000 gold behind, in fact. Mishi going to work on this mid lane turret. If he finds it, might be able to cut that a little bit down. But certainly still the champions on the back foot here.
Yeah, and I mean, with this mass amount of tankiness that they do have, they are willing to take these trades and just hope that they're able to bring off multiple members, as we see. Leon Ronaldo.
They're running the same story again. They've got a 2v1 in bot side. Another Bulldog side laner is knocked down. And this time it's Babista with the credit. Joki here with the answer, though, going for the Herald. Now, Mafro and Gugu, or Mafro's on bot side, I should say. Mishi and Gugu are in the mid lane. Looks like they won't do anything contest right here. They don't really have the numbers.
Yeah, it's not needed at this point. I think when you're the other side of it here and you have like tools like an Anivia wall, it sort of makes it harder for them to punish with this Herald. Able to throw that down and block any progress, but Mishi,
he's committed to the turret. Nikias is dropping low. The stun doesn't quite connect, and Joki's going down. It's another 2v3, the classic Swain stand and fight, and now Mafro hunting for more. Cannot find a kill angle onto Kasig. And Nikias lost the summoners in the ult and slipped away on a sliver. But now we have a counterplay on top side. Nook looking for an angle onto Babista. Flashes through the Aurelia ultimate. Nice use of the summoner by Verdant's top side, and Nook will not find the kill.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say they're not putting the tempo as Bulldog. You know, they're trying to find these plays, but onto Mishi, you know, you are ulting into his danger zone. You know, Swain loves when you get close. If he can survive the initial burst, he can just heal back up and consistently stay, especially when he's able to land E and W. That healing that comes through, I think it's like, is it 8% of his max HP or something? Something crazy like that. So
yeah, every time you pop a passive stack, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, so if you can get multiple of those, especially if you've got Leona and Vi diving directly onto you, you've got easy W, easy E, all of a sudden you're like, well, if you hit me a little bit, but I'm now back to where I was beforehand, so thank you for that, and now I will walk forwards.
Yeah, Leona is essentially just a health potion standing next to you that you can use to just draw energy from once the stun has gone down. So, unfortunate there, and Mishi using that to great effect. Has hit that second item mark as well, the Blackfire Leandri's classic core combo for the Swain, and looks like he is building towards that Zhonya's third that you'd mentioned to try and give him that survivability. We'll see if Sane wants to go the same way off the Rod of Ages and the Proto Belt, so that'll be a lot of survivability for that Anivia, particularly with Merc's, Rod, Proto, and Zhonya's, if that's the way he wants to go.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes it, but I don't think he has to go it next. You know, if you're Anivia, as long as you have Egg, you don't need to rush for it, as we see. Kasing caught. Ball's not been put down yet.
A lot of damage. Depth charge pulling deep into the backs on Ronaldo. Leona ultimate comes out to slow them through. Nikias looking for an angle. Nook has gone quite early. Or Joki, I should say, has gone early and has gone down first. But that's a big Aurelia ultimate. Nook into the backside, shredding through Verdant members. Ronaldo with the DPS. And Mafro finds the support. Can he find Nikias as well? The shield to the killer instinct is enough to dissuade the chase down, and Babista hunted by Nook, trying to escape, but a flash in from Aurelia, a shield from Ambessa cannot delay the shutdown, and Bulldog walk into that play, and they come out the winners. Or I guess
so much CC blown just to try and like contain this Leona. You know, look at how much they put him in a box, and luckily they put down the Herald, able to get out really nice timing there, but look, it's just unleashing this fight. As soon as you stack up with these members and you haven't got those CC abilities, it's so hard to land consistent things like the Anivia Q. When like in this situation, you need the Nautilus to be able to land that auto, then consistently CC. And if people aren't on the same page, not able just to consistently live, heal, get damage reduction, and continue the fight. And with so much money on Nook, able to consistently play it.
We're going again. We're just going for round number 2, and Mafro's looking a little bit caught, has to W away, escapes some Jokey, and Mishi looking for what he can do. There's no ultimate yet for the Swain. This is barely a champion right now until that transformation comes online. Babista arriving on the flank as BDG dropping a little bit low. Nikias is very low, in fact, but Babista now starting to suffer. Mishi hits the ultimate, nails the double kill, and the Swain has arrived in the play, everybody. Verdant were holding on until that critical button could be pressed, and all of a sudden it's a triple kill for Swain.
Yeah, Verdant keep pushing forwards, and we're seeing them do it again. Look, can you be here?
Respected, almost finds it, but an ace now for Verdant, and this game going back and forth. Verdant still down in gold after that fight, but if they pick up the Baron here, it won't be for long.
Yeah, Baron for Verdant here is going to be massive, able to consistently play this, but Mishi, in these fights, if he's untouched, much like Nook, can consistently dump out this massive amount of DPS. And if your backline is in his damage range, you're really worried. You're really scared about what he can do, because able to consistently throw out massive DPS. His Q alone is doing like 400 damage against his backline. Might see them try and get in here, but
Baron secured. Gugu trying to just delay as he can. Sane and Mishi trying to escape. Flash of the wall from Swain. Stun onto Ronaldo, and Nikias getting slowed, and best ultimate committed. Babista wants this. Mafro on the re-engage, and down goes the Kai'Sa. Jokey now the target, double for Nefiri. Sane looking for a stun, clips the edge of Kasing right there, but they've got to respect Ronaldo. Leona ultimate comes out. Can Mafro get the damage down? A stun as well to stack up the CC on Sane, trying to reposition, can't land the Q, and Ronaldo will shred him through. The mechanics from Bulldog clutch it out at the end. Verdant walk away with a Baron on 1 or 2, I think.
2, but Bulldog, very fancy feet to punish them there. Able to get down saying that. His egg as well gone for 5 minutes. That will impact the next Drake as well. Really nice punish of them overstaying there. They really need to just sacrifice one member. I think Gugu just needed to just sort of be the sacrificial lamb, get four Barons out, but instead opting in for the fight. Bulldogs, they just want to take as many Barons off as possible, because now you can't push consistently. So really good job from Bulldog to punish them overstaying there. And now, maybe Nook is caught. There is multiple members here. TP's coming through.
TP out. Damage is going to be there, but the TP gets him to safety. Heads all the way down to bot lane, in fact. Other side of the map, and we'll go for a Krug camp instead. So Verdant starting to threaten, but Bulldog spot a window. They'll crack open this mid lane outer. Still maintaining over a 1,000 gold lead. Pretty small, pretty negligible at this point in the game. Couple of minutes before the next dragon to look for, which I believe should be a Hextech. Very impactful soul to play for. Both of these teams will want to stack those up.
Yeah, and bear in mind, big item breaks here for this Drake. You've got Mishi now, who has that Zhonya, so you can't press your go buttons onto the Swain here. The Swain will just need to be able to just try and skirt out. You want to try and bait out that ulti as early as possible in these fights, but
Nook under pressure.
TP coming through.
No TP for Nook this time. He's got no flash. Drops the exhaust, and everyone from Verdant's piling in. Maybe Nook didn't expect that much, as Mafro juggling that turret very well, and Verdant with another counter play on the side lane. They've got a lot of picks on the side waves this game.
Yeah, and that one seemed personal. At least Nook is down now, so you can play a little bit the side map. Petrifying gaze.
They will not be slowed. Ronaldo with a beautiful Casio ultimate. They didn't respect the brush. They didn't respect how quickly Bulldog could respond, and they get 2 kills in response to it.
Now
we're still going.
This Mishi here.
Why not? Jokey's getting attacked now. That's going to make it a 2 for 2. Ronaldo's a little bit isolated. Mafro looking for it. No petrifying gaze this time. And the daggers are landing. Mafro doing what he can. He has to respect the Cassiopeia for now. Mishi stepping up to take the range. Gugu coming around the corner. Clips with a dredge line and drags back in for Mishi. Unstoppable goes the Swain. This game, Gizmo, this is just, the pendulum is swinging back and forth at a rate I can barely follow.
Yeah, both teams just super high on the tempo here, and Bulldog's just stepping up just a little bit further after getting that play. Yeah, you were able to knock down multiple members, but you blew all of your big ultis, all of your big CC down for that. And Verdant just going, we've got the experience here, we're willing to punish, play for it, and bring up their members. So both teams committing 5 members consistently to these fights, and just going back and forth, back and forth. And, all we got to see is next Drake, 20 seconds. Big ultimates down. Can we see any punishment?
I mean, it seems like both of these teams have been willing to look for the window. There's been no conscience of we need to take a bit of a breath. They're going for another play. Kasing currently caught in the mid lane. Jokey with nothing to offer right there, and Kasing is certainly pretty darn tanky, but this is just a matter of time. Mafra's going to try and chase him down. Or is he? We are still alive from Kasing. A heal has popped, and Leona, with 1.5 items in inventory, walks away from 3 Verdant members.
Yeah, the Protoplasm Harness really coming in clutch there to be able to survive that. As we see, who might be caught here? Nook, fully stacked.
Hextech Drake to play for, and Verdant, as much as Kasing did survive, lost the heal, the ultimate, had to go back to base. Gives away vision control of mid lane, but Bulldog trying to make a counter maneuver here. They've got Nikias in top lane, pushing in mid as well, trying to pull Verdant away from that objective. Mafro and Mishi currently working on the dragon. Kasing checking the river to see what's going on, and Bulldog looks like they're happy to cede the soul point here, and instead they'll go for gold on the map.
Yeah, and this will give them prior for the next Drake if they're able. Sorry, for the next Baron off of this, trying to get a bit more gold in it. They're seeing it. This is a game of inches, back and forth, back and forth. They can get a bit more gold on some of their critical members. They might be able to hit item breaks for when this Baron spawns. So, able to get it across. Kaisa finishing off her items. This will be critical for them. And at this point, without those engaged tools like the Leona ulti or the Vi ulti in that, they weren't willing to take the fight.
A bit of a death brush set up here. Mafro insane. They've got CC, they've got Burst. They can't find Ronaldo. The ultimate still used. Petrifying Gaze to slow down the Nefiri. The Ash to dash to safety is very low. Flashing from Nuke. Stun doesn't quite click Sane, and now Bulldog looking for more, but the reinforcements arriving. Nuke's got the passive stacked up. No hook connects. Ultimate whiffs. And a depth charge to knock him up from the W. Nook is managed out of this play as Sane finds the kill, but Babista, both top laners isolated. Mishi with the ultimate still ticking, loses the range. He's going to go back to normal form, and BDG must know this Swain is a lot weaker now. The Anivia wall to slow down the attack, and Verdant will get away.
Yeah, the Nefiri just overextending there. You know, when you're on Nook, you're going, well, he's putting down wolves. I can Q to his wolves and keep chasing him consistently and really punishing that. So, really nice pick from them. But Verdant always sending those extra members, always just matching 5-man in both of these teams. Complete death comping against each other, and it's a game of inches. And unfortunately, Bovista's not worth as much to Verdant in this current standing as Nook is to Verdant. So, sorry, to Bulldog. So. Yeah. They're happy to make that trade consistently because it opens up the rest of the map for them.
Absolutely, right? The Nook Aurelia threat is so central to Bulldog. We've said time and again, Nook and Ronaldo are so central to Bulldog's win conditions in most of these games. Nikias is scaling up nicely. He's 3.5 items deep, and maybe this is his time to step up again and fill that gap if Verdant are able to take down the primary Bulldog carries. As we're heading up to this top side, trying to push through mid lane. Baron is live. If anyone finds a team fight win, they could walk away. They could be cracking Nexus turrets, cracking inhibs. And there's over 2 minutes left before the potential Hextech. Verdant will have a soul to play for. And you've got to imagine we're going to have at least 2 or 3 team fights before that point, because that's just how this game has been played. They're going to root onto Ronaldo. Mishi's in the midst of everybody, but they managed to get the CC down. No Zhonya's managed to achieve from Mishi, and they don't have the Swain, the centerpiece. Babista shredding down Nook. They still have Sane and Mafro. Bulldog need to be careful here. Some blinking HP buyers from Ronaldo and Joki. Mafro looks for it. They find the double stun. Do they have enough to get it over the line? But Babista can't get over the miasma. Deep ult into the backline. Instantly goes down, but the stuns again. Sane just does not miss with these frosty snowballs. And they're looking for more and more and more. And Verdant finally clutch it out. These fights are so tough to call, but they manage to keep their head till they find the ace.
In a game of inches, somehow Verdant managed to pull that back. I honestly thought when Mishi just didn't get that Zhonya's off in time, the consistent CC just wasn't able to give him the opportunity to put that down. I thought Verdant were out, but saying this Anivia buys so much space in these fights, able to consistently put down walls, ultis, and consistently land the Qs as well. Really revived that fight for them from, to be honest, a lost position. And that opens up this Baron, which will hopefully give them push ready for this Drake, and they can then set up and effectively play the same choke point, because their comp does so well at buying these spaces in these chokes.
Yeah, Sane was wreaking havoc on Bulldog, trying to play through that jungle pathway. The Anivia ultimate, the Flash Frost, the walls, so multiple doubles, triple stuns coming out of Sane every single team fight. Even without Mishi, they were able to make it work. Verdant feeling emboldened by that. Now they have Baron to set the map up for the next minute or so until that Hextech Soul comes online. And you can see Bulldog ever present trying to find another play, looking for a lazy member of Verdant, not doing their homework on the vision. They won't quite find Mishi, but they will take river control. And we're back to another pause. I don't know if I can take much more of this, Gizmo. This is a stressful game for me.
It's nail biting, but at least we have these big pauses to discuss what's happened to break it down a little bit.
To think about it.
I mean, it's just completely just like both teams pushing the gas, and just a tiny little fraction of players just catching people. And like in this one, like the perfect Cassiopeia ulti opens up, but look, it's just getting CC'd, and like the Anivia damage at this point is consistent, all the way sticking down. And just look at that E damage, just one shotting them. And yeah, teams are just throwing themselves into them. But I don't know, Bulldogs. What is it with Anivia? What is it that does it does to them?
We need to see, you know, that crowd control score that you get at the end of games in the stat screen. Anivia's is just going to be like exponential, just rocketing up. Every single button is multiple players are being caught by every stun and the slows and the ultimate. Sane, we highlighted them from the first game as well, having a super no-notes, reliable, very strong Rise game. Really holding that comp down. Now he has stepped very much into the forefront, into the spotlight of Verdant in these team plays. He is doing huge amounts of work to keep Bulldog at bay.
Yeah, and like, you know, his ulti positioning in those team fights is massive, right? Because a lot of Anivias will walk out of that range, will put it down at a slight skew and open them to be able to come onto you. But actually, he had it pixel perfect, so they couldn't find an angle to come through. And actually, consistently through the CC over the top, landing critical members for his team to be able to play through. And my only worry now is Verdant have had a trend going forward in these games that they will contest Drake with 20 seconds beforehand. They won't have set up any pre-vision or anything, so they'll be walking in blind. This game again, they've looked for a pick in the top side. They will be walking back in blind to this Drake. It's 40 seconds out.
Yeah.
Can they find these picks? Because they're great at playing the corridor when they find it, but they have to be able to get in, set up that vision, or at least, you know, find a pick beforehand. And I know that they'll pull the trigger, but it's pulling the trigger with that knowledge behind it.
Yes, not just sending it into the darkness and hoping and praying. You know, that's not how you win NLC titles, I fear. And for Verdant to try and get in and set up that vision, they have the Anivia to play through. We've seen them try to vision trap in the past, and Ronaldo has been able to sniff it out. Has been able to react quickly in the moment. The mechanics of Nook, Ronaldo, and Joki have been good to avoid some of this CC in the plays if they have room to play, right? When you put them into a corridor, they've got nowhere to go, right? And the Anivia ult just covers the whole thing. So, yeah, giving themselves an open field to play for gives them mechanical options to try and deal with that, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Ronaldo's ultis on Cassiopeia have been crazy this game. Yeah, they have bought these opportunities, they have punished them, but you know, it's really maximizing the value of them, right? They have been punishing a little bit, but once they burn all of that CC, all of those abilities, they're trying to extend these players, and they just can't get on the backline of Verdant. So they have to try and use these abilities maybe a bit more reluctantly. So because Verdant will still match you after them. They will go, you know, we've got all these ultis down. We're happy to play, take the check on them. We will try and challenge you on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we have the Soul coming up in a minute. We still have Baron for Verdant on lock. We are still dealing with a couple of lag issues being resolved, so we'll get back into game when we can, everybody. But for Verdant, they have the Baron. You have, 50 seconds to do with it. So if you're Verdant, you're team captain of Verdant, we're back into game live now. They're currently kind of coming out of the base, setting to start this one up. We've got 30 seconds left. What are we looking for Verdant to do? How they can use the Baron? How should they be approaching this Soul Pit? What's the plan?
So I think they just need to push this mid wave very deep, right? They need to push it and then recontest, because at this point you don't actually have to go into that area. You're willing to take the trade. You have Baron. You're able to contest more aggressively. You can't let them challenge this wave though. You have to let that wave escort that wave through, and now you're able to draw them up because they don't want to lose towers here. But you can give up Drake and you can take Inhib instead, because they won't have Baron resets, so they have to send multiple members. But if they don't send multiple members, you can challenge them. So instead they're going to take the trade. They might try and re-enter through this and stop the resets, because they expect some people to reset here.
Double stun on Ronaldo. They have the damage through. Macro's going to go deep for this on the Petrifying Gaze, and Sane still has the Anivia passive to play with. Dragon's been picked up by Bulldog, and the rest of the Verdant members rotating from mid lane. Shutdown secured, Anivia's gone down, but Mishi has the ultimate in the midst of everybody. A double kill lockdown for Swain. Huge Qs firing across the bow of Bulldog. And Verdant draw Bulldog into the fight. They find the ace. They've got Baron prepped in mid-wave, and Gizmo looks like they followed your plan, and it worked out pretty darn well for them. They might be here for the 2-0.
Yeah, perfect macro there from Verdant, able to draw them in, knowing that they had to either reset or try and fight. Bulldogs didn't send multiple members to fight, they split off instead, and unable to take that with a multiple victories, so then it's able for Verdant to re-engage and just completely finish out the game, which was nail-biting until that one fight.
Yes, that one looked more conclusive and decisive than almost any of the others in this game. And it tells you that I think for Verdant, they are still 2-0. This could have easily gone to a third game. I think Bulldog, they're definitely improving. They're definitely looking better. They're looking stronger than Spring. They're looking more together than Spring. But they are still a little bit behind the curve from Verdant. They're not quite as able to play well together. They are still exploitable. We see them giving away kills on side lanes. Their individuals are still playing a little bit individualistic at times. I think that's suffering for them a little bit. And they're on the path, right? They still have 2 more chances to qualify. I would be surprised if they didn't from what we've seen so far. But for Verdant, the champion's just doing champion stuff, you know what I mean? Just 6-0 Swift stage into playoffs, no biggie, right?
Yeah, I mean nail-biting for it, but they were able to do it, right? They were able to finish that off. I think as Bulldog, you have a lot of positive to take from that second game. I think first game you sort of just throw under and just go, you know, we don't need to really look at that. But second game you go, you know, we had nail-biting moments. Where were we overextending? Where were we taking that extra bit too much from plays? And in reassess, I think I don't like Bulldog into Anivia. I think that there's something there. There's a little something there.
It does things to them, yeah.
It slows down their pace, their skirmish, and it has too much playmaking ability in the early stages for them, I feel like. But apart from that, I think that they made plays in this game. They pushed the tempo exactly what they should have done in game 1. Didn't go in their favor, but they were countered by the draft. If this is your style, you need to perfect it.
Going into that though, it was really well played from both the teams, but especially well played from Verdant, who took it through. They've gone through to playoff stage. Well done to them for that anyway. And I think for Bulldog, yeah, it was a great showing regardless, but I'd be quite fearful for any teams going into playoffs seeing Verdant after that performance with 2-0, because that was a close game too, and they came out pretty smoothly at the end there. Very well played from all of them there. But shortly we will be getting into an interview with a member of the Verdant team. But for now, I think overall, yeah, lads, what did you think? That was a great stream so far, and I think overall Verdant just looked great overall, even when maybe things weren't going too well early on with the tower dives, and it kind of was very even for a while. There was a lot of kills back and forth, and I think anything really stand out there going forward that Verdant can take on going through this, or do you think they just keep to what they're doing?
During some of those pauses where we were talking through and Gizmos, you were saying, like, you know, we were saying this is a time for Verdant in a position like this where you're behind, you are kind of losing control of the map right here. You need to play to your comp strengths, you need to understand what your comp can do and go for that. And then we come out of that kind of reset and we see them go into that jungle corridor, and Sane is managing the space so well, and even without Mishi, it feels like they really did lock in on what they can do. And it served them super well. Like, I think the game ended on a great macro call, as you would kind of describe down that mid lane, but ultimately them refocusing and using their comp properly is so important for them, and otherwise Bulldog could have easily just rolled over them. If they walk up to 5v5 at Drake after 5v5 at Drake, 5v5 at Baron, you're just going to lose, and they had to recenter and do something else, and that's what they did.
Any thoughts, Gizmo, on how do you think going forward off Bulldog? Anything they want to take from that going into the next series? Or do you think there's any kind of just keep going again? Maybe it's just the fact that Verdant were maybe a little too strong for them in that kind of series. Maybe if they played another one of the teams at the 2-1, they could probably potentially go forward from that regardless, really.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of positives to take from that. They, especially the second game, obviously like really showing up that they can go to toe. It's that bit of there's not many teams that will challenge you on the resources that you've expended to make those plays. Verdant seemed to be just one of those teams that they were always punishing any sums, any ultimates that were using. You had to burn a lot to CC chain consistent members, and it opens you up to then getting engaged upon. You have to sort of play with a little bit of respect for There's opponents like Verdant who are 2-time champions for a reason. They play on multiple lanes. They always look to punish, and they have to give them that respect.
Definitely think so. And looking forward into our next game, do you think Ruddy versus Deer? Maybe a bit of comment on that before we kind of get into that one. Is there any ideas what we think going forward, Ruddy into Deer? Do we think that Ruddy might just go through with a 2-0, or do you think this could be Deer side another way? Because both teams on 2-0 look quite strong throughout their games.
I'd say it's probably a Ruddy 2-0 still. I almost went 2-1 for Verdant here. I went for the 2-0 and ended up, I'm glad I went for it because it ended up being correct as close as it was. I think Ruddy, still from what we've seen from Bulldog, as I said, I would be surprised if they didn't qualify. But if you go into the next round and if we had a Ruddy versus Bulldog, I would pick Ruddy. I would choose them to win over Bulldog right now. I think they look more cohesive. They look closer to Verdant, and they have that synergistic strength while also being very confident and able to play off mechanical strength that serves Verdant so well. Whereas Bulldog are still a little bit shaky, a bit ropey, and I think Ruddy really do have that source because they're just a pre-made team. They're a Hit Point Masters winning team that already did this. They're not having to craft a roster like Bulldog is doing for this split. They just lifted one and put the Ruddy badge on it. And that's a great strat. It worked great for them in the last split on Sorby. It's working great for them now. And this could be all they need to actually get their first NLC title, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean, with the way the meta is as well, where it's so based around team play and that communication, having that pre-built synergy is just, it's like, it's a ticket to success, really.
I think so. And going through now, we got playoffs coming up next, as well as actually that 1-1 series currently ongoing at the moment. First game going down, B2U pick up the first game. Second game, some interesting picks as well. I saw Varus top lane and Mordekaiser jungle picking out there as well. So I think there's a little bit of off-meta stuff creeping in. Do you think it's just the fact that it's getting late or 1-1 and let's have a bit of fun?
They're cooking. Everyone's cooking a lot. I think we saw that in spring a little bit, to be honest, but even now the meta with the way it is, things like Mordekaiser jungle, it got buffed, right? I think the cooldown on his E got a couple seconds to take it off at all ranks, so they're feeding the Mordekaiser. Yeah, it did, right? They're feeding the Mordekaiser jungle players, and the one I want to see from that match though is I want to see how the mid cog mod does for Squidly. I want to see how that flies. If we're doing full AP, if we're doing just like AD carry in the mid lane style thing, or what the approach is there.
It's got to be full AP, right? Just consistent poke, throwing it down, wave clear, bouncing it. It's sort of like, sort of like that mage in the bot side, just late game, you just throw everything and just one shot like supers. You don't really care. You can play to like 40 minutes and just one shot waves. It really isn't that scary. So yeah, I think having that poke advantage and that consistent.
Gizmo might have been lost into the ether, I fear.
He might have fallen to the nether, but he'll be back shortly.
Yeah, let's just go to a break, I guess, and we'll find him. We'll find Baptista, we'll find them all.
We'll find him. Well, we'll throw it to a break, we'll be right back. And we are back as we're just about to get underway. We're about to interview one of the members of the Verdant squad who just after winning the first series, if you're just after tuning in, was a 2-0 to Verdant, and they're just after moving on. Where we just have the top laner from the side of Verdant, Bo3. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good. What about you guys?
Doing good here. What do you think, lads? Gizmo, Trajan, what are you thinking?
Yeah, we retrieve Gizmo from the void. He's warm, I think. I see you've got a fan Bo3, so you're clearly heat mogging Gizmo right now. Unfortunately.
Wait, what? I don't get it.
His PC got so hot it exploded. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Need to get some of that AC.
I know. We need to invest. Bo3, the first question that I had for you is, you've now got Mafra returned back into the jungle, and it seems to be going pretty damn well, right? You've been played with Mafra in Split 1, No Name Split 2, Mafra Split 3. Will you talk a little bit about the kind of comparison of what it's like to play with either, what the return of Mafra has been like? Was it just like, just like riding a bike, slotting the same jungler back in, no issues at all, or just what was it like going from one jungler to the next and then back?
I mean, they're both very different junglers playstyle-wise, I would say. Where No Name is a lot of times more willing to help his lanes, while Mafra just leaves me on an island and just goes to invade Raptors every single like timer he can. So, but it's I mean, it's not a bad style at all, right? It's just we have to play it very differently. So, especially in this meta where supports can roam so much, and Gugu can afford to like leave bot lane for longer times and help me out. It affords us to like play this playstyle, and I think it fits us very well. So, I think we don't have any problems so far with Mafra, and we're improving every day, so I'm happy.
Well, let's talk about that game 1 Shen strat a little bit more, because you've mentioned Gugu being able to just hang out there, and this felt like the most sort of cartoonish level of support roam that literally didn't go bot, I think, maybe even the entire game. Like, he just hung out top lane. How prepared was it that Gugu was just going to vibe top lane for the whole thing? Or was it like, just stay here. This guy's just going to keep trying to gank me, just stay. Or was it already like going into this one like, okay, Gugu, you are sitting in this tri-brush, and you're going to wait for Kasing to come around the corner, and that's your job today.
Yeah, I mean, let me pick Zeri with Flash Exhaust to counter my GP. We kind of had in mind that they're gonna try some freaky stuff on top lane. So even the level 1 when we went as 5, like our Aragon told us from the coaching bench that we should just go as 5 on top lane and just fist fight. So from the planning, even before the game started, we knew that we're gonna measure them on top side and do what we can to stop them doing anything to me, pretty much.
Yeah. You priored Gangplank. I think you have 3 out of 5 games or 3 out of 6 games Gangplank played now. We've also seen Carlos and Epic Avalanche play out. Why so much Gangplank? Do you feel it just particularly matches well into the meta? Do you feel it's as good as a weak side option? Do you feel it's just particularly strong right now? Why so much prior on this pick for you?
I think I'm just goated on this chamber. I don't think anyone can do anything to me, and if anyone tries, I'll just stomp them 1v1, 1v2, 1v2, I don't care. This meta fits me so well. Especially since people can afford to help me out in case enemy is trying to dive me or try some stuff as you saw in the first or the second game. And yeah, I mean, I think I'm the best GP in the West, so there's no chance for anyone to do anything to me.
West. Damn, I guess Fnatic Jack's plank didn't last super long, so I guess maybe you are. maybe you are just the GOAT, I suppose. In that second game, you were actually pushed by Bulldog to some degree, right? They had control of the game, they were finding picks, had a bit of momentum. When you're actually pushed by teams in the NLC, and it doesn't seem to happen that often these days, but when it happens, what is the team's approach to that situation in comms? Because you're looking down a team that has like a Relia, and has a Kai'Sa scaling, and has a Cassio scaling, but you have this sort of Swain, Neferi composition that's a little bit stranger, a little bit less kind of standard front to back style. But when you're actually being pushed in that situation, how does the team respond? How do you try and refocus on what you need to do to win the game?
I would say there isn't anything specific, like if you're behind or ahead. It's mostly just about being consistent during the planning. So as long as we always have something to play towards to, if my jungler or support just like come from the base and instantly say the plan out to the whole team, we're gonna be fully focused. Even if we're 20k behind, we're gonna go with the plan. And I think that's what happened the second game, where both Mishi, Sane, Mafro, and Gugu were all vocal, even though I was a bit behind, right? And I think it showed in the team fight as well, especially where we were just calm, collected, and I think in the end the better team won. So.
Yep, fair enough. Absolutely. That's all the questions I had, lads. If anyone else has anything to offer, well, we got the man.
How did you prepare into Nook, who has like such a wide champion pool, or is it just simply I'm just gonna play GP and just sort of throw down the gauntlet to him?
Yeah, I mean I've played against Nuke many times, either in scrims or unofficial, so I know he's a bit crazy. I know also that he tends to be a bit more consistent on some different champs than like others. Like he has a very large champ pool, but I wouldn't say he's like same level on each one. So we knew the champs that he's good at, and then. According to that, we kind of just pick the blinds that we knew we would be fine into anything that would pick. So
sounds good.
It has this like style of like always playing like two, like you're always doing two fights at once, or two like cross mapping consistently. Is this like excess planning that you guys put into place, or is it just the way that the dice sort of fell in the game?
You mean the last game, or which one do you mean specifically?
Just in both games, whenever there's like whenever you guys are going for like a trade, like a fight or something, you're always doing something cross map.
Oh, we just always try to evaluate the situation the best we can, right? So, especially if, for example, in the second game we had a comp which really relied on being first on objectives, had to really care about flanks and stuff like that. We gave up the dragon, if you remember, on the soul point when we had Nash. And I think that was like, for example, one of the points where I think chose really well to just go down mid lane, not go into fog of war, not have any windows for enemy team to flank us or go from us from the different angles. And I think that makes us like a really strong team that we just know, or we just try to evaluate all the options and not just go for every play, contest everything and stuff like that.
Obista, just want to say thank you for hopping into the stream, for taking the call afterwards. You are now in the playoffs for the third time. Well played to your team, well played to Verdun, and well played from yourself in that game one on Gangplank, I have to say. So I think that is going to be yourself. We'll hopefully throw it to the next one soon. We'll be in the next series. But thank you for hopping into the stream.
Thank you as well. Thank you.
Okay. It's Ruddy Deer time. Let's do it.
Have we any pre-thoughts before going into this about Buddy Deer?
I would like to for my sins be a little bit of a stats Andy for this one. I apologize in advance, but I only like to be a stats Andy when they are egregious, ideally, right? And Ruddy's stats are a bit egregious. Their average game time in their 4 wins is 26 minutes and 17. They are more than 2.5 minutes faster than Verdant and more than 4.5 minutes faster than Deer, which are the other 4-0 teams. They are stomping these games in record time. Their average gold dip at 15 is more than 5.5k. That's with one of their games where they were even at 15. That's because against Volda, they had a 10k gold lead at 15 in one of these games in a perfect game. A 21 minute 30 perfect game, 10k gold dip. Volda got 2 plates total in that game. And that's with Crystalline Growth. That's like 3 auto attacks. Like, it's crazy how hard they stomped Volda in that first game. The second game was a bit more standard. They had to fight back for it. But Ruddy statistically has absolutely smashed their first 2 series. And against Deer, I think this is going to be a very tricky task for Deer to actually hold up against them.
And is there any kind of weak lane to turn to from Deer here that they can really take it over? Do you think that Deer have any kind of angle in bot, maybe mid, or anywhere they can really weak side for the side of Ruddy that maybe can be exposed?
They really play aggressively through that mid and jungle side. Like that's their big thing on Deer. Like they always are looking for that invade angle. But I do worry when you match up against like Ruddy, who are quite aggressive in themselves and are willing to take those trades consistently. If you're able to execute, because we in previous games, did go a bit too far in some of those invades and did end up catching out some of Deer by overcommitting members into those plays. So if they aren't able to get in, get out, they leave themselves open to Ruddy just sort of taking advantage.
Now we've gotten into the draft here, Gizmo, and you and I were reading the patch notes yesterday, and we were looking like, oh, look at all these Bel'Veth changes. But it's fine, because nobody plays Bel'Veth, right? Like, who's playing Bel'Veth? Apparently, Deer have seen the Bel'Veth changes, or maybe some Ruddy scrims and gone, nah, get it out.
Yeah, but I'm surprised it's open as well, because like such a massive change, like it was quite a drastic change. I'd expect it to be banned for it anyway. So
I mean, it is Anno.
I'm not illegal. I'm not
Anno
illegal.
Anno is a a historical previous peak 1 ladder, jungle menace, Nidalee, Bel'Veths, and these kind of real ladder stomping picks. So maybe it is just trying to preempt a bit of a classical pick coming out from Ruddy following the Bel'Veth changes. A lot of the other bans are fairly expected, right? Camille on red side, Orianna on red side, and then Syndra, Poppy, Victor. So bot lane and mid lane mages. And this Poppy is now just becoming one of the most banned champions in the game right now. It is really being taken out of the equation every single time.
It is. Poppy is a machine at the moment. Like into so many different champions. I think it's really good into like support pools as well at the moment with so much engage going on. Really stops down these late game team fights because every good champion, for the most part, has a dash. So like having that W really counts a lot of stuff. Surprised to see the Cassiopeia pick too early. I really thought we were going to see a Nocturne switch again because I think Ruddy with their aggressive style might have gone the Nocturne Shen that we've been seeing, but instead the Cassiopeia getting thrown down. S tier pick. We saw it have some pivotal moments in the previous series. Able to shred tanks as well as an option and a great flex pick early on.
Yes, now Verdir, we'll see what their first picks are going to be. This is another roster that, especially following the loss of Kakarot, I think has become another very mid and top focused team. Scuffed and Virtuoso are really the stars here. Billet has had some very strong games, some worse ones. It's been a bit hit and miss, but ultimately I think Billet works very well with Virtuoso and is a very solid early game jungler. So it might end up being quite similar to last series, right, where we have this powerhouse team that can play very aggressively and is very resilient versus a team that has these top and mid carries that I think are really win conditions in their own right if they can get there. Now they've gone for the Ziggs and the Billet Lee Sin, so I love Billet's Lee Sin in their previous series. And for Virtuoso, or for Whitman I should say, I suppose, taking the Ziggs, he has also been relegated to Mage Jail. He's playing Cassio, he's playing Ziggs, he's just kind of not the star of this roster it seems right now in the draft. Oh, well there's your Nocturne Shen as well.
Yep. Yeah. As soon as I saw the Lee, I was like, well, that just hands over Nocturne thing. Yeah. But yeah, I'm personally not the biggest fan of Lee Sin. I think that there's other engaged champs that you can play in the jungle role, but it does give you that AD strong side, which you might need for your own double AP, which Ziggs indicates. But obviously, you've now given over Nocturne Shen, which again, previous series we talked about, like it really counters that ability to play side lanes. Also, split decision making to try and counter that engage. Personally, I'd like to see something in a support pool maybe that can buy a lot of space. Off the top of my head, I'm thinking Galio could be quite good at buying a lot of that space because it does sort of allow you to press R on the inverse and it does sort of buy you a lot of that space. But you can also throw that in the mid side, so you're able to get that early pick. We have seen Virtuoso pick up his pick quite early. I was really expecting to actually try and lean into that counter pick for him because he has been such a pivotal member for Deer. Has time and time again been really aggressive, but I guess wants to pick up a strong pick, put the 2 bans onto him to open up his ability to impact.
Yeah, absolutely right. We'll see where the Cassio is going to go into Nano, a freebie, or Robocop. We have the Renekton band away. Robocop has done a lot of work on this champion so far already. I had half expected a Sylas to come through for Scuffed. I don't know if maybe that would have been too rough in a potential Cassio matchup. Maybe they're trying to avoid that, but Scuffed has been doing a lot of work on this pick. And then would lock down that double AP and, as you say, give Virtuoso the potential counter later. As Hui is taken out from the bans, Olaf removed by Deer potentially here as well. So really trying to take Robocop off these sort of snowbally, bruisery top sides.
Yeah, I think as Deer, you're sort of lacking that CC at this point. So getting rid of that Olaf, allowing you now to put in a bit of CC as well without that being able to walk through that. Also quite a great duelist in the early stages. So especially if you're in the current meta when you're fighting the top side, someone that can really make use of that being gone is great. So yeah, I'm wondering support picks now. I think Deer, you're probably looking to take support next and then go mid counter. And that will then give you the chance to actually counter the flex pick. Obviously, you can still play flex chicken, but I think that gives you the best options.
Yeah, I think Scuff has been a very solid option for them, right? Virtuoso absolutely has stepped up from that last split to this one as well. And I think Scuffed definitely has a lot of fans in the region and has been earning them over the team fights of this first stage. Deer Gaming also, of course, 4-0 as well as Ruddy and Burden coming into today's matches. Rel locked in. It is going to be that mid-final counter pick. So we have another Ziggs Rel option here. Mood going to put the hand to it. And we did see Kasing struggle to really keep hold of the Shen and the Nocturne and the engaged threats in the Verdant series. And I wonder if Mood will have a better chance here.
Yeah, I'm worried with the Rel pick because, like, we saw it in the previous series. I know it's picked for the pairing with the Ziggs, but I feel like when you do the roaming, you're not really utilizing that to the later stage. And at that point, then you've sort of given away your early game aggressive, because I don't feel like it matches up that well into the Shen when I've seen it. Maybe, you know, maybe it's just matchup independent, maybe it's like skill matchup and it's whoever hits better, but personally I don't think it's that good. Now you've got the Yorick on the side lane, which means, hey, we're going to have side lane pressure here. You can just sit back and push, and then you've got the ability to throw down a Nocturne R, Shen R over the top of that and give you that peel, so really scary initial start, and then we've seen Lock somehow get through to this stage.
Yeah, you were doing a freebie Lock again, bro. I swear. We could do Cassio and Shen and Lock mid, or we could do Lock and Shen and Cassio mid. We'll see what the choice is going to be. It looks like the Galio might actually come through here, so we might have given Gizmo the pick of choice. Respect it.
It's the only counter. I say that loosely because it's still
the worst options. Yeah, it's just.
I think it's still like a 48% win rate into Lock, but it's the only one that's close. I mean, that was pre-patch, but still, like, it's the only one that like you can sort of contest. As you can go off shot, you can trade aggressively. He's in trade range or in E range, so that sort of opens that opportunity. But it doesn't really stop Lock from being able to burst down later. Obviously, now Ruddy are in the situation they have played Lock ADC before, or APC, whatever you want to call it. Obviously, they have the opportunity to play Flex Chicken again with the Cassiopeia and switch it back and forth multiple times until I think it's 20 seconds before the lock happens. Pun.
We'll see.
Wrong, but yeah.
Who gets tricked, I suppose, for Ruddy. But ultimately, this... Yeah, here we go. Nice one. So this is the Lock bot lane was present in the perfect game. I think Nocturne jungle was, if I recall, but perhaps not. But the Lock certainly was. We have the Robocop Yorick coming in here now instead, so there's less ultimate kind of everything is global engaged that we saw in the previous Nocturne game in the Verdant series earlier today, but they do still have the core combo of Nocturne and Shen. They've got great snowballing threat with a Lock building in bot side. Cassio, as you say, is just an S tier pick right now. The DPS is very strong, it's very resilient in that lane, and Galio's probably not going to be able to do too much to it, I dare say. So it feels like Ruddy do have some good options. Obviously, they do still need to keep their heads. With a Yorick, you have to remember and try and use this champion properly, right? You don't want to necessarily be pulling it to fights at the wrong times, but sometimes you just got to get him involved. So we'll see what Ruddy's approach to this game is going to be. And if Deer, especially off the back of Billets Lee said, which was very active in that previous game, if he's going to be able to try and get something rolling for Deer and slow those scary carries down.
Yeah, I mean, it can really take over a game on Lee Sin. I might be able to see them actually do the same thing that N3 did in the previous game, through camping to reset, get that longsword so you can play that proactive early game, try and fight on Scuttle. I could see that being really good for them here, but they have tools to be able to go, you know, if you're engaging into me, I can just throw down, you know, Miasma, I can throw down Cassiopeia ult and let them come into me and sort of play that space. So it does give them a lot of tools to disengage and re-engage at the times that they want. The bright side for Deer is they have tools that buy a lot of space, and when you have a Nocturne and Shen getting thrown over the top, you can delay a lot of stuff with this rel engage, with this Galio. Buy that space to let your team work.
Yeah, for sure. Like Ziggs as well, right? With the Hextech Minefield, trucking the ult out to make them back away. There are a lot of dissuasion tools that Deer have on the Rift right now. Game number 1, Ruddy Corporation versus Deer Gaming. We have Mood with an early crash down over the wall to spot Juriki out. No crazy 5-man level 1s this time around, but we will be doing some standard vision contesting. And for Ruddy, trying to build themselves up as the new inheritors to the throne, the true challengers to Verdant, who have just put away Bulldog in a pretty comfortable fashion, 2-0. And Ruddy, if they want to be that real challenger, they need to be able to sweep Deer aside to prove that they're worthy of it. And for Deer, they came pretty darn close last split. They were 3rd place, an overperformance for them, contesting Ruddy for a spot in that final and in EMEA Masters as it came down to in the lower bracket. So a bit of a grudge match here in Summer Split as well. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, they've thrown down the gauntlet a little bit here, where we've got these bot side picks where they've gone, actually, Shenrel, previous games we've seen them roam a lot, but by putting that lock in that bot side, it does sort of mean that the Shen has to stay in that bot side for a little bit longer, give him that opportunity to stay there. So it does sort of force them into playing this like normal style for a little bit. And then they have to sort of punish this lock going into the late stage, because Rel being here, yeah, it's great for great for the lane, but it does sort of open up the opportunity of, like, well, previously you could be roaming around the rest of the map, so you have to find ways to punish this lock pick, because otherwise it will come into the game and it will just be a monster, because that pick is monstrous.
It certainly is, right? It certainly is. A freebie locked down a Deathless game the last time he pulled it out, and that was part of the Ruddy Perfect game. He's got the Ignite, he's got the Electrocute. This man would like to kill some champions, and he's got some nifty footwork, as we can see. A freebie, of course, one of our UK locally trained representatives, spent some time in the Four Nations, some time in the Road of Legends, or I believe maybe it was the Elite Series still at that point, but has been a bit of a globetrotter around the west of Europe. Now arriving here in the NLC. Built up off this Ruddy roster from previously winning the Hit Point Masters with these other 4 players as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be very impactful as it gets later into this tournament. That chemistry again will be in their favor, and we have had a lot of we've seen Verdant that they leaned on their experience in the previous game when they were behind. Already obviously have that experience as well. They can lean on that if needs be, but I'd like to see them finish out a quick game here because I just want to see a display of dominance, especially considering how Verdant played last.
Oh, Jerky caught by the tower shot there. Thankfully doesn't take 2, but Mood keeping him on his toes. Big chunk of HP stripped off that Shen support. Bellet's going to pull up that bot side scuttle as well. So the bot side generally comfortable here for Deer. As Anno's going to head onto top side. Looks like they might both run smack dab into each other over this Raptor camp. Let's see how the 1v1 goes. Lee Sin's already used the Q though. That's not a great start for him. He's going to get feared out. And those Nocturne auto attacks shredding through. Scuffed come around the corner. Chased closely by Nano. Lovely spell shield by Anno though. Not avoids the knockup. Still gets taunted. Scuffed has to flash away. Jerky's here because why not? Flash taunt sets up the Q and it's first blood for Nano. Scuffed trying to escape a flashing from Cassio. Knocked up with a Justice Punch, but it can't set up a counter kill. And it's 2 for Ruddy off the board.
Yeah, and this is that aggression from Ruddy again. And both jungle reset early to get these extra items in the inventory to play on this, but it actually is just Nocturne go in for this trade, knowing actually I win in the 1v1. As soon as that Lee uses that key, you can just instantly punish and bring the extra members. You know, that Shen crashing that bot wave allows him to be in that mid at that timer and help punish this consistently.
Yeah, they were so confident in taking the initial 2v2 and then becoming the 3v2. You can see the replay here that Anno just knows that he wins this. Anno and Nano, the combination, just the DPS is not the same when we're working on these 3 picks. And the classic support arrives in mid lane just because for absolute zero, you know. Saw them trading 2v2 moments ago and goes for it.
I think Scuff just hoping that Nano's still under that tower to try and get that trade back, but actually just delivers him back into them to get that kill. But Chuso,
well
did say Chuso is one to watch, but that was a very fast Galio.
Yeah, I think Bellet and Vatuso have looked like a very good duo. They look like a very strong duo in the first part of this summer split, so I'm not surprised to see him trying to get Vatuso off to the races right there. Robocop using the wave to great effect, but ultimately he will have to come back another day if they want to try and find the kill.
Yeah, I'd like to see him moved a little bit more unlocked on this map, trying to get up and try and pair up with Vatuso, because, again, we said he is normally the one that gets these early game leads and then rotates into the mid side, so I'd like to see him try and get a little bit of opportunity out on the map. It's a bit harder for him to leave if Shen stays bot, but if Shen's roaming, you're free to roam as well. Punish that, get out on the map, try and line something up for your team.
Yeah, Whitman should be comfortably able to push the waves in versus a freebie, I fear, with the Ziggs. As long as it doesn't overstep his bounds, especially once level 6 hits, and doesn't give away any kills like we saw happen with Mishi into the Kai'Sa, into Nikias's Kai'Sa in that second game of Bulldog Verdant. So he's got to keep his wits about him, but ultimately the supports should have the freedom to move here. And Scuffed, melee into Cassiopeia, down in gold. Cassio's got a kill and assist. It's all feeling pretty tough for him.
Yeah, and they're pushing him out, but they're bringing 3 down to the Drakes. Just really unlucky for the side of Deer now. They have to give that Drake over to them after that big time investment there. And now they have to try and reset, try and go top. But yeah, that's a good punish there. Try consistently pushing this Galio in, poking him out, and then bringing the extra members down to the fights.
Anno going to be allowed to work on this dragon solo. Bellet has to retreat up to that top side. Going to start with the blue buff. Robocop, though, here to ruin his day once again, and this is only level 5 Lee Sin. He can't kick him away. Jerky, of course, is rotating up to look for more. Bellet will have to give up another bit of position on the map. Vatuso has now arrived at least, but Nano is also here. Scuffed ultimate's there, but it cannot save Vatuso. Mood and Scuff now looking for the counter play. In comes Lee Sin over the wall. Nano going low, and a well-timed exhaust cutting that Cassio. The Paranoia gets in range from the Nocturne. Jerky and Robocop seeing what they can do. Decent damage though. Anno dropping low, but they found that first kill. Mood doesn't have the juice in the tank, and it's a double for Yorick at the end.
Yeah, Roddy just willing to say, you know what, we'll just continue this fight. We've got the extra members. We've got people that can join this fight quite consistently. And yeah, able to get the advantage here. And a 6-1 now for the side of Roddy. And they're really pushing the tempo.
Going forward again. A taunt onto Virtuso. Jerky trying to get away from this one. A flash in from the Ambessa. Really wants to complete this. Using that bit of avoidance to slow it down. But it's still a shutdown. A shutdown, in fact, as Jerky was 2-0-4 coming into that play. So Virtuso fine to commit the flash to really just strip that gold away.
Yeah, and now it gives you the opportunity for the Shen to reset, get a few more items, maybe look for more consistent ultis as the levels are coming in. But yeah, this play just doesn't look like for the side of Deer that it was going to go that well. You know, you've consistently thrown members, but the CC comes down a bit too late. Yes, they're able to get down onto the Cassiopeia, but all of a sudden, Yorick is unlocked, and you bring Anno over after doing the Drake, and it's just a matter of just lining them up for these taunts.
Yeah, they're really willing to just get scrappy in these plays. It's working out for Ruddy very, very well. You know they can play well together. Jerky is always first to these moves. He seems much more comfortable on the roam timers. And they're now contesting this red buff. Won't be able to strip it away from Belly. He's going to get that steal on the go. As Anno instead working on top grubs.
Yeah, as soon as you got them spotted out, you can instantly start that up, and you know that your mid's been pushed in as well. So, free set of grubs over to you, and yeah, now it's just a matter of where do we reopen? Where can we use the side lane pressure? Because your other side with the Yorick, getting grubs is massive for you. You're able to consistently push. So we actually seen them drop off, even only taking 2. So we don't want to leave that a little bit longer. Give that over to the Yorick, and instead look for these trades. Yeah. We sort of ended up in a split map situation as well.
A lot of Ruddy investment on this top side continually. Yorick working on that last grub. Virtuso just trying to take the opportunity to crash away where possible. Has the Eclipse completed? The Ambessa does have a little bit of sting in the tail right now. Robocop still working on that Triforce. But it is obviously a bit of a task work dealing with Yorick at the best of times. So Ruddy, 3 grubs in hand. First Dragon as well. 2.5k to the good at the 9.5 minute mark. And we're waiting to see what the response from Deer is going to be. We're not really mega scaling right here with a Lee Sin jungle, with a Galio mid. Going into things like Cassiopeia and Locke, there is a lot of threat to deal with as we go down the line here as a freebie. Maybe under threat from Bellet. Looks for the kick, can't quite find it. Gets a Q into range and a Ziggs ultimate for a bit more chunk. But the Locke is going to get away comfortable with this. Yeah, we do have a Paranoia. Just came off cooldown. Unfortunate for Whitman. The satchel charge can't get him to safety. Purgatory dropped for a freebie in fact as well. And the first kill into Locke's pocket.
Yeah, great restraint there from the Nocturne, just knowing, give it just a little bit of space for the Lee to back off and then make that play happen. In fact, had the ultis before reset and came back out with the item so you can get more refunded ulti and continue those plays. So now you can consistently look on those timers. It's a great trick for people in solo queue. If you play in Nocturne, reset just before your ulti, about 10 seconds, get an item and then look to use it on exit, because that will always be your strongest point. And that's your big playmaking ability, and Roddy executing that perfectly.
Yep, very, very well done by them. Got the Lichbane on lock for a freebie. First items generally coming through across the board. And Ruddy, we'll see if they want to keep kind of pushing the tempo as they did before, keeping this pace high, always looking to make the first play themselves. As Deer, we've spoken about their dissuasion tools, their disruption abilities, Rel, Galio, Ziggs, all able to do a bit of zone control. And Ruddy are going to have to navigate that. They've got 45 seconds till the next Drake. Will give them a chance to flex that map movement, see how well they can set up the vision, and if they want to force the fight, we'll see if they can break through those abilities.
Yeah, and it does look like Roddy might be setting up around this top side. They do have Nocturne ulti coming up very shortly, so they will be looking for a play to happen just before this Drake. Set up a little bit of vision, but what we want to see from Roddy is that snap decision, try and make that play. You can punish before the Galio ulti comes down, you can really snowball heavily.
Anno working on a bit of a Raptor steal. We've seen how this went at the start of the game. Is going to step away nice and early this time. Doesn't even take too many of the small Raptors. Mood this time ready in position. Anno coming around. The fear completed. A taunt onto Anno. They're forcing. Flash taunt from Jerky into the Miasma. And that's a CC chain. It's very hard to escape from. Scuffed is going to fall. And this is with the Dragon live. Ruddy now with a free map to play for.
And that's a pick into Drake, but also the Yorick is completely destroying in this matchup in top side. So he's going to be able to finish off this top tower, especially with those grubs as well. And now already have this Drake to fall back on.
Lovely stuff from Ruddy, going to set up that second Drake and Infernal on top of the Cloud. Continuing to grow that gold lead now, approaching 4,000 with plays like this. It's crazy just how much of a... Yeah, it is. Anno is not having the best of the time. A Freebie's going to cover and help the man out, give him a little bit of assistance right there. But it's such a similar play to the start of the game where they just go, I'm going to contest your Raptors. I know we're stronger. We're just going to force on you. We're just going to flash on your head, and you can't do anything about it. We just win this.
Mood is trying to look for this dive in topside, but I do worry that Yorick is very strong, has flash and everything up. And Maiden.
So ultimate whiffing. That's not ideal. And in comes Jerky. Doesn't find the stun though. Shadow Dash not going to connect, but Tuso slips away. A freebie coming around the corner. If Jerky can find a cooldown and set up another one, the heal is there. Purgatory dropped. Galio ultimate coming in. And this is very deep from Jerky, but Nano! Flash petrifying gaze over the wall and the miasma to boot. Ruddy trying to set up the snowball. Jerky is going to go down, but in comes the paranoia into bot side. Whitman's under threat. Double for Nano. And we have two members corralled, kettled in by this top lane turret. A freebie looking hungrily at Bellet, and Bo3 wants to get these kills going, is tanking, but will just slice through them like hot butter.
Yeah, perfectly executed punish there. Robocop really undivable in that situation. He has Maiden up. He is, he's half HP, but has full sums up and full advantage. So, yeah, bringing up those extra members, knowing that that's the only play they can make on the map. And meanwhile, Nocturne completely punishing on the other side of the map. So they're winning on all sides here for Reddy, really able to punish this side of Deer for their little bit of over-aggression.
Anna was just backing in the brush, minding his own business. Mood chose to get involved and gets murked once again by a TPing Robocop, and Ruddy are pushing. I thought they'd really overdone this Gizmo, but then Nano coming over the wall really makes it good. Yeah,
I really thought the Shen was just going to instantly get blown up here, but actually, when you have that Cassiopeia ability to trace down after continuous CC, it really helps. But yeah, once they're all stacked up here as well in the Yorick stage, it's very hard for them to actually chase out after. And yeah, Nano really surprisingly massive amount of damage coming out from him.
A freebie trying to reposition Bellet though, gets behind him and Scuffed is in. Surely they can find the kill. There it is. A shutdown onto a freebie. And Ruddy will not be able to get him out of there. Jerky under threat now as well. Nano's trying to do a bit of cover. But a Q lands, Bellet going deep, doesn't overcommit right there. Jerky's going to escape, so we find the pick there. Nocturne, once again with the counter play, the paranoia coming in to close out the situation, finds that kill. Nano stepping up, has the slow onto Scuffed. We'll pick up a Rampage too, and meanwhile, just look at bot lane Gizmo. Oh my word, Yorick is running rampant down there.
I hate to know what Box is thinking about this Yorick, because that is an unleashed Yorick, and it's a rare sight, but completely running away with the side lane here, and you've got the grubs, you've got many different pressures that you can do, and you've got Shenalty being able to come down, but really great teamwork here from Ruddy to be able to punish consistent plays from Deer. They're the ones that have been hyper aggressive in previous series, trying to start off different things and call people on skill check multiple different people, but Ruddy happy to just take those trades and actually have the additional CC and I guess chemistry to be able to pull off these fights.
Yeah, absolutely right. Scuffed on the Galio has not been able to get anything done. 1, 5, and 2 with a full tank build as well. There's no damage going to come from this champion. And we've seen Bo3 unable to find the public executions that he needs to get snowballing into this Yorick matchup. It's all kind of fallen to bits for Deer. We're 15 minutes in. They've only got 4 kills. They are almost 10k down. I'll be honest, it's a little bit Volda-esque that Ruddy are putting this one together. It's not a perfect game, but it's a damn good one. And Bo3 now looking down the barrel of another 3v1, a petrifying gaze to boot. It's another kill for a freebie. The door is closing rapidly on Deer in this game.
Yeah, just trying to punish the low mana there on Nano, but has enough for the ulti, and apparently just randomly has the Avengers consistently there, so really able to shut him down early. But yeah, this side lane pressure from them really hard for Deer to punish, as we might see them try and get a pick onto Lock.
Yeah, he's got good damage. Good, yeah, surely, there we go. He is going to overpush his luck once again, so a freebie gives away that kill. We did see the current result from the off-stream game right now, another Swedish derby. LLS versus Leo right there. LLS already dispatched B2U, the National League representatives that talked a big game, but got quickly stamped down by Lundqvist Lightside. And now Leo have been struggling a little bit so far in the Swiss, but LLS so far taking that lead. We'll see if they can maintain dominance over the Swedish region by the end of today, and we'll check back in on that a little bit later as Anno contesting this top river space. And besides a freebie giving away a couple of silly kills in the side lanes, Ruddy have been almost flawless so far. We have another dragon coming up in just about 15 seconds, which will be, is this a Chemtech Rift, I believe? If I'm reading the map correctly.
I think so. We'll work it out when it comes to. I think that this is sort of where we're looking at the Nocturne, trying to find this pick again. Like, I don't think that Deer's in a situation where they can contest the Drakes, but Ruddy have always looked for this pick before going to. Do they need to now? I mean, their big thing is here covering the Arc. They don't need to commit to this Drake. I mean, they can just send Cassiopeia to do it, but instead, Cassiopeia is running down to Vetusa.
Yeah, and again, ultless now on the Ambessa, smack dab into the Petrifying Gaze and a freebie. We'll just clean that one up, no problem. Vetusa really still struggling to land those ultimates to go for it. Trying to take the fights into his own hands, but does not land the skills that he needs to. It's going to open the door wide for Ruddy to take this Dragon uncontested again. As Deer are fully invested in topside right now. They still have a turret to try and clean off. It looks like Ruddy might be happy to seed it, or they're going to Mega Blast code into their face. Jerky doesn't find the dash taunt. And we'll get back to the turret. Robocop and the Maiden will hold it for now.
Yeah, that counts as a 3v3, right, with Maiden. I'm sure it's fine.
I'd say so.
I mean, for Deer here, I feel like they really have to try and pull the trigger when the Nocturne's not in range. You know, if the Nocturne isn't in range, you're able to make that play, but also you have to try and factor in the Shenalty, so you need to try and bait out the Shenalty, as we see Nocturne.
I don't know if he was trying to maximize timing to go to the second mid lane. He's gone topside into the Paranoia. Quick rotation, and Ruddy were ready for it. They're diving in deep, but Anno has gone too deep. Shut down, locked down for Whitman. They're still going to find this mid lane turret eventually, but that was a little rough around the edges.
Yeah, I definitely think that was trying to maximize it. Maximize it, but hey, you got 2 towers. You can't really complain, but yeah. Giving over that shutdown will give Deer a little bit of pressure here to come back and get some of their jungle camps, but it's a short amount of pressure now. They're able to collect top wave, so a little bit of relief from them.
Just a brief moment of respite. 1 minute left on the Baron before it becomes a factor, and Ruddy are going to have so much map control. You can already see their vision control on top side is comprehensive. It's going to be a big threat for Deer to try and keep track of.
Yeah, and if you can maintain a vision line like that, especially when you have a Nocturne or Shen, you can really pull the trigger whenever you want. Even if you're just like simply walking between top and mid, you have to walk the safest route possible. And at the moment, in their top side, there is no safest route except from going to base and coming back out. So I'm really looking for Ready to take advantage of this vision line they set up and try and maintain that going forward because, again, Baron coming up in 20 seconds.
The update from that off-stream scene that we saw for that first round that we saw just a snippet of. Looks like B2U took the series 2-1 over Volda, so I believe that leaves Volda in elimination contention in the next round, or I think they're 1 and 2 actually. They're still safe for another round there maybe, but that means B2U are now playing for qualification in their next match, a chance for a National League representative to qualify into playoffs, as we've seen so much potential and success from these National League teams from the spring split to now. Ruddy knows that better than anybody, as they have Robocop assigned to usual bot lane duties. That top lane vision, the top jungle vision I should say, a freebie's in quite early right now, but the Paranoia makes it pretty hard to lock him down. He's been exhausted, a Magnet Storm to hold him, but into the backline goes Anno. Vetusa looking for a way into the play. Robocop in the team fight has already found one, and the kills are starting to drop like flies. Deer Gaming going down one by one. They cannot stop the tide of Ruddy into their base.
Yeah, and there's a mid wave as well, so they might be able to try and play for... I'm going to assume they take double inhibs and go Baron, but they could, if they really wanted to, try and push for this end. Might be why they've got such an aggressive win rate, win time. See if they can make this happen.
Ruddy working on Nexus turret, so Petrifying Gaze onto Billet, can't find the stun, but it gets the damage down. A last-ditch effort, 5 seconds before the respawns, but that's not going to change the future here. Dear, oh dear, it's a bad start to this one, folks. Ruddy up indeed. 24 kills to 6. Didn't even have time to wait for the soul. This could actually be their fastest win of the split if they go ahead and hit the old Nexus right there. And I think that is it. A few seconds faster than their Volda Esports perfect game. It wasn't perfect, but as we said before, oh, it was real good.
Yeah, complete display of dominance there. Really pushing the trigger and just... Really, I'm so happy to see a team actually in that situation go, I trust it, we will go for the end. So many teams will take the safer option and go for Baron and delay the game, stall it out, and give an extra opportunity to the other team. Ruddy, they're not doing it. They shut the door in their face and went, no, this game ends here.
Uninterested in wasting anyone's time today. We said it at the start, Ruddy need to put games like this on the board if they want to truly present themselves as the challenger for Verdant. They've got one under the belt. Let's see if they can make it two after this break.
Hello everyone and welcome back from the break after we've just seen a pretty convincing win by Ruddy against Deer. So hopefully Deer now are going to pick up the pieces, get into this, and we'll see how they get on in game 2. But Trajan, I just want to turn to you real quick here because you did say Ruddy have a very fast end time going into this series and they really showed it with potentially their fastest win there. What can you say about that?
Yeah.
I was just a bit mental.
Yeah, I mean, depending on when the counter stops or when the Nexus explodes, at worst, it's as fast as the Volder win, if not slightly faster, because we weren't all hitting the Nexus because they were having a bit of a fun time, you know what I mean? It just shows that even though it was not a perfect game in the same way Volder's was, it was completely dominant, one-sided, an absolute stomp and a shutout, as we have seen from Ruddy more than any other team. More than we've seen Verdant been able to do, more than we've seen Bulldog or Deer be able to do in their wins. Ruddy, when they are comfortable, when they are on message, when they're on task and on plan, is just, it seems like they just have so much momentum and they will steamroll through anyone put in front of them. We need to see if anyone can properly challenge them because they are a game away from playoffs and it looks like nobody can stop them right now.
It was pretty interesting there. And Gizmo, just turning to some of the picks that were there, that Nocturne Shen combo, 2 cross-map ultis, kind of just absolutely everywhere at once. Do you think that really helped the Yorick get a lot of that split push down as well? He saw him top and bot lane, putting in some serious work against those turrets.
Yeah, I think it really just set up his early game right, and then he just became a monster. I think at one point he was like 5 levels ahead of the Galio. So just really helped set him up, and like getting a couple of these kills here just really helped him just consistently snowball to the point where he's unmatched on the side lane. And once you've got 3 grabs and a Yorick unleashed at this point, it's very hard to send anyone to deal with them. I think it was just the perfect pick for the style they wanted to play. You know, when you have a Shen Nocturne, you can just consistently play side lanes. Having a pick that is dominant in that side lane anyway, and if they try to say multiple members, you can be there, is just excellent.
And do you think there are any draft issues maybe that could be amended in game 2 from Deer's side, or do you think maybe it's just a matter of those hands difference really in that kind of regard?
I think they could have broken up the combo a little bit earlier. I think they could have taken the Nocturne earlier on instead of Lee Sin. I think Lee Sin has opportunities to play, but you have to be better than the opponent to be able to execute that flawlessly, whereas the Nocturne Shen picks, you can sort of get away with just doing it on random timers. Like, you know when you're going to be around to hit that ultis, and I'm pretty sure this game I don't think Nocturne ult hit like 5 seconds after its timer. I think it was just hit every time. So I feel like giving something that could be a bit more simple to play, something that can really like counter that, would have been better. But I think going to the next game, you might want to steal that, try and take that aggression back, because I think Deer can be that aggressive force in the early game, and I feel like giving them the tools to do that is more important.
I think maybe a change to jungler, or maybe a different kind of cycle comp to kind of help Deer in regards to getting them further along with it. Because I think going into it, especially a lot of invade coming out from Robocop and the jungler for Ruddy as well. Yeah. I think really they put that jungler from Deer Bellet right in the back foot from the beginning, it seems.
Even on Lee Sin, right? This is supposed to be like a very self-sustained, very like good jungler to contest the early game, but on those early fights when Anno is just running at him and saying, I'm going to fight for your camp, I'm going to run it, I'm going to flash on you. It's the fact that they've got a Cassiopeia and a Shen round the corner is really what's kind of changing or winning it for them, right? Whereas the Galio is like, well, I've got my taunt, I've pressed my taunt, it's now on a 12-second cooldown. I hope you can win this one now, dude, because I've dropped everything I can in this play. And it seems like the rest of like the Ruddy comp playing together and just like forcing the issue through with the numbers and the champions they had. They've had such a clear understanding of when they win, and they just went, okay, we know we win now, we're just going to run at you, we're just going to flash on you, and you can't stop us.
Definitely going to. I think Ruddy look a lot stronger going into it, especially after that first game. I'd say Deer right now need to really think about what they can pick draft-wise. But now, being a fearless draft, obviously those picks are gone. They can't pick the Nocturne anymore. They can't pick the Galio anymore. So now that those are gone, is there a potential for Ruddy to maybe step back a bit in that aggression, or do you think they're going to come full forward straight into it again, game 2, to look for that 20-minute win?
I think they're going to go full force again. I think they're not really going to slow down. And I think as Deer, you probably need to pick based on that, right? You need something that either is going to disengage or something that is going to be able to get pushing that mid side, because if you can get push in mid, or at least bring support up to help you get push in mid, then it opens up these opportunities for these jungles, because jungle will dictate this series now going forward, because that is what I'm predicting. Like, I feel like the aggression in that jungle side is what's dictating the tempo. So being able to have mid push allows your jungles to play that a little bit more aggressive, and first moves is so critical.
Now, because Deer have blue, as we can see on the side side here, Gizmo, if you're Deer, you know the jungle is going to be pivotal here. You've got blue side. Do we need to lock in a jungler first? Do we need to leave it and cover the jungle pick and try and build a comp around a kind of almost a jungle counter pick? Or how do we actually fix that matchup with the blue side of the draft?
I think you pick a stable bot lane pick. I think you might pick like a Hui or something like that early, so that you can sort of leave that alone, and it sort of dictates the rest of it. And then you're able to then build up a maybe like more roam heavy support that then allows you then to pick can't pick support, can't pick mid or something with a heavy push, and then open that up into the rest of the draft. Because I think otherwise you're sort of, if you get stuck in the bot side again for Deer, your morale wasn't unlocked in the last game because you had to play early game. You weren't able to make those early game plays, which I know that they can do. So opening up that opportunity, giving you sort of a mage bot lane that consistently clear waves, open it up.
And no room in there for maybe another AD carry, maybe you said a Sivir or an Ezreal potential for anything where you think, no, just stick the APCs, stick what was working.
I don't think, have we seen a real ADC for Whitman so far? I'm not sure if
we have Caitlyn. He picked Caitlyn in his first game.
Oh,
the first series.
Sure. Okay, well, maybe there's room for us to give Whitman a bit more of a normal AD carry. It seems like with some of these teams that don't have a bot lane focus, a lot of them are being put on mages, kind of as you'd fight up Gizmo. First game of the series, it's mages all the way down, and as it goes forward, people go, I'm sick of this mage thing. Doesn't work for me, I hate it. Give me Kai'Sa, give me Caitlyn, give me Sivir, give me Ezreal. So maybe we can see Whitman flex a little bit of traditional marksman chops here when the back's against the wall and not just be left in mage shale once again, but that might just be a bit of an emotional response rather than a strategic one particularly.
I feel like it's the ADC tax. I've done your mage business. Now let me play my champ.
I've played my mandatory contractual mage game. Now let me go back to playing the game I love, please.
It's like the old top laner, like, I've given you a tank, now you can play a Juggernaut.
Yeah, done my Scion, done my Scion national service, and I will now be given my Darius game, or I'll now be given my Ambessa now, or my Olaf game. Okay, right, we're into the draft here. We're still banning Bel'Veth, which is, it's big for Ruddy that they're able to still draw a Bel'Veth fan in a meta where it feels like there are still so many power picks, so many really strong flexes that you want to try and take out the enemy hands, even after a game or two of Fearless. But that is certainly going to give them a bit of an edge here, drawing that extra van. Akali taken away too, and it's the standard mid focus for Ruddy there, Syndra and Orianna taken away.
Yeah, and I expect the Poppy and the Camille pick will be the next to finish off those bans, right? Like that's been the story of today, right? I feel like those are pretty much locked. We see some variation, like one of them to be picked up quite early. There you go. So I do sort of still expect that Hui pick early on, just to try and get that pick for Deer, just get that aggression in that bot side. Leave it be and then go for those roams. If Camille is left open though, I do just expect that to be instantly snapped up. I would like to see Ruddy actually throw down the gauntlet of that a little bit, because they are a team that I think could counter that quite easily and get it to fall into some traps. There has been some picks like sort of worked out into countering it, and this is sort of the time where you can sort of open that up and practice those.
Yep, seems like that's what they're going to go for. The Victor's taken away, so it's all mages taken away. So Whitman rubbing his hands. I'm going to get a real AD carry this game. They've taken all the mages away. Camille slammed on that B1 pick. Unsurprising for Mood. Now, there's no Ziggs, so I'm thinking about other pairings with Camille. Obviously, we said at the start of the show, Camille just goes so well with everything almost. It's very versatile. Is there anything from the current pool now? All of the mages stripped away. Ziggs gone. Locke, I suppose, gone. What are we now thinking for Camille pairings for Deer?
Again, you've got Hui, you've got Syndra, like you can even chuck in like Atelier, whatever you really feel like. But you can also then just go into the ADC pool and you can go like, oh, I give him an Ezreal, we mentioned Sivir, or even if you actually want to play lane, you can go Jinx. But I think Jinx is a little bit more of let's leave that to a later stage, because I think Jinx is one of those ones like, moment if you can get one kill on a team fight, you can snowball, but it doesn't quite work with the roaming support. So it's like you have to give it the best lane state. We see a TK Hovered. We did just see a series where TK Senna was played.
Yes.
I don't know if I call that a counter into Camille.
I did win. That was the game Volder won in that B2U series. Who can say where the fault lay there? And we have an Annie locked in as well. Now, given the state of everything, normally we don't see much Annie anywhere at this point, but I'm assuming that we can also just slam it into bot lane for 0, because we can slam any magic damage character into bot lane for 0 right now.
Yeah, you can just basically chuck Annie anywhere really nowadays. You can even play it top. I think I've seen it quite a lot in the top side. Obviously, can play the ADC role if needs be, especially when paired with, like I say, Tom Kench or whatever.
It feels like it would be weird to just blind it unless it was a Camille answer. Like when there's so many other mid laners that I think are still higher prior right now. So I'm expecting it to be something that they might flex away from Camille depending on the draft, but I would expect it to be some sort of Camille. reason, just by the place that they've picked it. As Deer are going to take down a very assassin-heavy mid-jungle duo. A lot of pick potential there between Ari and Kiana.
Yeah, really hyper-aggressive here, so like, we're going to see a lot of roams here already. We're seeing that path of like, we're going to be roaming consistently to this mid side, trying to punish some of those picks. So, Ruddy, do they have an answer to this? Is this Annie going to be flexed out of there and just try and pick something that can sort of withstand that early engage? Maybe something with like a little bit more chance to like stall out that engage, maybe a bit of peel. You know, we saw what Anivia could do in the previous series. Maybe that could get picked up here. Or you just go Annie and just go, if someone dashes forward, I would instantly burst, and then we'd like trade.
Yes, yeah, you can just take the wind out of that engage, reassess, get your AD carry time to flash away from whatever's about to happen to them, and see if they can play the fight out. The Senna coming away, so worried about that potential Senna-Tom combination here from Deer. Cassante taken away from Batuso, so stripping away a tanky frontline, and given they already have 3 kind of pick assassin picks, assuming that Camille support ends up more like a pick assassin rather than a bruiser. Taking a bit of that consistent front line out of the equation, and we're still waiting for what Whitman's pick is actually going to be, assuming it's not Ari, as the Aatrox is the last ban here. So really focusing on that Batuso pool.
Yeah, and like for Ruddy here, I'd like to see a bit more like formal engage. I feel like we've got some tools at our disposal, like, but I feel like he can't really rely on just like an Annie flash R consistently, or a Tam Kench W. Like, he needs something maybe a little bit more consistent, something with a little bit more ease of execution. But then again, Ruddy in the last game, they didn't feel like they were particularly challenged, so maybe they don't mind like having to look for that skill opportunity. Yeah,
no, they weren't super engage heavy. They were, I guess, apart from Shen Flash Taunt, really, they were just kind of running at them, right? And the Paranoia, of course, is an engage of sorts, but it's not hard CC and like a Rail or a Nautilus is. So yeah, that maybe if they just kind of, they might just induce fights without even having the traditional pick potential. Jinx taken away by Deer as their last ban. Renekton locked in for Robocop. This is a classic Robocop pick. We flagged this in the first game, so kind of an understandable blind in that top side. As Batuso, we'll see what the answer is going to be, having had his pool thinned out a little bit, and then we'll wait to see what, once again, I suppose we've got another R5 bot lane for Ruddy, which they've done both times as well, which is an interesting way to go.
Yeah, and that Dr. Mono pick does mean that you're going to have to pick something with a bit more tank shredding ability, because you're not going to have that option otherwise. Obviously, with a TK, you can go a bit more hyper carry based, which is why we've seen like the Jinx and stuff banned here. Maybe you'll go Sivir, but like you need to get to those later stages, you need to be able to shred through people, but the rest of it, you know, you will have that ability to dodge a lot of that initial engage. And when I see Seraphine picked up here, obviously great at pushing those waves again, blowing them up, and then sort of letting your support roam, but if you are landing in that CC, especially when you've got a comp that is so willing to go forwards, you have that potential to play it like Encore over the top and everything else. Be able to consistently make that play and also chill bot later into the stage.
Yeah, and I think the 2v2 threat of Camille Seraphine is cannot be ignored as well, right? With how much damage Camille does at level 2 and 3, plus Seraphine with a couple of levels with the CC chain they can pull through here, the double beat drop, that could be pretty nasty for Ruddy to try and navigate. Now, they've locked down a freebie, a classic Kalista to round us out right here. So we've got a Kalista Tom bot lane, Annie mid, in fact, so we're not using it as a direct Camille counter in lane at least. It's actually quite a normal team comp for Ruddy, interestingly. We've actually ended up with kind of a standard League of Legends composition right here.
Yeah, I mean, standard for a while ago, not current meta, but I'd say it's
not meta,
pretty standard.
But yeah, standard in my 30-year-old brain. It feels like a standard comp.
But no, I like parts. I feel like, you know, you've got the Kalista that can give you that sort of protection for your Tam Kench, allow you to get that aggression, but also I'm a bit worried with it being self-sufficient, because if you've got that Seraphine that is consistently like blowing up the wave, Kalista will have to extend quite aggressively, or could get punished until then you get that tower, but obviously having the dodges as built part of your auto attack does give you that opportunity to sort of move around a bit, but will be a little bit vulnerable in those team fights, especially if Tam's not man marking them.
Yes. And a freebie is something of a glider on the Kalista. We've seen them on that pick at least once already. We've seen a couple of Kalistas here and there. So the mechanics are certainly not in question. And if you need something to dip and dive around Seraphine skill shots, Kalista seems like a good option to bait in a hook shot from Camille and then just juke out the way. Kalista is a bit more self-sufficient in that regard to at least take some of the initial engage combination 3-6 away from Mood. So let's see if a freebie can manage this one out. We'll see if the 30-year-old team composition for Ruddy has the sauce to get the win, or if Deer can strike back in this series. Qualification to playoffs on the line, everybody. Ruddy looking like they are raring to go. Momentum all in their favor through a very, very strong Swiss stage, and Deer trying to prove their worth at the top of the game as well. Mood diving in deep, can't find the initial stun onto Anno, but doesn't take much punishment for it either.
Yeah, and now what I'd like to see from this bot side for Ruddy is actually contest through trial. Like, this is something that we're starting to see a bit more now that this mage meta has started, is if you're an ADC, you can contest through tri bush and come back down and sort of flank them when the first wave happens and force that fight, because mages, yeah, they have ability to push waves and stuff like that, but early game dueling, especially if you have like lethal tempo and everything else, you're able to consistently trade aggressive and try and get the kill there, or at least burn subs. I would have liked to see a little bit of aggression there, but it seems like we're just going to see standard, but it has got the flank here.
Cherokee coming in with the passive stacking up, and Mood using that Camille passive shield to good effect, wins out the trade just about. We do go into an early pause, and I'm interested to see what Cherokee can do on this Tahm Kench. Obviously a freebie with an AD carry is going to be the focus, but we did see kind of snippets from that B2 Uvalda series how much work Tahm Kench can do, even on support, even when it's not farming. This champion is very, very scary in the 1v1. It's one of the quintessential, like, why am I the AD carry being 1v1'd by the support? Tahm Kench is like the poster child of this problem, you know? He's very, very hard to deal with. Yeah,
especially if he starts building like a little bit of HP, which, I mean, going Grasp sort of suggests that he will end up going into that. Like, I think a lot of people go that Heartsteel early on, and then you become like sort of like a duelist in that role, and can sort of just take on anyone, which is a little bit crazy from a support. But then again, that is current meta. I mean, Camille can do basically the same. Just Tahm Kench is a bit more annoying because he's a bit tankier, but Camille can just one-shot you. So
yeah, we're talking about annoying champions for bot laners. Camille's right there. So yeah, I suppose. Okay, so looking at the rest of the map, we see junglers pathing on opposite sides. Bellet heading from top to bottom. And Anno is going from bottom to bottom, heading over the river. It's going to go over for Vision right here. It's going to be spotted by Kiana. Has the health advantage, and Scuffed might need to move over. Bellet completes the camp. The ward will go down, but Diego will not be able to steal it. However, is now going to get control over this Grub camp, or the Krug camp, maybe even the red buff. Freebie and Jerky are just deep into the jungle. Bellet maybe thought the danger had passed. Not so. Drop down to a bar and a half, and this red buff's surely going over. Mood wants to say something about that. Has to flash away, does Anno, from the double beat drop. Scuffed moving. Nano still chilling in mid lane. And Deer coming to the rescue of their jungler, secures him the red buff.
Yeah, early game Kalista is very scary in these trades, but bringing over that extra member, yes, your mid laner has now lost away for that, but you're able to recover your jungler here. And 2 camps on jungle as opposed to wave on mid lane really helps continue this for Deer. So they're quite aggressive in the early stages, but bringing over those extra members really helps them off.
Yeah, for sure. Ruddy trying to keep the pressure on to Bellet as they did last game, but this time the response from Deer much more effective. Holds up that small lead opening up for the Deer jungler, and of course they will have this Kiana as a massive threat to bear. It's quite similar into a lot of comps you've seen today. Not that much raw tank presence, only Virtusa really fits the bill right now, but a Kiana going into, you know, Viego, Annie, Kalista, there's a lot of targets there as Nano under threat from the 3-man gank and has to flash away.
Yep, very nice punish there for the Annie, just stepping up just a little bit too far. Bringing those extra members. Now what I want to see is them coming back and punishing that flashness Annie before the Ari gets punished. Oh, I feel like we need to keep that tempo going. Made that play, you need to come back and return on your investment.
Robocop going aggressive on this top trade as well. Back on the customary Renekton. And we thought he was going for plates. At the head on a swivel, just snaps up first blood. Pre-6, no less.
Yeah, I mean, excellent in played. That's why you don't hand him over the Renekton, I guess. Quite the duelist, but yeah, just really just shouldn't walk up to clear those final little bits of
perfect
CS.
Calculation.
Max Conqueror stacks as well, getting that extra damage out. Really nice punish there. And, you know, having that aggression in that top side does allow you that push consistently. And we've seen, you know, Deer, when they don't have Virtuso in that lead, they do start to struggle. They need him. He is sort of the key member of getting that initial engage.
Yeah, Bellet and Bertuso have been so important to get this Deer roster rolling. And so far, Robocop has been able to manhandle him pretty comfortably across this series. And now we can see Renekton with a first blood lead is only going to be pushing that as hard as he can. We'll see if Bellet wants to, or maybe has to dedicate some time up here to try and resolve the situation, or if Bertuso can stabilize. As both junglers currently face to face across the bottom side of mid lane right now, contesting over a bit of vision, and Robocop has dropped the ultimate, still level 5 for Bertuso. He has the flash, will he have to burn it? The tower is in range. Bertuso can hold on to the summoner, actually trades pretty decently considering, as Nano as well dropping level 6. Tibbers comes down on Scuffed Head, holds the Spirit Rush for Deer's benefit there as well. So Ruddy pushing in mid and top side, but unable to find more kills yet.
Yeah, just playing super aggressive on all sides of the map, Ruddy here, just trying to find anything. But now Nano, without this flash, without Tibbers, does come under a little bit of threat here. You have Ari with ulti, and you have Mood that can be around in the area. It is a strange state where we've not seen many of the supports actually leaving. I mean, it's the first time we've actually seen top laners be top laners without any support intervention. But as this game goes on, I'm sure we'll start to see this Camille impact maybe the top side as well as the mid side and try and draw out this time catch to leave this Callisto alone.
Ano heading out to clear on that top side. Robocop running back to lane, content with the advantage that he has developed so far. We're not quite at level 6 for the Viego. We haven't seen too much action out of Viego at this early stage. We don't see this champion super commonly right now, but again, Ano just does have this very deep pool of sort of 1v9 carry champions like the Belveth, the Nidalee, the Viego that have served him super well through his career. It's been quite long at this stage. I remember watching this guy play in UKL qualifiers on X7 Esports back in sort of 2020, 2019. And this guy has come a long way since then, has got some ERL titles under his belt in Hit Point Masters, and a lot of footprint in other ERLs. He's now ready to try and take this one back to EMEA Masters if he can have anything to do about it, as Bertuso does seem to have stabilized this top lane decently. A little bit down in CS, but the trading's going pretty well.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sort of expecting one of these teams to try and pull the trigger on this Drake, just try and get that early Drake stacking going, but at the moment, both teams are very happy just to stick to their lanes, which is, you know, it's a nice change. We've not really seen much interaction other than the odd Camille roam. Might start to see a little bit more players come in as this Drake gets a little bit deeper, but at the moment, we're in a happy lane state where things are handshaked. I'm actually surprised to see that the Callisto is actually coming ahead of the CS in the bot side a little bit, but I guess when your support leaves you, you have to give it a little bit of pressure, as we see. Nano, that's a lot of burst. But
dropping up again. It's not enough to get the kill. It keeps Scuffed sort of out of commission, too low to really commit to an aggressive play of their own. And Ano and Jerky are able to maintain control of this river. As much as we haven't seen too much from Ano so far, he hasn't really been required to do any more than controlling the space in jungling after that bot lane invade attempt. But Bellet, now level 6 as well, will be starting to look for those assassinations. The team fight now possible here. We've got an Encore, we've got a supreme display of talent, we've got a root onto Tom Kench, we've got a Callisto ult. And a freebie will yoink Jerky back. Tosses him back in as Ano's there ready to find the kill. In freebie, in fact, with the credit. And Ruddy responds so well to the Deer aggression.
Yeah, perfect interrupt on the engage as well.
We're not even done. This time with Tano, though, going too far. Deer catch the Ruddy jungler, getting a little bit too confident. No flash available for Viego. And a kill back, picked up by Mood, but still one for Deer.
And in the meantime, Nano's just farming in this mid side. You get building that CS lead, building those turrets up. So something's always ticking over for Ruddy. Always getting that slight advantage in these trades. Even if they're playing over aggressive on sides, they are getting that passive income on their main members.
That really is the difference that we have seen between our best teams and the rest so far today. And for the rest of Swiss, we'll see the replay of this fight. And you know, you can see the Callisto vision right there. Completely whiffs the original engage. Ano just gets very bold with this one. Very confident in going for that play.
Yeah, I think just waiting on that TK engage as well does the follow-up, but the perfect ulti just stops him from being able to follow through on that and get that CC chaining going. But yeah, a little bit over-aggression, but if you're waiting for that follow-up damage from your team, it just wasn't there, unfortunately.
Scuffed backs away from mid lane. Robocop as well, threatening onto Bertuso. This time he's got the ultimate and flash at least, but has to be careful with this one. We've seen what Robocop can do when you're under tower with low HP. This does... Well, I say it's opened the door for Deer to do this. Honestly, it feels very dangerous for Deer to do this, given the state of their top laner right now. He's TPing back in as Bertuso. One grub secured, and looks like they don't want to look for any more. Anno fishing for a stun onto Scuffed, couldn't quite connect it. Ruddy will back away through mid lane.
Yeah, and I think when Annie's back now with the ability to flash ulti as well, that does put a bit of fear into you to stack up into that pit. Like, it's quite a bit more scary. So backing off of that, just taking the 1 stops them from being able to get the 3 as well, especially if they've already got this top lane pressure. That it sort of dissuades them for trying to take it a little bit early, but it does mean that already are going to try and take down to this Drake, as we see another ulti down on Scuff.
Nano is just on cooldown, drops the ult on Scuffed, leaves him low HP, farms up the wave, and ekes out this advantage that is now pretty significant in terms of CS. Nano did commit to both summoners to that passage of play, TPing in and flashing aggressively. Scuffed has lost the ult though, as he TPs back into mid lane. That's a big piece of power off the Ahri's kit. And this dragon, Callista stacked as it is, will just be picked up by Ruddy with no issue. So a 2k lead, a dragon in their pocket, and still 2 grubs to go back for if they want to.
Yeah, and this style in this mid side of Nano just consistently throwing down the ultis, we see... it's fun. As we see him consistently throw down this ulti, it's just sort of buying him this lane presence consistently, because they can't punish the Annie without flash if Scuff's not in lane, or if Scuff is 25% HP. So consistently throwing this down really stops this playmaking of this Ahri to be able to push and go to side lanes, because at that point he has to decide whether or not he's able to impact the side lanes with that amount of HP. And normally that means that there's a team that can turn on him quite easily, so he has to take a little bit of resilience and sort of go, actually, I need to either reset or continue to push the waves.
Ruddy across all 3 lanes so far in the second game, really just focusing on forcing a scrap, never really in actual kill threat against Deer, and Anno's never really looking for dives, it seems, so far, but they're consistently just pushing them back and out of lane, opening up these CS advantages where they can hopefully step forward into these mid-game fights, onto these following dragons, and have that advantage to play with. Jerky going aggressively onto Mood right now, and the hook shot can only come in melee range. A lovely ultimate from Bellet, a lovely timely exhaust though, takes some of the sting out of it. Jerky saves, Anno goes for the reset, looks for it, can't find it. Bellet slips away, Mood surely not so lucky, the last auto not enough, but Jerky's there to finish it off. And 1 for 1 at the end of that one. Anno reaching for the play in the reset, but couldn't find it.
Nail-biting moment there. If he's able to get that reset, that should just be a wipe for Ruddy. So just ever so slightly overextending, just trying to get that, but you know, this is Ruddy. They're pushing their timers consistently, trying to make something happen. So we see they might have overstayed here.
And the Tom Kench ultimate, we're going to go back in. The double knockup is there. Encore only catches 1. Nano avoids it, but Jerky's already gone down. And a freebie not looking too healthy. There's a Spirit Rush in, a second stack for Scuffed, and he can now use it to get away. Ruddy with a bit of over-aggression right now. Double beat drop connects. Tippers, though, absolutely pummels down Scuffed, and Mood has to come in to clean up the mess, but it is still positive for Deer.
Yeah, or just overplaying from Ruddy there, just trying to consistently take these trades. They are skill checking, and it's just a matter of time before they get caught out. And at that point, Tom Kench goes a little bit too far, not able to use that grey health, and unable to continue that play. And he just lined up for the encore. So you have to sort of pay a little bit of respect. But I am liking what they're doing. They are consistently punishing, just trying to see if they'll fall to pieces on the side of Deer. And at the moment, it's going 50-50 a lot of the time.
Yeah, they've been able to slip away previously, but Deer starting to fight back a little. You can see in this play the damage is very much there. The exhaust onto Bellet, I think, saves that play from going even worse for Ruddy.
Yeah, and I really thought that that play was just awful for going to be awful for Ruddy when it initially comes down. But yeah, just a matter of inches then. The Time Kench shield comes in massive for the Viego, but unable to just get that little bit of HP. And then this next play is just, I mean, Annie able to get a trade is great, but it's just that little bit of them. They should have gotten out a little bit earlier. They didn't need to take this opportunity. They could have gone back to their lanes comfortably.
Oh, Tippers with the right hook there to Ahri, finishes it off. And then, so these margins are very thin. We're still 1,000 in the lead for Ruddy. Not nothing at this state in the game. But we've now seen that Deer's composition is able to fight back. And these are the games that Deer love to play in. You've already kind of alluded to it, Gizmo, that Deer can and will fight early. They will turn the games into a bloodbath. That is the way they prefer to play. It was the same in spring. And even without Kakarot, they have maintained a little bit of that psycho energy. And Ruddy need to be cognizant of that. They cannot expect a passive rollover from Deer in the second game.
Yeah, and I'm really worried about these Kiana ultis, because these Kiana ultis are the main tool for Deer that have been turning the tides, right? And if one of these doesn't go and hit multiple members, it will really stall their ability in these fights. They really need to consistently land these, but it does offer them a lot of objective control. It really gives them that ability to throw down at those fights. So going into those, I'd like to see them try and combo that effectively, because they have the CC chain. If they have a Seraphine ulti over the top of that, the combination of that damage should be able to blow up any member of Ready.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Whitman is absolutely, it's nothing to be sniffed at right here. 2-0-2, keeping up in CS with a freebie as well. The Seraphine is going to be a real threat in these fights, and the 3 kills for Mood don't look too shabby either. As we're watching these trades play out for Vatuso and Robocop, and despite that early kill, despite the CS lead, despite the Black Cleaver in inventory, Vatuso is still holding back the tide of Robocop very comfortably, and does, as we say, does have that tank influence to be a true frontline, where a lot of Ruddy are more on the squishy side. As we have a play from Deer, forging a path into the bot side jungle, going for a kill. Another beautiful ultimate from Bellet, and even Jerky can't save it. Anno tries to escape, but that is picture perfect from Deer. That's the Kiana ultimates they need to be landing.
Yeah, this is the aggression we want to see for them, and that should just allow them to fall back on this Drake, take that objective, but they might look for the extra dive here.
Oh dear, Robocop didn't expect the 1v4 perhaps, has not quite thinned out the wave, but Deer without the ultimates ready, don't want to push their luck, they are going to back away, and this does give Ruddy time to work on mid lane, but Deer now can open up on this Drake, even up the stacking 1-1, as Anno is now tasked with Vatuso duty. The standard just drop Tibbers and think about it later strategy has gotten the health lead, as a freebie flashing away from Mood. Overstayed his welcome just a little bit there.
Yeah, both teams really trying to keep the tempo up. Deer in with the steering wheel at the moment, just really trying to keep it going. But, they have abilities to stall as well. Vatuso, now with this Bullmugs, allows them to take these aggressive trades on the top side and actually just step back and go, actually, I can just heal up and continue to play. Like, this really is able to flip this matchup in this top side for a little bit, as long as he's able to get out of the trade afterwards. And, if they continue to push the trigger on other plays, if he's left isolated, he will start to take towers soon.
Freebie with a static shiv and inventory being Callista as well, completely minces these waves and is going to work on this mid lane turret, going to find it on the next wave. First turret for Ruddy, keeping control of the gold lead, keeping loose control over this game. But again, the respect has to be paid to what Deer can put together right now. Honestly, I'm sure they'd love for Bellet to get some of these kills, 0-0 and 4. And if they want to get some more snowballing, keep the damage and the burst potential high, they'd love to get some gold injections onto this Kiana and really threaten these targets. So Freebie is going to be flashless for a little while. These next fights could be dangerous for him.
Yeah, and especially when these kind of ultis are landing consistently on multiple members. If the Tom Kench is CC'd in these fights, there is no get out of jail free card available. So if they can consistently CC multiple members, Deer can walk away with the win of the fights. And you can see this top lane matchup having been switched up by this one Purchase.
Yes, it really has turned the tides right here. Ruddy starting up the Herald on top side. They do have the pieces in place, but we see the response from Deer. I think Ruddy see it as well. They are not confident in just calling the fight and asking Deer to do something about it. They are backing away preemptively now, as is required.
Yeah, too many members, especially if you're stacking up in a pit against Kiana. It's never a good opportunity. I've seen him steal Baron way too many times on Kiana by just throwing the ulti at that, let alone any other objective. So nice restraint there from Ready to go, actually, we can't do this. This is all what we want to see from some of our top teams, is actually going, when they can fight, going for it, knowing the opportunities to go, actually, hands back, we'll hold off a little bit.
Tuso picking up that bot side turret, and we have these two items, spikes starting to come through, where 2 completed for Bellet has gone into the Voltaic Cyclo Sword, a Bastion Breaker first for Anno. This item was buffed on this patch, I believe, so we'll see how well that lands as a first item. A freebie coming in to assist with Vatuso right now, is 2 items deep, has a Gwinsu's ready, is enough to shred through Vatuso. He's tanking the turret right now, that's not ideal. The rest of Ruddy has to come into support, and the Rend is barely miscalculated. Vatuso flashes to safety. And now Deer looking for a counter play. Hextech ultimatum onto Jerky. Bellet's there with the stun. Supreme display of talent. Clips a freebie as well. Scuffed with one more Spirit Rush. There's no flash from Callista. Can he get into range? Has to be careful here. Anno's always threatening. TP's coming in. Deer committing the house to this one. Bellet's found a freebie. Beautiful support from Whitman. And Deer crushed the bot lane play.
Deer, perfect disengage there, and then chase down ability on their team is immense. So able to take those trades consistently and go, you know what? you shouldn't be here, and they punish that. Virtuoso, just complete and utter tankiness in that top side. I mean, I just love the Dr. Mundo's skin. It's like just amazing. But yeah, nail biting moment. But yeah, they can't consistently chase that. If you can't get anything, and just that tiny bit, yeah, just pixel perfect really from the side of Deer just to try and punish this here.
Yeah, no, couldn't have done it better myself, that's for sure. Bellic gets right onto a freebie, and yeah, Whitman from around the corner nails the skill shots to keep them locked down, and they have the push to come through afterwards as well. Deer now in control of a 2,000 gold lead. 1 minute left on the Drake to come through. It's another Hextech as well. Anno has been rooted and has been completely owned by Whitman in his own jungle. This Seraphine is now 5-0-2. And we can see why Whitman is being kept in AP carry jail. The guy is doing a great job at it.
Yeah, really pixel perfect ultis as well. Really cycling through the abilities correctly on Seraphine to get the most out of the damage and CC chain effectively. And you know, he is about to go into that CC chain build where he's gone the mandate and will go into Rallies now. After that, which means that they will have an immense amount of CC behind them. And you pair that with the Kiana ultis that have been coming through. Got the Aria that can dash in later as well. Give you that opportunity for extending that ulti. It's going to be a massive amount of CC and massive amount of damage from Whitman.
Oh, look at him go. The absolute aura farming from Wartuso. The energy coming through this Mundo. Doing a fantastic job holding Robocop at arm's length, while the rest of the map, Deer, have been able to put these plays together time and again. Melee on the Kiana, leading the charge through finding these stuns. Mood, the Camille gauntlet was thrown down, as you'd said, Gizmo. Roddy gave it over, and Mood's doing a great job on it. Scuffed not having a great time against the freebie, who does have flash again now. The ultimate doesn't really go anywhere for Kiana. This is the fight that Roddy have to be able to win. Batuso stacked up to the 9s, and a freebie flashes in for the kill on Scuffed. Heads back for Batuso. Nano with the credit. That's the fight that Roddy wanted.
Yeah, just not enough CC to stop this to stop the Callisto from moving around in that fight. And yeah, Mundo's walking at them doing crazy amount of damage, may I add. But you know, at one point that Rend will hit, and it just shredded the Mundo straight down to nothing. And yeah, already able to find the flank as well on the other side to be able to punish. And now this opens up their Drake opportunity, and they should be able to get a little bit of push here in the mid side as well. Maybe contest a bit of vision for the Baron.
Oh, double root onto a freebie, not ideal. Tom Kench is there to save it. That's why you pick this champion. But Freebie's got to be careful with this. Can't be affording to get caught like that. Second dragon secured for Ruddy. Trying to skate back to the turret. Deer not happy to just let that fight lie. They are keeping the pressure on. And they'll pick up a mid lane outer as well. Anno has his recall cancelled. The Deer keeping the threat live.
Yeah, and I mean, this all starts off with just trying to chase down this Callisto. Yes, Virtuoso is massively tanky, but just unable to chase down. And then yeah, when the Kiana ulti goes wide, you just haven't got that playmaking ability that you have in other options. And they're just, the CC from the side of Deer just isn't hitting the right members, isn't able to stack down like it has in previous fights, and that just opens up for the side of Ready to step forward and take down multiple members.
The Swedish Derby off stream going to 1-on-1. We couldn't have hoped for any better for them. We'll keep our eyes and ears peeled to see who takes the final win in that series later on tonight. But for now, Deer is fighting for their lives against Ruddy, still holding on to the gold lead. If they get the team fight set up and executed correctly, they have the tools to win it. If they don't get the value, the maximum value really, out of these key abilities, we can see that a freebie, the Anno, the Robocop, these guys will just glide over the team fight and take you down.
Yeah, I'm going to get really worried as soon as this Annie starts getting flash and looking at these later team fights, because, you know, when they have a shutdown, but an Annie flash W could just one-shot you on the spot. So you're going to have to play very peel heavy on the side of Deer, and you haven't really got many tools at your disposal to do that. Yes, Virtuoso is massively tanky on the front line, but he doesn't really offer much CC or peel ability. He's just there to be a body. And if Ready just ignore him and walk past him, it could be very scary for them.
Still, it seems like Deer, with control over the map, trying to keep Ruddy contained near their inner turret line. There's decent vision, it must be said, for Ruddy, stretching that line out deep, giving them flank angles, giving them information about Deer's movements, as they need to try and keep a freebie safe once again while the flash is down. Jerky is in hand-holding position, ready to ult him to safety if required. AD carries on mid lane is a bit of a meme in itself. You cannot leave them alone on that wave. It's a dangerous place to be.
We've seen it too many times today. we can't, I mean, Nocturne's not in this game, but we've seen it too many times.
Yeah.
I do get worried for the side of Deer when they want to start starting up this Baron. I don't think they have the DPS to start it off initially. I feel like they need to take some picks into it. So I feel like Roddy are able to just put a little bit of vision down, but they don't have to protect it too much because it's going to take too long for the side of Deer. So Deer need to look for something to do ahead of time if they are going to try and make this play.
We've got a TP into mid lane from Whitman to get in position. Nice and early. Deer heading up to this top side. We'll see if they want to listen to Gizmo's advice or if they will just rip it. Seems like they are preferring to set up a vision trap. They don't want to just start it up. They're looking for the picks. They're looking for the jungle plays that have served them well earlier on in this game. Robocop doing what he can to keep Vatuso off the turret, but there's not much he can do. Mundo goes where he pleases after all. And that turret is gone down. Robocop can barely withstand the onslaught and has to flee back to the turret. There's the jungle play. It's beautiful from Deer. Mid-jungle eliminated in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, and that gives them the opportunity to go Baron now, so they have to make a pick beforehand because otherwise they just don't have the tankiness to survive on this, and it's obviously quite a slow Baron, so they're able to set up that vision line, set up those traps, consistently deny it from Ready to be able to find those picks, and yeah, Kiana is doing massive work in this series, just really cutting down multiple members, landing consistency C, and then just the encore of the top just leaves no doubts about it if that member is going to get one shot.
Okay, we've got a freebie coming in to try and be the difference maker in this 3v1.
Has flash.
So he has a turret to get to. Can he flash away to it? Yes, he can. TP from Scuffed. We want to force the issue. Charm lands, forces the Callista ultimate to drag Jerky to safety. And they won't be able to find the kill. They'll get a couple of summoners, lose one or two themselves. But Ruddy now playing into the Baron. Down 14 kills to 6. A very different story to game number 1. We did see a similar pattern in their Volda esports series. But Volda were never in control as this, I fear. And Deer now, with all of the tools they need to safely push these waves. And they are so successful at finding these jungle picks.
Yeah, massively important to watch where Bella is going, because if that Kiana ulti lands, there is just consistency C, consistent blow up, and for the side of Ruddy, you've got to try and find some picks. You've got to try and use this Annie blow up ability just on the Kiana, on the Seraphine. You need to start trading, trying to get a few of these shutdowns, because otherwise, if you let them engage, you haven't got enough PL to be able to survive. And I feel like we've seen it time and time again. This time, Kench, yes, he has the R ability, but if he gets caught, he's not going to be able to get multiple members out.
Anno starting up this Drake, I imagine, just as a pretense. Deer are going to come in and try and stop them here. Robocop is not looking healthy. It's not the situation you want. They're trying to just rush it, and they might actually have this. Callista's in place, and I think Ruddy are going to get away with this one. They'll steal away the Hextech Drake. Will they be allowed to escape, though? The Hex Portal bringing the threat into the backline. Mundo is on his own. It's been shut down. But there goes the mid-jungle again. Bad timing for Robocop to hop over the wall. He's trying to skate back to safety, but Tuso is just slamming on this top lane wave.
He's got his music on. He knows where he's going.
Yeah.
And Deer, again, they find their opportunities to push. They knew that they had this in their top side. You're going to be just untouched in this top side for a while, so able just to say, you know what, we'll give him a little bit of the Drake, and then we'll look for the fight afterwards.
Oh dear, Robocop has been slammed by Vatuso. A freebie trying to do what he can, stacking up the spears, looking for the Rens, doesn't have kill threat just yet. Jerky tanking up the front line. 4 versus 2 in this situation. Anno 5 seconds off the fountain. And an inhib under threat. 2 open inhibs in fact. At least one of them's going. And Vatuso has decidedly escaped the lane threat. And Deer maintain control of the map.
Yeah, I mean, this Mundo is just a monster out on the side lanes. I mean, he's 1 and 2, but yeah, he has like controlled this game. As soon as he got that Warmogs, like I feel like everything has changed.
Yeah.
He just the priority that they need to send multiple members down to deal with him, but when they do, it just opens up the opportunity for Deer just to force the engage somewhere else, and there isn't the tank shredding option on the side of Ready to deal with him currently, and it's just unlocking him across this map.
We are getting to 3 item spikes across the board. We're actually gone cleanly into the 4th for Vatuso. He is massive. A freebies on the main 3 DPS elements complete. You can see him going towards. Normally we see things like Jack Show in this last spot, so a little bit of tankiness might help him survive the burst. As Annie is absolutely full burst for Nano. Malignant's Void, Rabadon's Vatuso caught out here. They've got a knock up to start it off. Surely they have enough going here. Yes, they do. Anno's going to get his first kill of the game. 29 minutes in on Viego. Not the Dream Viego game, that's for sure. and they had to commit a lot of resources to achieve that. Meanwhile, Robocop, once again, just doing what he can to hold the side lane down.
Meanwhile, that's on a member that doesn't have a shutdown or anything. He just has that pressure on the sideline. So you've burnt a load of abilities on him, but actually, he's only worth 300 gold. Whereas, like, if you look at other members across their team, you have massive shutdown on the Seraphine that you really need to try and eke out, because at the moment, you are slowly leaking this game away.
If you could get 1,000 gold into Anno's pocket, you get a team fight where he gets a shutdown of Bellet and Whitman, problem solved, right? We're back in the game. Anno's going to become that late game Viego threat. He does have 3 items done with a lot of AD stacked up there. Collector, Bastion Breaker, and the Immortal Shield Boat. But we need to get that one critical fight. They kind of have to hope that Whitman misplays, mispositions, as Seraphine, that you can be 10 miles behind the battle lines with flash as well, and a charm onto a freebie. Oh, it's a nightmare! It's an absolute catastrophe for Ruddy Deer. Perfect target pick potential, and they see them TPing, forcing, diving in to make the most of this opportunity. Nano can't find a stun with the Tibber, Scuff backsteps on it, and Vatuso stepping up with an ungodly amount of HP. That is the worst possible scenario for Ruddy. You cannot let a freebie go down first.
Yeah, and I mean, I was just about to say that he just picked up Timnus. He has the ability to actually maybe duel this Mundo, but actually, if you just find that pig on him, it taking him straight out of the fight, he can't even play the rest of it. So, yeah, really impactful pick there for Deer. And now I feel like this is where they can look to end the game here.
Looking for an angle onto Scuffed, perhaps. Anno with a bit of damage to offer if he can find it, but again, Deer are playing around these waves so well. Scuffed and Vatuso, these solo lanes that we highlighted at the start, have shown their quality here. It's been a relatively quiet seeming one for Scuffed, mostly just getting Tibber ulted and recalling, but he's been finding the key charms when the moment has demanded it. And now Ruddy defending Nexus. Mood has gone down first, no stun onto a freebie. He's allowed to auto attack, he's gotten a second kill, he has a fountain to protect him. And Ruddy stands strong. They avoid the death at the last limit as Anno goes deep. He'll find the shutdown on Seraphine. Big gold injection. Jerky looking for more. Scuffed with no flash, no ultimate. Can they chase him down? Can he use the grey health? Can he keep the shield alive? They've got the slow. Nano wants to get stuck in and find more damage. A lovely charm to cancel the Abyssal Dive and first kill, but Nano surely has the juice. Yes, he does. And Ruddy hold the line. Barely, but they hold it.
Just a slight overextension there, but my god, you have to hit this Calista. The Calista is a 4.5 item Calista. You have to sort of CC them. I know you guys have got massive snowball, but yeah, when that ulti just misses, you can see just instantly one-shotting people. And yeah, Vatuso, yeah, you're really tanky, really strong, but this is a Calista who has multiple items now, and they have added a bit more tank shredding into the game, and they're able to free hit on you, able to take you down, and that is going to be, I think that was like a 4k gold swing.
Yep. I think it was, and we did get 1,000 of that gold into Anno, extending towards that first item. This is going to be soul. Now let's have to go for a steal into Calista. She's just going to go for the red buff. That is massive for Ruddy. They're down 2 inhibitors. The other one doesn't have a tower, but they've closed the gold gap almost, and they have a Hextech Soul Calista, everybody. This is the Hextech Soul champion. If a freebie can avoid walking into a charm to start the fight off, this guy can go crazy. Now, Deer are going to trade this for the Baron, and with the amount of map control that they have, that's not bad at all.
But with a Hextech Soul, you can bounce waves pretty easily. So they might look for a little bit more, but if they can get this wave pushed out deep before they Baron buff it, that can be really critical here. Just able to blow it up a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so it does ruin their time just a little bit, but Tuso, does he really matter? I mean, he could, if he wants to, he can walk in and probably one-shot that tower by himself without any minions, but you have to find the angle, you have to draw them out to another place, and that's already, you're not happy about being able to farm here, but also you're not mad at it because you've just got a Calista with multiple items now. You will be looking to get your 6th item. If they overstep here, you can punish quite easily. Like, as long as you maintain this vision line, and he can be dangerous.
Oh, this is so aggressive from Mood. He goes straight down, and it's a decent ultimate from Kiana, but they don't have the follow-up. Anno sees it. He smells blood in the water as Whitman goes golden. A second looking kill for it. Shutdown secured. And oh my word, Deer, have they tossed it? Have Ruddy Corporation found the window? A freebie, remember, is the key to this composition. He doesn't need to go down here. And what was that? That is not the jungle success we've seen from Deer to this point.
You're not 10k gold lead ahead anymore. You have to give him a little bit of respect. And yeah, the instant burst, you're not able to land that CC. But yeah, Kiana ulti, you have to be hitting the Callisto with that. Otherwise, things aren't going your way. And yeah, as soon as Mundo's off to the side, they can just go forward onto your backline. This is the bit we were talking about. They don't have peel for that backline once the CC's thrown down early. Like, if it's used as an engage tool, they don't have that peel, and then all of a sudden, come multiple members, turn back and try and deal with the Mundo.
Oh my word, Gizmo. If Ruddy get away with this one, that is going to be a mark of their resilience right here, managing to scrap their way from behind their own Nexus into chaining the wins together. Hextech Soul at their back. Baron has been basically neutered. Scuffed still wearing the buff. You can see they can empower the wave, but they don't have it on Bo3. They can't do multiple Baron push waves effectively here now, as Mood once again deep onto a freebie. Oh, he dives back into the Encore, but he gets Tom Kenschulted, saves him from the Kiana ultimate. A freebie, now with all the main threats off, he has to escape Bellet's clutches, dipping and diving. Can he stack up the roots? The invisibility is there, and Bellet finds him. But have they done enough? Has he done enough? For Tuso now, there is no Callista to work through him, but they have Anno. They have a Viego with items. They have Robocop onto Kiana, trying to get the ult stacks through for the resets. Nano trying to get desperately into range. Anno finds Bellet, and a stun and an ace for Ruddy once again. They stand tall, and a team fight win for them, and they're TPing to top lane.
Can they end? 10 seconds
surely not.
on Camille.
20 seconds on Scuffed. Without a freebie, surely not.
No, they can't. But my god, is this nail biting. I mean, just back to back, but yeah, if you go for Christie, you have to go for the head. You have to take that man out of the fight. And time and time again, he's living on 10 HP, able to come back into it. And
freebie, man. I mean, you can't dash back into it, bro. Yeah, you solved the problem and then gave it to yourself again.
Doesn't matter, he's willing to glide afterwards, he could have flashed it as well, but either way, just buying this amount of time, and in the meantime, Virtuoso, he's been so used to the side laning. His champion isn't the most impactful in this because the rest of his team is gone. He's a HP bag, but no one else is around him. So he's taking a long time to kill, but it really doesn't matter when there's nothing else following behind it.
Yeah, it's not even something like where things like Scion can use. They have ult, they have like the stacked up Q, they have a lot of utility, whereas Mundo, he just kind of hits you and he just walks around and stands in your face. And yes, it's very annoying in a 1v1 against an AD carry, but in these situations, we are seeing Virtuoso's impact really lessened. Now that it's not about map movements, now that it's about 5v5s, Ruddy are looking ready and raring to go. They have clawed the gold back to even, everybody. And we now have 2 minutes on the next Baron. A little under 2 minutes for Elder. Ruddy have all the inhibs back, and they're able to play outside of their base and top jungle for the first time in what feels like 10 minutes. We're actually looking for a potential dive onto Whitman. They will use it to get that mid-lane turret. Jerky's gone so deep for this. I don't think we needed to go that far, my friend. You already lost the ultimate. And now it's a 4v5.
Watch Scuffed. Has Flashy.
A freebie. Doesn't have any summoners. Charm goes wide. Ruddy threatening. They're trying to hold the line right now. Anno waiting in the camouflage. A freebie is separated from the team right now. Nano, a little bit split, trying to back away. Mood forces the issue. Another big encore onto 3. Bellet with a couple of stuns. A freebie's not caught, but the rest of the team is. And have Ruddy counter-tossed it on an over-aggressive move mid? I think they have.
I think they definitely have. Can we see if they can CC chain, give Callisto an opportunity? They have Mikhail's, they have Zhonya's here. They can buy a little bit of time.
Doesn't get stunned. Mood caught for the first time, dodges forward, but into the root. Whitman's there, the Nexus open. And we are going to game 3, Gizmo. Oh my word, that just could not be simple. They could not be normal in that one. Deer hand Ruddy their first loss. They are both now 5-1 in game score. And there is a deciding third game to see who makes it to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Deer, great early game, great pressure. Obviously, a little bit overextension. I mean, Virtuoso just unleashing this game. We said time and time again that he is one of their strongest members. If he has a lead, they snowball effectively. That he's their like big member there. And in this game, he showed like Mundo can do a lot, but yeah, a few small mistakes there, but able to punish Ruddy when they overstep.
Deer holding fast, spotting the opportunity when it arose, and taking us to game number 3. Ruddy almost mounting a comeback for the ages, but they'll have to go back to the drawing board. They'll have to start again from square one. And their clean sheet of wins has been ended. Let's see who comes into game 3 better. Who has the better mental stack? Who's able to get the better strategy? Who's able to hold up under the pressure? As for now, we're going to a break. We'll be back with Deer versus Ruddy game number 3. We'll see you then.
Hello and welcome everyone. After an insane game 2, Ruddy just unfortunately came short in that one. Deer, after taking game 2, you've heard of deer in the headlights. Happy deer finding 5 ducks in the headlights, because that was an ending to a game there. Taking us to Super Scrapes, we're going into game 3. Trajan, can you run me through that? That was just some ending at the end there, and a freebie nearly got it.
It really was, right? I think Ruddy they know they can rely on a freebie to be a mechanical beast right here, and he so almost achieved it at many points. I feel like the point that Gizmo kind of set up at the start of that game was that really, if the Kiana ultimate hits, if it's a sick Kiana ultimate, you're good. If it's bad, if it whiffs, the whole thing falls apart. And it really felt that simple at times, where if they couldn't get that initial big burst of CC to set up, a freebie was just going to go crazy style on the backline. Robocop was free to move. Anno got a chance to get back into the game. And honestly, Ruddy did the hard part. They held the Nexus, they stabilized the game, they got the inhibs back, they had the soul, they did the hard part, and then they just throw it away over diving on mid lane. It's really quite an unfortunate way to lose this game. They already almost lost it, but to have the comeback mounted and then to just forget to do that easy step right before the finish line has got to be tough for them.
Looking into it, it was a really tough draw because Ruddy had so many good things. That Nexus defense from a freebie was insane as well. Yeah. They nearly had it there. They nearly snatched victory from the jaws of defeat there, but it was not meant to be. Gizmo, do you think there's any kind of change in comp we could see from Ruddy there? Was there anything that didn't work for them that game, do you reckon? Or do you think it was just a matter of, again, being one ultimate and one overextend away from the game-winning play?
I just don't think they didn't really have an answer to the Mundo, right? I feel like the Mundo really, after dying once, came back with Warmugs and sort of just opened up the game, and they sort of just lose the side lane pressure. I feel like you have to try and take away grubs early to stop that side lane pressure a little bit. And then until like the Callista can hit like multiple items, really hard to like contest. But on the bright side, when it did get to the later stage, it's a lot harder for Kiana to hit ulti in the base, because there isn't any structures, which was their way back in. But yeah, I feel like you sort of have to go, right, we want to team fight in, maybe we need to go back into that, because they were really good in an aggressive stage in the first game, tried to be aggressive in this game, they weren't able to take down as many members. They need to just opt back into their style, go aggressive with stronger picks, more early game focused, and try and win out.
And knowing that this is a Swiss fearless draft, that Mundo's gone and all the other picks won't be picked now for this game 3, and obviously they have a lot more picks available to the players, but knowing that some of them are gone, do you think there's any kind of wackier picks that we could see come out here now that some of the other ones are gone, now off the table, now that the Tam Kench is gone, the Camille as well? Maybe is there anything else there, or do you think we'll just go back to Mage's spot like we did last game 1?
I wouldn't have thought so. I think a freebie really wants to play AD carries. I think that's the best way to use him. We've seen him do this before with Zeris and Callistas. I think mechanics are where you can get the most out of this player, and we have a lot of mage presence down there. Whitman has still been stalwartly mages all the way down pretty much, and I'm more interested to see if he goes down to a traditional AD carry or a marksman, or if he sticks in the magic camp, given how Syndra has been banned all day, Orianna's being banned all day, Hui's being banned second rotation. If they actually want to prioritize getting Whitman a remaining mage, or if they actually just let him 2v2 bot laners, traditional bot laners, with a freebie, because that might give Ruddy a way back into this game. That might give them a way to actually just sort of hands check them 2v2 and give them a real strong lane to play in.
For sure, I think that's definitely an option here. But also, looking at the side selection here, Ruddy have opted to take the red side. Gizmo, do you think there's any kind of difference there in Ruddy going red versus them going blue potentially?
I think just open up that counter pick for top side. I think that in that last game, I think they didn't really have an answer for it. I think that they had options, and I think that just picking the Renekton blind didn't really go in their favor. Where I think they could have maybe just gone, they could have picked a support like a ADC a bit earlier that was a bit safer. Maybe take like a Saber or something else, and then like drop your top laner down. Because I think that again, if Virtuoso gets that lead for Deer, it really pushes their momentum. Their team works so well with him having a lead and so much pressure, so being able to cut that down, take over the top side for Ruddy, will be a massive win for them.
I think going into it's going to be very interesting, and looking at both these teams, we're going to take it to a game 3, but I think especially going into it, jungle presence is definitely going to be a factor. I was looking at that first game, that was a really big deal there with jungler v jungler action, and it looked a bit different in game 2, so I wonder if there's any kind of option there for Ruddy's jungler to potentially do something as well, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Anno, this guy I think is best. He is such a strong carry player. He is such a sort of 1v9er as we get into the draft, we saw the Viego. I'll be honest, for most of that game, it went quite horribly for him. It was a bit of a nightmare Viego game until he got a 1,000 shutdown on the Seraphine and kind of clawed his way back in. But I feel like that is how you get the best out of Anno. I don't know if we just go back and just give him J4 and say, okay, you had your Viego game, nice one. Just play this meta jungler, please.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see you know, the Viego with such high power when you've got Wukong there, you've got Xin, you've got J4. All of those picks sort of went by the wayside, and you went Viego because it's all right into Kiana, but like Kiana just destroyed that matchup and was like, we'll take over the team fight. You might want something with a little bit more dueling potential, and I feel like those other picks will give that, especially with like how fast the tempo is. Maybe like a J4 could be good for that, or a Xin. So I would like to see those picks sort of contested here. Like, I think both teams want that hyper aggressive in that jungle role, so giving that and then just sort of pushing mid is quite important.
Yeah, Bellet has shown us the capability to go off script as well. I don't think we're going to see the Lilia back here. I don't think this is the game or the matchup for Lilia to come in game 3, as much as it is thematically appropriate. It's a Bard ban, actually. It's the round up for Deer. So they've kept the Belveth, kept the Akali ban, and now Bard off the table. It's been all mages for Ruddy. I'm expecting to see another one, but maybe they're going to focus on Bellet instead. Maybe they're going to try and clean the jungle pool. Yes, they are.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the Bard ban. I think it's the support pick that gives you that most like run potential as well. Again, we were trying to cut that down to, if you're the side of Deer, you did alright in the first game when you didn't have that run potential in the early stages, so maybe you want to take that away. It's surely not just an ace or throw down. I feel like you're going to pick something jungle based here, maybe like just mage ADC.
Orianna left open. Sure. So we're going to see that, I imagine, into scuffed hands. It's mostly banned this pick. We don't get to see it make it through very often. And a quick Azir response for Nana. Now, this is a champion I don't think we've seen all split. We rarely see this pick these days. Pantheon we've seen a lot more of. I understand that one. But what do we think about this R1 Azir coming up already?
It really stops that early game aggression, right? Like if you think about it, like level 6, you're able to disengage, especially if you're going to pair the Orianna with like some of its like main couple picks, which are the J4, the the J4, the Xin, and everything else. So like that pairing can give you that little bit of space, but again, one of those things like you have to time it correctly, and the Orianna ulti can get a little bit further than the wall will offer you, so you can sort of get caught out by a little bit. But if you're able to proactively like manage it and know when it's going to happen, you can sort of predict it. So it's quite a good skill matchup in that fight.
Yes. Now we're going to get the last pick for Deer here. We'll see what that choice is going to be. If we're going to look for, if Bertuso is going to take some sort of blind pick. We did see him focused in that second rotation with things like Asante, and the Rumble comes out. So it looks like we are going to go for a Bertuso blind in top lane. Now, we don't necessarily have to hold the R5 for Robocop now. We can maybe just pick him something here and avoid the bans, or they can lock down a priority AD carry, and a freebie and Ezreal go together like two things that really go together. This is a very comfortable champion for him.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking in the green room about the fact that he wants to play ADCs, right? Ezreal gives you the opportunity to play that and like sort of let your support roam around a bit more. So that gives him sort of what he wants in that package, as well as giving him that AD pick, which allows you to give a little bit more counter to like your support or your top lane for going those AP mixed. I do sort of expect it just to be a tank in the top side now to match this Rumble, you know, Sion, Ornn, those sort of things, because that's just the normal like, give and take. You sort of go like, I'll give up a little bit of early game pressure, but I'll just be tanky late game, with Cassante gone obviously.
Yeah. Now,
sort of.
We have at least, I think, focused. Surely, Whitman's playing a marksman this game. We have Rumble, Orianna solo lanes. We surely are not putting this guy on a mage again, even after all the best ones are banned. Hui is still open, and you could do that, but I feel like you're probably compositionally shooting yourself in the foot just a little bit. So we'll see if Whitman is going to take a traditional marksman, or what the choice down there is going to be, and if Ruddy can exploit that, as I think they might be able to. They've tried to strip away some of these really safe lane matchups, the Jhin, the Varus, and Whitman has played a Caitlyn game, I think it was, that Ashin said, so there's something there, but we'll see.
Yeah, Caitlyn, I can imagine Caitlyn being alright slot in here. I can also see like you picking up maybe the like Sivir. I think Sivir's we've seen quite a lot, but also if you've got an instant burst comp at the start, you can also go that Jinx, but you have to pair it with a support that allows that PL opportunity, and you won't be getting support can't pick because either way the draft goes. So interlock sign on that top side.
Yep.
I'd rather play against a Sarn than a Norn as well, so I'd plan that side out. Makes a bit of sense. But still gives you that global pressure. But we could see, Robocop do what Virtuoso did in the last game, just sort of build that tankiness and just go, hey, I'll just keep pushing. Baus did it for so long. We can see that again.
Okay, we might just see a Kai'Sa Nautilus slam here to round out that composition with a Jarvan Orianna and the Rumble Ultimate. That gives them a really strong engage composition to try and force the issue. Even slippery characters like Azir, like Ezreal, will struggle to get away from all of the options there unless the positioning is absolutely phenomenal. So we'll see if they want to go for that classic combo. Looks like they will. And now for Jerky, they might actually pivot at the last second to see if they want to take an option away. But for Jerky is going to have the ultimate answer here to answer the comp.
Yeah, I think they're thinking Alistar because the Rel's open, so like they either take the Rel and get countered by the Alistar or the other way around. They can go Nautilus, and I think it's far. I personally don't mind it into Rel, but some people are really not a big fan of it. So I think they're just going to take the Alistar, proactively stop the Rel pick. But then some people don't mind that matchup either, but it sort of gives them that aggressiveness to play, but also once.
Okay, we're doing Sion support, I guess, or Pantheon support. No. What are we doing here? What are we doing? I need my glasses that I don't need. What are we doing here?
Is it just Cassandra? I mean, it should be. So I'm going to assume it's Sion support, but
surely
then
Sion
again,
is a more
no,
with low gold than Cassandra is. Am I crazy? Am I insane? The CC is so much easier in 2v2 bot lane. Cassandra has to stack Qs to have like an engage. This seems like a crazy 2v2.
Yeah, but just think, he can split off, any members and everything. And I guess he's still going to go after shock because it can still be quite duelist. I don't know, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I mean, it's a gauntlet thrown down. Let's be honest. Nowadays, top laners do get to play in bot side, so why not?
We almost had a 2025 matchup here, but the Cassandra support really ruined it at the last second, guys. Really ruined it right at the end there. I am concerned about this. I don't get it, I will say, with my tiny play-by-play P-brain. I don't understand why this was the choice, and Jerky is going to have to sell this one to me,
Yeah, I'm thinking like Unstoppable, being able to peel the R stuff if he goes in, stop that knockup, but you can maybe like spam R as he's going in, so you just throw him away.
Yeah.
Is the initial thing I'm thinking of. If he's the engage, you can do the same as J4 EQ and just throw them away, but I still feel like it's a bit rough, especially if J4 just flash R's and then EQs out. Anyway,
okay, why not?
You know what? I mean, people are going to play it. Like, it's a matter of we've covered this. Support. They're trying all these different things. Do I expect the Cassandra to be playing Rome style support that we've been seeing consistently? Probably not.
Surely not, right? What is the gank assist with Cassandra, bro? It's Trev.
But he has already won the coin flip in support, which is taking Aftershock into Spellbook, which in my opinion is just winning in all of those trades, because if you've got that Aftershock advantage, you always come out with a healthier objective. Obviously Spellbook allows you to switch to more aggressive summoners, but I tend to find that Aftershock normally wins out in the end.
Okay,
because you can just do it more consistent.
Yeah, so we're expecting, I think, to see at the very least Ruddy focusing more on the lane bot side. Depending on if it's a 2v2 is really up to Mood if he ends up having to roam heavily. But Whitman, as a solo Kai'Sa, this is not a champion that is traditionally the leave this champion alone kind of pick, right? You want to give it some engage and get some 2v2s going. Here we go with the Pathmaker here. It does get knocked up out of the Unstoppable, and Ruddy taking an aggressive trade right now. The Ezreal pretty strong at level 1, but the Kai'Sa passive doing a lot of work. And Ruddy have loose wave control still, but the HP's not good.
Yeah, well, we've seen how that combo goes now. He just throws him into the wall. So, yeah, I mean, they get pushed. I mean, into Alistar, you should always get pushed, really. Yeah. Weak at level 1, unless he goes W max, which is like W first when they consistently push. So, yeah, I mean, stand up aggressively, but J4 is in the wings, so letting them push in here, knowing that this is a weaker early game, on might come in for a cheese gank here, which I think we might see.
Yes, do they know? Do they have the critical information? It doesn't look like
flash?
It. A freebie is, oh dear, that's lovely engaged by Mood, flashing in for the stun on the E, and now a freebie trapped in the alcove, and first blood for Whitman. That's not what you want to see. That's not what the Ruddy fans, the Ultras, want to see in this deciding game, this playoffs deciding game. They do not want to see the bot lane go south like this.
Yeah, and it's the standard J4 timing as well. That has to be watched. You have to understand that J4 can do that. So Yeah, really good punish there, and I like the flash engage there from Mood. Really sets that up lovely, and maybe they'll be able to stop the delay here on the resets. See if I can come in.
Nano just has to settle for a stun onto Mood. Couldn't find an angle onto Whitman. Doesn't want to flash for it. So they will just push them back off the wave as a freebie arrives again. And for Ruddy, you know, when you've got a Scion top lane into Rumble and you have an Azir mid into Orianna, it feels like bot lane is the only lane that you can realistically play for in terms of like a lane kind of gank focus to try and snowball through. Bar some sort of egregious mispositioning by the dear solo laners, it feels like I would expect Anno to be focusing on bot lane here, but they've not given the best platform to build that kind of game on.
Yeah, but, you know, going down there, he has actually delivered them a freeze, which should trickle nicely. It won't take away that kill, but it might get you halfway there. So
yeah,
a nice little bit of interaction, but not enough to really upset the balance. And I would like to sort of see some plays around this mid side. I know it's a bit harder in the early game, but you sort of have to contest this J4 Orianna combo when it's just going to consistently get played, especially if you start to blow flash on Azir. You have to come around and protect it.
Waves pushing in top side for Tuso, holding down Robocop, trying to crash in these waves, but Scion fairly comfortable in this state of play. Some vision down for Roddy in the bot river. Anno going for the recall, dropping a couple of ruby crystals. No more longsword buying in the inventory right here. We are getting HP on deck, and it's Bellet going for the early damage. And with a Jarvan, you can understand this methodology. And once we get into this later
surviving that early burst, you need that bit of tankiness. Or you're just looking at what Virtuoso did last game and you're going, well, if tankiness worked last game, we'll just throw it in this one.
Tanks are broken, I see. Well, I guess I'll just buy ruby crystals. I'll buy more mogs and it's sorted, right? It's that simple.
Apparently so. So what I'd like to see here is some proactive play for the side already, trying to set up these Drake stack-ins. We've seen it time and time again here. If you get the early Drake stack in, you can sort of delay getting that soul for the other team. And when you look at the side of Deer, as the game goes later, they have a great chance to be a pick comp, and they're able to single that single member, so it's going to be harder for you to get Drakes at that point. So you want to stack them up early, then be able to draw them to them later on.
Jerky taking a tough trade in that bot side, with Bellet having that focus into the bottom lane as well. Robocop out of mana will have to back away. And Ruddy, obviously, even if they lose this today, whoever loses this matchup, I should say, really, it's not the end of the game, as Nano has found a level 5 to level 6 advantage, a shuffle back and a flash away from the shockwave, and Anno picks up the credit. Anno and Nano mid-jungle duo getting something on the board for Ruddy, a bit to inject a bit of energy back into this game.
Yeah, Nano with perfect timing there, just knowing that they had the 6 first, really willing to step up early and make that play happen, call their jungler across, really great punish. And now, you know, they're able to get down a little bit of vision around this Drake, get those resets in, maybe come out a little bit stronger, and now you know that Nano doesn't. I mean, they know that they can punish on this mid side again, but obviously Scuff did protect his flash in that trade. It did blow the ulti, but holding that flashback just so you can't get that sweep again.
As I was saying, whoever loses this game is going to get 2 more chances to qualify. They will still have multiple opportunities to move forward into playoffs. It will affect their seeding in that playoffs bracket, but certainly not the end of the road, whoever goes down here today. And both of them have demonstrated, shown a lot of quality on the Rift. Certainly still some problems to iron out, but they're both looking like scary contenders. As Deer currently in control of this early game, but let's see what Bellet has to say about this dragon. Jerky's rotated up as well. Anno is ready and waiting, but Mood has a lovely Alistair flank. Scuff trying to get into position to get that mid lane damage down. Anno dropping a little bit low and exhaust onto Orianna. Praise Seeker from Whitman comes in and gets that damage where they need it. Bellet picks up the first kill. Ruddy backing away from this Drake, and a river fight goes away from them.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the pro first there, just really able to rotate multiple members over and punish Ruddy for stepping up early. And to be honest, I'm not really seeing the prevalence of this Kazante pick really come into this. I mean, Alistair able to get off a nice combo there, unable to really stop it on the side of Ruddy here. Kazante just pushing away nothing.
Yeah, what do we... What does it do? What does it do, Gizmo? What does this champion do? I mean, we are level 4. We don't have the ultimate yet, right? We need some tools left, but... it just... I'm being
Trust me, it does things
analyst,
when it hits 35.
Oh, shit. I can't wait. I can't wait, bro, for it to hit 35 minutes. You know, you can... You know, the W should be able to interrupt plays like this. You can, in a long fight, you can stack up the Qs and you can get some good value there. You can absorb a heck of a lot of damage, right? It's obviously a great damage sponge, famously. even though it doesn't really have the item and gold income to necessarily be as good as that, and it usually is. So, and Deer have a classic quintessential AD carry. He's a Mood able to get into fight positions, able to serve up targets as they're needed. A freebie shifting forward for an aggressive trade, misses the Q and takes more damage than he gave.
Yeah, and the hard bit about Caster as well is that they can just easily join multiple different fights. You know, that ulti does give you the opportunity to join fights in River very easily. It gives you that opportunity. So taking these aggressive fights in River just opens up the opportunity for Caster just to get random kills. Like, you see it all the time in solo queue, just a Caster just will randomly appear with 3 kills after not doing anything in lane. Just because they're able to move first to these team fights. So really have to try and punish them in this lane, and so far there isn't enough punishment on this.
As Deer building a strong platform in this third game. Small gold lead for them. Dragon being started up by Anno. Bellet's in the area, and they've got a bit of priority in bot lane, I think. We have the first move for Ruddy, in fact, on this middle wave. Looking for a chance to start something here. The mid laner's moving. Nano with the first move up, but Billet actually has turned the focus onto this mid laner. The Emperor's Divide pushing back the Jarvan. Nano gets the safety. The shockwave onto 2, Jerky flashing away, and Pantheon left in the lurch. Whitman picks it up.
Yeah, again, Ruddy just trying to pull the trigger on something, but they don't have the members there in time. But, you know, this Kaiser ulti coming in really good for Deer. They're able to play this multi-lane style. You know, it's the same thing as the Nocturne. They're just able to be at those plays ahead of time. And now it's the Drake going over. Yep, Snowball starting.
Easy work for Deer right now. They seem so comfortable in this second game. You know, I had my worries about whether they would be able to withstand Ruddy if Ruddy were coming in so confident to this one, but they really do look a little bit shaken in this third game decider. Some uncharacteristic mistakes, some wind taken out of Anno's sails from the jungle position, and bot lane not able to get the advantage that I thought they would in the 2v2 with a more traditional matchup. Robocop, at least, is able to stack up that full Q. Get a health lead into Bo3, and is managing out this top lane, this 1v1 very well, as we'd expect from him. But Ruddy, they're going to be going into this mid game likely from a deficit once again, and they basically mounted the comeback last game, right? They basically got the work done, and they may have to do a similar job here, but not throw it at the end. Oh, we're flashing in. We're ulting on the turret. Robocop didn't quite have the calculation correct, and Bo3 will survive, but both trade their flashes. Ezreal ult. The true shot barrage sailing across. It will be called for Bo3. The scrap shield saves him. And even though he steps up into its path, still lives.
Yeah, and now he can just ult the next wave and not have to worry about interacting with it. So really, I mean, very nice play from Bo3 just to limit test there, but Robocop punishing consistently. This does sort of open up the opportunity though for them to try and take grabs here, because they will just be able to TP back. There will be some down on the side of both these top laners, but J4 starting this up. Ori has ult, so they will be able to get this void grabs, which, as a side as Ruddy, you sort of wanted to get this because you will be you're the team who, on paper, has the side lane pressure. So getting these grabs would have been a big win, but instead deciding to try and join the Drake, giving away a lot of the top lane pressure, and now giving over the void grabs.
So Ruddy gonna look for an opportunity to find favorable engagement right now. I don't know if that means waiting 3 minutes for the next Drake, or potentially if Deer, comfortable as they are, maybe start to overextend. Anno, of course, with the Grand Skyfall, has an excellent gank ability, an excellent global presence to punish overextension right now. And he's maybe going to look for a window into that stage of the game. And for Deer, they're scaling up nicely. They've got a cohesive team composition. They know how to play well together. And they can maybe just sit and wait for the next 5v5 to give them a chance to flex it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see both teams having slowed down this amount, right? In the previous games, there was a bit more infighting before this, and now things are a bit more methodical. There's a lot on the line here. There is that chance at playoffs early secured. Yes, they all have multiple opportunities, but why wait when you can secure it now?
Nano looking for an angle in mid lane. Bellet, though, going to check it with the flag. Spots him out. Nano seeing what he can do for some damage. The Nashus is completed for the Azir. There's a shuffle angle. I imagine he'll go for it. Jerky is in the area, moving ahead of Mood as well. They could turn it into a 3v2. The ult, the level 6 is ready for the Cassante now as well. He can go all out. He does have that extra displacement. A little bit of extra damage to offer in these scrappy engagements. Already can't find the angle. They will cancel Whitman's base, at least, on a true shot barrage. So, moral victory for a freebie there, but bot skull for Deer.
Yeah, you can see how important it is just to move in, as we see. Maybe looking for a little bit more, but you can see how important this push is for the bot side. As soon as Whitman disappears off the map, they have to give up these trades because he can join, and they will have the extra members there, so have to pay a little bit of respect. Don't need to talk about the Oriana ult, but
you know when when Casual Cute is observing, we're gonna have to talk about the Oriana ult. We're gonna see the zoom in. You just know that's coming. As we have Mood actually TP'd. I say he recalled out and he's TPing back into bot lane.
The perks of Spellbook. Personally, not a big fan. I think it gives up a lot of pressure in early game trades. Like imagine Aftershock, Glacial, but you know it gives you the opportunity to play across map, TPs, you get your ghosts and stuff like that. So you can play a little bit more aggressive on some trades. But I feel like if you're going to win the trade, Aftershock tends to win out a bit more, in my opinion. But gives you this fun ability to play multiple sides, which I would have expected more. I would have expected him to use the TP maybe to like walk out top and then TP back to bot after trying to make a play. Use that sort of difference, which we've seen a bit more in some higher relos, higher tournaments.
So far, Mood has been pretty chilled out in this game, has found some good angles, and Jericho have not seen the Cassante leverage to its fullest just yet. Now, we are approaching that second dragon. It has been low action in the interim. We've got some items coming through. We have first items across the board for Ruddy. Not quite there, in fact, for Deer. We're still waiting on a support item completed for Mood right there, but given he's got level 6, doesn't matter too much, if I'm honest. And Deer with the money where it needs to be, with the gold in the pockets of their carries. Now, here they go into the bot river, trying to take some vision control, and are Ruddy going to contest them? Can they find a way to fight their way through, as they failed to do so last time?
Yeah, I do worry when you've got Scuffed with this ultimate, and they have so many members that they can combo off of. Let alone if Vitruso comes down. Instead, actually, we're seeing TP to top side. Roddy are actually giving this and going, you know what, let's try and get something across the map. Let's see if we can try and push for this top side. Maybe make a play.
Now, Nano has used his shifting sands to get behind the turret here, so he can't slide in an ultimate. Rumble trying to clear out the wave with the equalizer. A raw Emperor's Divide, and the soldiers will march over the top of Vitruso as Nano just about holds onto his flash right there. So they achieve the kill. They do get the counterplay on lock, as Infernal Dragon picked up by Deer. So too early stacked up there for Deer Gaming, and a Cloud Rift here in the pivotal game 3.
Yeah, able to get that kill. Not able to get any platings though, so not able to get that massive gold. But they are in position to get this Rift Herald, which will open up a bit more gold for them. So maybe if this gets into the right members, they'll be able to start that snowball going. You know, it is about a kill and a half worth of gold if they can get it going. So we're really hoping that they can get that maybe on the Ezreal or the Azir, just to keep this aggression going for them. Try and scale up into this game.
Scuff TPing out into that top side. Anno working on the Herald, but will be able to finish it off. Mood not going to be able to stop that. I'm wondering if we might have a Spell Shield Smite Steal there. Or Spellbook Smite Shield, I should say, as Robocop. Here's the counter move from Deer onto this Scion, who's already flashed and is unlikely to make it out of this one alive, as topside Whitman's found his way onto Anno as well, and Scuffed is now in position with a Shockwave. Ruddy trying to get some more pieces in position, and a Freebie and Nano are getting the damage down. Jerky going all out onto Scuffed. Here comes the Cassante support. It's not done anything, but they have gotten 2 kills onto Deer's bot side, so Ruddy are able to clap back somewhat in that top play.
I pulled the Oriana out, okay. That Oriana was in damage threat. I mean, there was 3 members of them, one of Oriana. Maybe you could say that he saved them. Whichever way it is, you know, he did his job.
but there you go.
But hey, they were able to find the angle. They were able to punish them overextending on Deer. The Oriana made it look like it wasn't going to be close, but yeah, Azir getting that flank onto the Kai'Sa and able to like really DPS effectively in that fight, and then just sort of walk away with it. So there was a 2 for 2, but across the map that works out in the favour of Roddy.
Nano looking for a play onto Scuffed right now. Anno's come in with a stun too. Do they have enough damage? Not quite, and they're a bit close to the tower. Mood's coming around. The Shockwave gets them into position for a headbutt. Anno knocked into tower range, and Scuffed finds the value. Nano just doesn't have the damage to kill any of these low health targets on Deer, as Whitman's coming in to take up the wave push. As we did see on the lower third right there, Lundqvist Lightside did complete the 2-1. They have remained undisputed kings of Sweden. They knocked out B2U. They've knocked down Leo. And they have remained the kings of that region. We'll see how well they can do later on in the Swiss, if they can shoot for a playoff spot, as their last season was a bit underwhelming, and they want to come back for revenge here in summer. But back to Deer and Ruddy. We're closer than we were. Deer still in control, and we do still see them able to punish the Ruddy aggression at times.
Yeah, it's a fist fight back and forth. I mean, the more time this game buys, the more Ruddy's comp will come online. Obviously, we are worried of Deer's execution here. They have that burst comp that they can play through, but the last game they had that same style, but there was a point where they just weren't able to land that combo. This one's slightly easier. They're not reliant on walls for this one, so a little bit easier to play aggressive. But again, as soon as that starts to slip, we saw already in the previous one, pick up, find their way back into it. So this one a lot closer, but if they start to mess up on these combos, Ruddy will be the one to answer.
Freebie holding down the midwave right now, matched by Whitman. Whitman is 2 items deep right here with a Gwynsu's and a Kraken Slayer. Same for a Freebie, still needs to get the Muramana fully stacked up. Still a lowly Mana Moon at this time. But of course the 2 item spike for Ezreal is a well-known phenomenon. A Freebie is certainly not in a weak spot right now as Robocop. Can he hold on to this top plate turret? He's going to fit out the way with the decimating smash as the grubs and the plates are falling and tumbling around him. But he will hold on to it for now. Herald answer in mid lane. Anno going to charge this one down into the mid lane turret. As Mood looking for an angle to punish. Headbutts him back into Whitman's waiting arms. But Anno has the shield to throw up. Keeps himself safe for the time being. The tower's still alive. And a stun ready from Mood. Whitman finds the kill. And the Herald just barely is unable to knock the turret down.
Yeah, just trying to get a cross-map trade, but just stepping up a little bit too far. And yeah, gets punished. I mean, yes, this tower will go down eventually, but you are stepping a bit too far on this Pantheon here.
Yep, Anno going. It's another struggle bus for him, to be fair. 1-5-1. A lot of deaths, not many kills for the Ruddy jungler in the latter half of this series. Deer able to find the advantage there. Robocop pops the Optostoppel onslaught onto Virtuso, trying to stack up that damage. Pops the Furnace as well. One more Decimate Smash. Nano, in fact, slides in from stage right, completes it with the Shifting Sands, and now they've got an angle on this top turret.
Yeah, should be able to get this down now. So really nice play from there. You know, Nano happened to invest the TP into the top side. Oh,
Whitman comes in. Nano, he's just got to commit for the structure. Emperor's Divide will buy him enough time. He can't quite slide over the wall. Face plants into the terrain. And Whitman is going to pick up his 5th kill of the game.
Yeah, I don't hate Whitman, but you can see Ruddy instantly pinging this Drake. I don't think they have time to start this, but they're going to try.
They're going to try and hold the line right here. Nano with no TP. Even if this gets delayed for 30 seconds, he cannot TP off the fountain. DPS is all on a Freebie's shoulders right now. Virtuso has spawned with TP available. They can make this a 5v4 easily. Jerky is 7 miles behind enemy lines. Is just going to channel the recall. Doesn't really find angle there. And this is going to give control of the pit to Deer. That's 3 clean Drake stack. Oh, and Cloud Soul Point.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud, it can be a hard Drake for them to get, but to be honest, into their team, you know, it's not the worst soul, is it? It's not game breaking in the same way, but it does actually work really nicely for Deer. So you don't really want to hand it over easily, but at the end of the day, it's Cloud compared to, like, you know, Hextech, Infernal, some of the bigger ones. So not the end of the world. You can always try and flip it for an Elder if you want to give it, but at the moment, I feel like already they're trying to make these decisions across the rest of the map, but it's causing a snowball effect where they're not able to be in position for this Drake, and therefore giving over a lot of priority to Deer.
Yep. Deer holding on to this gold lead, marginal as it is, but it has been consistent. Ruddy been able to find some plays as of late. The turrets falling on either side. 2 in fact for Ruddy, only 1 for Deer, but they do have the Cloud Soul to play for in 4 minutes. And Ruddy, we know that they can play from behind. We saw it in the Volder series. We saw them almost mount the comeback in the last game, and they have a much closer line to play for. They have a Scaler in Azir. They have a Freebie on a classic Ezreal pick. A Scion tank line. They've got all the tools they need, but they need to try and they need to find more success against Deer right now. They need to avoid the team composition as Virtuso once again caught out. Seems like Ruddy going back to what works. They'll commit the ultimate as well. And it's a 3rd death for Rumble, a 4th kill for Azir.
This is open up the opportunity for Baron if they wanted it. Said they're going to switch for top tower. I thought they might pull the trick on the Baron there, just knowing that there's 2 members of bot, but instead going to open up this top tower and then rotate into mid. His ability to trap here. They have multiple members in the area and an Orianna ball.
Yeah, it feels like as much as a Freebie has been placed into the hero position so many times for Ruddy at a 30% damage share coming into today's series, Nano might be the one that we have to look towards as the actual true carry in this game. one of the lesser known players in this ecosystem, newly joining this Ruddy roster along with the other members of previously Sita Kaizen in the Hit Point Masters. He has put a very solid day together, I should say. He's got 4 kills on the Azir, 2 items deep, almost 3 items complete in fact, before the 23-minute mark. This Azir might really be the linchpin for Luddy to pivot on.
Yeah, if Azir can free hit in these fights, the DPS will be extraordinary, but again, it's just finding those opportunities where the combo's not going to hit the Azir. If the Azir's unhit in these fights, I feel like Ruddy could mount a comeback. I mean, it's only 1k behind, it's not the end of the world, but it's the Drake fight, it's the Drake stacking, you know, just finding this ability to actually find the engage for them instead of letting the engage come onto them.
And on Deer's side, they've got 3 items deep on Whitman. Finally, allowed to play a real AD carry on the Kai'Sa, paired up with Mood on the Alistar. They have been a force in this game. 5-1 on Whitman, 7 assists, 1 death on Mood. Really overperforming, taking the game to a freebie and jerky. And Ruddy starting the Baron, sort of. Now they're peeling, but they're so split. Anno is miles away. The equalizer from a flanking Bo3 gets onto Nano, but now Rumble has isolated himself, and it's Deer peeling back. They've found the Ruddy jungler, and Bo3 will surely be picked up at some stage, but he's managed to flash to safety.
And they're the ones that called for this fight. They're the ones that try to bait Deer into them, but that flanking ward really opened up the opportunity.
We've got no flash. We must have lost the shift right here, identified by Bellet flashing in for an ultimate. And it's going from bad to worse. Ruddy lose 3 members all told. And Deer, they're not going for the Baron, but they are looking to pressure these turrets hard.
Yeah, outstanding goal on the map. They're really trying to pressure it. They can push this into bot side, and then they just set the vision ready for the Drake. They've got Soul in a minute's time. They can put down deep vision here, recontest, get these waves pushed in. If they're able to take down a couple towers, it means they can push the waves even further, meaning that they can get even easier access to the enemy jungle. So TP's trying to punish Scuff.
Being TP'd on right here. Robocop's going to take a while to resolve. Jerky on the Cassante trying to get into range. Anno ultimate is not really in the same postcode, but the Scion ultimate will get there. Scuffed with no flash. This is given time for Deer to get into position to punish. A freebie is nowhere near. Anno has to be doing the DPS right now. Deer have all 5. Ruddy have chased the way into a disaster. Shockwave clips the Azir, and Deer see the green light to go. Triple for Whitman, setting up a potential 4th. Bo3 will grab it. And there's a bit of a smell of desperation from Ruddy reaching for this play, and they give over everything.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. Literally just a lovely fancy foot here, but the restraint on the Orianna ulti here, there's multiple times where you could hit multiple members, but instead of waiting for that Azir just to step that a little bit further and get that in range. And it makes all the difference here, because as soon as that DPS is gone, they're able to just jump forward and wipe the rest of the team.
Oh, that super heads up play by Scuffed right there. Really developing into a threat over the course of this year. Was a standout for Deer in spring and is being the absolute same in summer. Baron secured by Deer, a freebie, seeing if he can sneak away the Cloud Drake, but loses half his HP to Bo3, trades nothing back. Ruddy TPing in again. Are we about to just run this fight back and lose the game?
I mean, Drake was able to get reset, so this is good for Deer here. They just can't let them enter, but they are the ones with the pressure, and Orianna ulti is back. J4 ulti is back. If they see an angle to go, they can one-shot a person.
They found Jerky to support Cassante without much to offer. Nano trying to survive, slides to safety, but a shockwave catches down one. Anno has the kill onto Scuffed, but Nano's dropped as well. A freebie safe over the wall. As Robocop, now the solo target from Deer. Another triple for Whitman. This man is 13-1 right now, everybody. And Deer in the regular season in spring, they had Ruddy's number. It was playoffs where that really fell apart. We're not there yet, and Deer once again are looking to knock down Ruddy.
Yeah, maybe Whitman should play more ADCs. Like, looking at this game, the way it's being played, perfect. Look at using this Kai'Sa ultimate to reposition, but the most important thing is just how easily they push Nano out of this fight. As soon as that big DPS member is out of the fight, they can't contest effectively. As much as it takes time to kill down Robo, it's not like the previous game. There's not enough damage behind it, and yeah, you could just able to walk through the rest of the fight. And now that's Soul point over to Deer.
Yep, Soul completed for Deer. They've got Baron at their backs. They're cracking some towers. They have a 13 kill AD carry approaching the 5th item at the 27-minute mark. Bellet with a 1-0-15 Jarvan game. This jungle matchup has been so good for Deer. Not what I would have expected coming into today. all credit to Bellet for his performance here. And the Deer machine is looking well-oiled and ready to qualify and earn that playoff spot. Only a few more steps in the flowchart to reach. Now, they got to the last step in game number 2, everybody. And they almost threw the whole game away over Diming Nexus turrets. So the job's not done yet. Deer, hopefully they'll have learned from their mistakes, and let's see what they can give us this time.
Yeah, a little bit more restraint this time, I feel like, approaching these objectives. But then again, they might be caught on mid.
But
look at the damage on Nano.
It's crazy. They can't even find the kill, and he's just toasting them on the way out.
He's not even interacting with them. He's just chucking ulti down, and that's the DPS alone. So yeah, it just shows the pressure that this Deer team can have, and they can play on multiple lanes here. But instead, able to just take away a lot of the jungle camps here, starve out already a little bit, take those resets, come back out with items, and then look to try and force for an end. Yes, Baron's down is about to drop off for them, but 3 minutes time, that's when you look for the next one and really try and end on that push.
12k or 10k, I should say. It's only 10k, not 12, everybody. The gold lead to Deer with the soul. The Baron's timed out, I believe. They haven't cracked the inhibs just yet. And Ruddy still have scaling to get online for Robocop, for Nano. A freebie is now 3 items deep, but he's just miles behind Whitman and Impact here, as Ezreal or no, the Deer bot laner really has the run of it in this game. And it seems like Deer once again happy to just hold back on the pace, not to overcommit themselves. They made great use of this earlier on in this game and did not provide Ruddy with the opportunity to punish them.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, their main goal is just to starve out any camps, anything to get them back in the game. They don't need to take inhibs quite yet, just because it'll give them that bit in. They realized in the last game they took multiple inhibs, didn't really push to end, and it built already back up into the game. This game being a bit more aggressive, starving them out, taking as many resources as possible, and then they're going to try and maybe stall out for this Baron. 2 minutes on Baron, 3 minutes on Elder. Roddy, you need to pick a lane and just sort of try and throw all your resources into it at this point. I feel like Nano just bring him from lane to lane, just trying to get to that next item point, or even Ezreal. I feel like you need someone just to play through, because at this point there's so many tools on this, so many people to play through, that you need that one-shot potential.
Nano once again looking for a play on Bo3, so they can't find it. And now Deer, you see the cavalry coming in, and Mood's in flank position. This man's always in flank position. And Whitman's got his hands on Anno. Scuff picking up the kill. Bellet diving in deep. The equalizer over the top. Jerky doing what he can, which isn't very much, I'll be honest. And Whitman cannot be stopped. Deer with another snap team fight call off the aggression by Ruddy. They've got a wave in mid. This is probably it.
That has to be end, right? 25 seconds on the Pantheon. Should be able just to push this down. They have a lot of that damage, but yeah, again, just excellent team fighting from Deer here in their second stage. Not really giving Ruddy a chance to come back into the game. They've sort of held the lead from the start, and I mean, this is exciting stuff. You know, these two teams, very important for the last split, and now that they're ending.
My word, Deer locking down the 2-1 over Ruddy, maintaining regular season dominance over Ruddy Esports, clutching it out after a complete shellacking game 1. They get their feet under them, almost take game 2 clean, and still mount the comeback. And then right here, they just look like the better team in game 3, everybody. No, they've not got a perfect game of Evolder, but they have a victory in the series over Ruddy, and they have a playoff spot to boot.
Just massively well done to them. You know, I think after the throw in the second game and then coming back into it, I feel like you could have had some hesitation going into that third game, but actually they approached it with nothing but confidence, and yeah, went stride for stride and continued to execute the plan they had in the second game, and yeah, it worked wonders for them.
And we're just going to be joined shortly by someone from the side of the other team that just won there. Here is Virtuoso joining the call from Deer.
Back on the winners interview. I remember we had one of these last time around, and it seems like, I'll be honest, I'll be the first to hold my hands up, dude, and say, you know, we were looking at this Deer roster and going, oh man, no Kakarot. Do they really have the source like they did last time? I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's a fair assessment here as one of the first 2 teams to qualify into playoffs, but talk to me about this new bot lane, right? Scuffed and yourself really feel the core that is retained, new jungler, new bot lane. Does it feel like a different team to play? Does it really feel like a different Deer to Spring, or do you still kind of approach the game in the same way?
I mean, I think we didn't scrim too much yet, so I can't really tell. But from the games we did play, I think most of the game, I think the game plan is a lot more clear than it was last split. I feel like last split was a lot more chaotic. I think a lot of the games we won,
yeah.
It was kind of random that we won them, right? Like I think we were not necessarily that good last split. I think it was a bit of a scam that we made it to like top 3. But yeah, I mean, my team is working so far. I think I kind of didn't really do a lot today. I think I was pretty much sleeping until like 20 minutes into the last game, and then like I played the fights pretty well, I think. But yeah, I got carried pretty hard today, so shout out to my team.
We had a humble king in topside. We know when we get carried, sometimes you just gotta say thanks,
It happens.
Absolutely.
Can I get your thoughts after as well, actually? Sorry.
Yeah.
Juza, can I just get your thoughts then after because of the spicy pick in there? What did you think about the K-Sante pick game 3? Were you expecting that? Because for a while, there was a hover there. Obviously, the jungle pick did get shoved around there. Were you expecting the K-Sante top and the Sion support, or were you kind of going into this expecting either or?
I mean, they swapped around after like 10 seconds, right? So I didn't really get time to think. I think we were all just a bit confused when we saw K-Sante, and like Mood also said that he tried it once and it was not very good. And I think, like in general, K-Sante needs a lot of gold to be useful, right? I don't think he has that much value otherwise. So I mean, I was pretty happy when they picked it. I thought the game was a lot easier from that. But I mean, respect to them for doing some cooking.
Yeah.
And do you think after the first game, how was the mental state like for yourselves? I know obviously the first game in fashion with Ruddy taking it. How did you going into game 2 knowing like that you were worried that might happen again? Because Ruddy have a kind of record throughout this of finishing games quite quickly. So you kind of draw that out for game 2, and especially how he's kind of took it later on with that next save from them. You back into game 3 as well.
I mean, I think we were never really scared. I mean, for me at least, I was not locked in game 1. I think in general, like none of us were really locked in game 1. I also was not too big a fan of the draft. And then like I think everything just went wrong, and we realized that pretty quickly that the game was looking really cooked, right? So I think we didn't really let it affect us too much. It was just try to save mental and go into next one. And yeah, like I said, I don't think we were ever really too scared, even after we got stopped game 1. So yeah, we just calmed it down a bit. I mean, we didn't really. I think the comms were really messy these games, but yeah, we take the win.
Yeah, a win's a win. Verdant have qualified as well today, 2-0. 2-time champions so far in 2026. They're looking absolutely on form. They are looking like the champions and the team to beat. You did not get the chance to challenge them in the finals last time, you're inches away from that Ruddy series finishing 3rd. You're now still yet to get a lot of scrimming done, a lot of practice done, a lot of like things to work on, kind of, I'm getting the sense of that from yourself. Where do you feel like you are in terms of the team's potential, and looking forward to a potential Verdant matchup, right? Ultimately, as the team that will need to be defeated at some stage to try and make it all the way, how do you see yourself and Deer in relation to Verdant right now on the kind of power scale?
I don't know. I mean, Verdant look pretty good. I think like I can't really tell how the team is doing like internally, right? But I think we definitely have a lot higher ceiling. I think maybe if we want to beat them, I should start playing a bit more solo queue as well. Kind of been not really playing a lot. But yeah, I think they're for sure beatable. I think like even last split, we like in some of the games at least look competitive against them, and I think we got a lot better this split. With the changes we made. So I'm not really sure right now. I think there's like over 2 weeks till we play again, right? Do we play them or do we play different teams?
Probably not. You'll probably play.
Okay. So we meet them later. Okay.
Yeah,
but yeah, now like we didn't really have a lot of time. Like I was moving the last week-ish, so we didn't really have time to scrim. So I think now we have a long break and we actually have time to scrim as well. So I think we should hopefully look a lot better next time. I think like everyone is playing pretty well. I think we just need to mainly clear up the comms and just calm it down a bit and be more on the same page. And I think like for sure they are beatable.
Sure. Anyone else for anything else?
Anyone have any other questions? Yeah, I was going to say, if you have any other questions going on.
With the additional regional leagues playing this split, is there any regional teams that you are excited to play against or have been excited to play against so far?
I mean, I don't want to be toxic, but yeah. I mean, I think realistically, we're not meeting any one of them anymore. Is my opinion from like looking at how the matchups have been.
Would you guess none in playoffs? No,
yeah, that would be my guess. If I'm being realistic, maybe one makes it. Not sure. Like when we play against Epic Avalanche, they had some life.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's quite a big gap between the teams.
Well, there you have it. We'll see if they can prove them wrong.
But if no one has anything else, then thanks Virtuso for joining the stream, and we hope to see you better off in playoffs. Best of luck on those 2 weeks off, and
thank you.
We'll see you on the stage.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
And from then on, I think we're going to look at the graphics of the results for today, and we can see where we end up now after that, because that was our final game for the qualification series, with being Deer and Verdant going on. Looking forward to here. We also see B2U beating BS 2-1, and you also see Lions losing as well to LLS. What do you think?
We can see the format really starting to show its value here. We're getting a lot more 2-1s as we go, right? A lot closer as the teams sift into their power levels. I imagine we're going to see a pretty similar story from the other one-on-oneers, DMG versus Earth Pandas, and then Broad versus Epic Avalanche. The call on, you know, no regional reps in Bo3 in that second round, I think there's definitely a chance of that, right? I think we will get at least one. Maybe if I had to put a number on it, I'd guess 2 out of 8 playoff spots right now. I don't know, Gizmo, if you think there's any more chance for them, because I think there's a couple of the main teams that are struggling a bit.
Yeah, I think there's 2 that I can see probably making it. I think especially if, like, you know, when you look back at like how Broad played against Bulldogs, and you see how Bulldog played the initial series against Verdant today, if they're sort of on the same page going into the next couple of games, I can see them trying to squeak out into playoffs. And then BU2 as well, I think they can probably make it as well. So I think you've got a couple of teams there that are challenging for that playoff spot, and I think it's great because, you know, these regional leagues teams will get this experience, and as the tournament goes later, they will improve and they will start to contest more aggressively for these spots.
I think that's going to be something to go forward anyway, but is there any final thoughts then for anything with the stream, lads?
Verdant are really good, man. They're like, this could have been the day. We kind of built this as the day when we identified the top 2, Verdant and Ruddy, and that did not happen. That narrative is dead now. The narrative's dead, we have to leave it by the wayside. Verdant absolutely still team to beat, champions on top, but Deer came and slapped Ruddy about, and they looked like the better game by the end of the series and really exposed some flaws in Ruddy's gameplay. If Ruddy gets an early lead, if they win the first 3 or 4 exchanges on the map, yeah, they can beat you in 21 minutes. But they are far from a perfect team, and they've got a lot of work to do if they want to be that challenger that we thought they might be.
Didn't know anything else?
I mean, does this mean that Deer's top 2? I'm not 100% sold on that, but
yeah, I think you could feel it in Bo3's slightly sleepy face, I think, right? So I think they've got a lot of work to do there, and then he said it, right? They need to lock in a bit, and maybe if they do, we'll see if we can get it.
I think that's definitely it. And I think from that note, is that going to be the end of the stream? But thanks for tuning in for this long day of League of Legends, where we'll be more. Don't go anywhere, lads.